Yeah, dude, it tells you. I mean, like I said, when you think about it, it makes perfect sense. Because when we're south of the equator, the analemma is that shorter path. We're closer to the surface of the Earth,
Exactly.
sun.
Exactly. They
Oh, I've got a theory. I've got a theory that the light comes first, like when the sun rises. So the light comes first, and then the sun follows the light. The sun is the source of light itself, and its heat and everything else that comes with the sun, observably. But just before the sun comes, the light comes first. So there's a path of light
exactly.
that just it's like a wave of light that comes before the sun is following the light.
So if the sun, you know that there's an experiment where they've got neon bulbs, neon tubes, and you put an inductor near it and they glow. Yeah, you've seen that wireless inductor.
Yeah.
So if the sun is a wireless inductor, what I feel it could be happening is that it is inducing the atmosphere. It's inducing the atmosphere. That's why we're seeing the light before the sun, because it itself is charging the atmosphere locally to it. With regards to the different colors, I think it's to do with layers, organized layers. If something is charged, they will organize. Otherwise, they'll just be random. Our atmosphere that we use and breathe and all that is all random. But I think up there, it gets organized by the sun, possibly the rays of the sun. And then you see layers. You see yellows, you see oranges, you see your reds, you see your blues. We're all in different things. So to me, it appears that the sun is a wireless inducer. I made that word up, really.
Like Bill
Inducer.
Cosby.
Yeah, like the sun's energy is fluorescing the noble gases in the atmosphere.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah,
And then
I like this conversation because I'm outside watching the sun come up right now, and I got outside before the sun came up and was watching the daylight that was creeping in prior to seeing any, portion of the sun, which I still haven't seen yet, and just watching everything light up. I'm inside a covered porch. It's lighting up. Still don't see the sun.
Yeah, gotta go.
Yeah, you could say that the sun is lighting all those noble gases, blah blah blah, but you could also say that there's light first, and then the sun has its own source of light, and it's following the path of the light.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to disprove it anyway unless you rely on noble gases.
You could say that there's a relationship there, though, possibly, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah, just like there's a relationship between the moon phases and the sun, yeah?
There's an energy, right, that has the light to begin with.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, seems more simple that the possibility of the throw of the sun's energy is what is causing the other light. But yeah, there could be just daylight and then the sun. I mean, if you want to get biblical, there was light before there was the sun in the Bible story.
So that's the part about the Bible. Even though I respect it, and maybe it's in a flawed way, but I've allowed myself to consider whatever parts of it. I consider it to be influenced in the truth, but there's many details which, I mean, how could they have really, recorded that memory of this specific detail or whatever? I think there's some things that might have just been interpreted incorrectly and so written down incorrectly. Like I know there's like guys that believe in waters from above or whatever, but to me it's easy enough to think that they had assumed that based on observations, water comes from the sky, but we know it's a wrong conclusion now.
Oh, we know it. We know it's a wrong conclusion.
Sure.
I don't know if we know it. I don't know that it's a wrong conclusion.
Oh, I mean, I think we have the availability now to know that. Whereas before, it would have been more fair, even just to claim that it came from above, because that's where it seemed to come from.
Yeah, but if we're being honest, and we're talking about we, neither you nor I have gone up high enough to really confirm whether we can get up into some sort of near perfect vacuum, or if there is some hard fast barrier, or if there's possible waters above that are contained with some type of barrier. So we have not necessarily proven one way or the other. All we can do is speculate.
Yeah.
If we're being fully honest, right?
Well, no, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't. I still wouldn't even say that, because I do know that the weather patterns, which tell you how much humidity you'll have in the air, and then you also see the result of having the humidity in the air, what it does, and then you also have the fact that water vapor. They use what is called cloud seeding to help store the water vapor or whatever into water droplets. And so, I mean, to me, it makes sense that the water that's coming from above it got up there to what's it called, condensate. What's the other one? Not condensation, evaporation. But I don't know. It just makes sense that somebody just made a safe assumption.
I can see what you're saying there. There's water in the atmosphere. Water's above us, right? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's where the idea came from. Is there's waters above, because I mean, sometimes it rains a fucking whole lot, so it's almost obvious waters come from above. But maybe they just didn't know how it got up there.
Yeah. Is there some sort of source either above or below that could account for the idea of kind of worldwide flooding, right? We seem to have historical documentation from pretty much all civilizations, known civilizations that have recorded history of some large flooding event. And is there some source for this water, right?
Yeah, I think so.
We can have local flooding here and there, but you can't have worldwide flooding all at once. Where would that excess water come from?
Oh, you're right. Well, no, I don't know how much you can narrow this time frame by. I'm sure you can probably narrow it down to less than this, but as far as I know, there was a period of 2,000 years where the sea levels rose by 200 meters, at which cases things like the Persian or Arabian Gulf, or whatever you want to call it, wouldn't have existed, but there would have been cities there, which obviously after all that was said and done, those people would have been flooded. So I think during that 2,000 years, or like I said, could have been narrowed down to some shorter range. But out of that 2,000 years, I'm sure there were certainly times where the sea levels rose at more abruptly than at other times. And so, I mean, that sort of flooding, that sort of flood event would have probably been fairly common in all sorts of places. And if I'm not mistaken,
I don't
that
know
water
if
just
that's
comes from.
necessarily the case. I mean, if we look at just a lot of the geological features that we have throughout the world. Even if you take a look at parts of the world that are pretty well undeveloped, and you look at some of the patterns and things that take place, areas like the Grand Canyon, the Sahara Desert, when you get high enough up, right, from the high altitude footage that's used for, you know, Google Maps and stuff, when you look at that, you can see the possibility of some sort of large scale flooding event that took place probably in a fairly quick period of time. Lands where, especially around the Sahara, I mean, look at the Sahara Desert as it flows into the Atlantic Ocean. It looks as though it was a pretty quick event, leaving scarring across there that leads you to believe that the water flowed off, you know, into the Atlantic, possibly coming from the Mediterranean side or the Persian Gulf area, sweeping across. Then you also have other areas, you know, like in the west of the United States, you've got places like the Grand Canyon, where a large-scale flooding event and a quick recession of the water could cause things like the Grand Canyon to form fairly quickly.
What do you mean by recession of water? Like it came back? Like it
So
what
have you ever been in an area that's experienced large-scale flooding, like locally?
Hmm.
So you know that the water rises pretty quickly and it also recedes fairly quickly as well.
Right. Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And that quick recession is what can cause the cutting into the land, right? Especially if you put the equivalency of an ocean on top of something like the United States, and then it drains within a day or two. That's a whole lot of water to be moving across land, right, as it's receding.
Yeah, but I think that's different though, because this is just okay. So, and I'll try to throw my paradigm out of it, but obviously my paradigm is the glaciers and the water coming from the North Pole, then eventually down to the ocean, or up to northern Canada down to the ocean. But what you said about the lakes and the rivers, a lot of times doesn't that happen because usually there's blockage, like either it's dammed up or whatever the case may be. But there's nowhere for a giant ocean to, like, let's say there was a flooding, and it was ocean sized. I mean, where would that have been able to recede to, other than continue to flow? You know what I mean?
Yeah, we don't know for sure, right? And when we come back to this concept of the waters above, the waters below, we seem to have some sort of underground water system as well. These aquifers and basically underwater river or underground rivers and oceans that seem to be beneath us. So there seems to be some sort of pathway out. So we don't know for sure what took place, right? If there was a worldwide large scale flood event that possibly covered, a large portion of the land, if not all of the land, right?
Right.
So where did the waters come from initially to fill that up, and where did they go to in order for it to recede? That would be the question. But we seem to have these underground aquifers and water systems. So there's obvious pathways there that could drain out the water.
That's true. I heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard there's more fresh water in the crust of the earth than there is on the surface. Interesting.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised about that at all. I mean, think about it. Pretty much anywhere that you go, if you buy a plot of land, you can pay somebody to drill a well.
Yeah. Hopefully a healthy one. Yeah.
What's that?
So yeah, hopefully a healthy one. Yeah, at least here in the States, there's a lot of people who their wells got fucked up from fracking. But yeah, where I went to school in San Marcos, there's that's actually why that town is there, is because this fucking priest or some guy they called St. Marcos or whatever. He was traveling in Texas and he just found this fucking spring, and so it's nice to have a giant spring like that in your town.
Yeah, I mean, there's springs all over the place. I mean, I live really close to a river that's spring fed here, and that's just a mile, 2 miles, maybe 3 miles from Tampa Bay, right? So you've got springs that close to saltwater. There's springs all over the place, freshwater springs. I own property in southern Missouri that's off a spring-fed river.
That's the best, man. And the Ozarks?
Yeah. Off the Niagara River.
Yeah, that's ideal, man. That's ideal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of military people who, when they get out, they that's where they know to have property.
Yeah, well, there's an army base pretty close to the Ozarks, Fort Leonard Wood out there. But
as most, this is the best. This most ideal place in the country. Well, the Colorado area too, but there's probably more. So those sort of resources over there in Missouri, because it's just a big kind of plateau, sort of like very high elevation, consistently, and the woodlands and all that. It's very good. So you said there's a lot of springs over there too.
yeah, if you look, there's a place called Bennett Springs. Bennett, I can't remember how many thousands of gallons a minute Bennett Springs dumps into the Niagara River, but they've tried to like dive down to find like the quote unquote source of it or whatever with diving equipment, but they can't get far enough down. I think they run into pressure issues. But it's just a huge, basically hole in the ground that is pumping out hundreds of thousands of gallons of water a minute.
Incredible. That's good that you got that land too. That's ideal.
Yeah. My land is it's still within the White Ribbon trout fishing section there. So there's natural trout in the waters there.
Oh. So, because you can get in trouble. Like, what is yours? Does yours feed into a big system?
So Bennett Springs feeds into the Niagara River. The Niagara River is one of the branches of the Lake of the Ozarks. So there's a couple different branches of the Lake of the Ozarks. The southern branch is fed by the Niagara River.
But does yours? When you were describing before that your property is a lot like that. The spring you were talking about, or
so the spring I'm talking about is a few miles away, a few miles upstream from my property, and Bennett Springs is like a state park.
Okay, yeah.
So the spring itself is a state park, and they just cram a bunch of people in there to go trout fishing, and they have trout breeding operations there, and then they stock trout for people to fish. It's a whole tourist industry.
Yeah. So on your property,
Mm-hmm.
do you have access? Like, do you have to?
I don't have access
or build a well or something.
My property is on the river.
Okay, so you just have direct access to it then. It's just like.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, because I'm just trying to think of like how, because you ever heard that story about that dude who was collecting water on his property, but it was basically fucking with the water. Because he dammed up the water, so it fucked with like the whole town's water. It was just in like Washington. He got like what did he get, like 30 years or something like that. So something crazy.
How much water was he? Jeez.
He had affected. I mean, it was a lot. It was enough. It was enough so that he was actually charging people to do fishing on his. Like he had a huge pooled up. I don't remember the gallons, but it was like 3 reservoirs, and like I said, it fucked with the where it was outflowing. It was flowing, into the water source for the town and stuff. So
yeah, I'm not huge on like regulations of what people can and can't do with their property, but when it comes to a resource that that you're depriving others of for selfish intent, that's where I don't mind if somebody steps in and says, "Hey, you're not going to do this anymore."
Yeah, right. And I think I remember I heard it so many times, and then I think in Gems, I think somebody pulled up on Snopes, and there were some other details about it. But I think ultimately he had been warned. Like he could have gotten out of it. He could have got away with it scot free and just like gave it up or
Cease
something.
and desist immediately, kind of thing.
Exactly,
He would have done it. Yeah.
I think what happened was he persisted, so they gave him the book. But let me see.
They gave him fair warning.
Yeah, for years, for a long time.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm a big proponent of like, do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anybody. Do what you want on your land as long as it's not affecting anybody, kind of thing. But when it comes to like, if I'm doing something on my land, right? Say it's my river property, and what I'm doing is polluting the water for people downstream, then yeah, I should be liable for tainting the natural resources that those people should have just as much right to as I do.
Yeah, of course, yeah, and especially if it's that big of a deal. Like I'm reading about it now just to make sure I get the story straight. But yeah, if it's that big of a deal that you're just taking water from everybody in town, and I think it not only messed with the resources of the town, like the well being of the people, but then also like their the farming and a whole bunch of stuff. But Snopes is saying this is mostly false. Let me read about it.
I mean, I could see a scenario where something like that could take place, especially if you've got some large scale operation that you're running where you're diverting a large portion of the water that should be going downstream into your property. I could see.
Sorry, let me read this. Let me read this again, just to make sure, because there was so much. There's truth to it, but I got to see what the thing was. Because even when I said it, like 30 years, I remember finding out that might not have been true. Because 30 years seems like an insane charge sentence.
Yeah, where I own property is actually, ironically, fairly close to some well-known flat earthers in the community.
Oh, for real?
Mm-hmm.
I know a flat earther who lives out there, actually. She's a good friend of mine. I don't know of others, though. Actually, I think I know. No, I don't know. No. But yeah, I do. I know one person lives over there. Yeah, is there property over there in high demand? I mean, I just know that like I said, I always hear people people that know they go to Ozarks. You know what I mean? I don't know why. I mean, honestly, one of the people in the military I was talking to, they were people who were worried about global warming. So I guess though there's really a lot of protections over there. Like you're just away from everybody. You're kind of inland, as you know, a great deal.
Yeah, I mean the weather there is, you know, you get all 4 seasons. You get hot summers, you get cold winters, you get very defined springs and falls, and yeah, within the Ozarks, there's a lot of land. There's a lot of open property that's not really populated. You know, there's some small towns around, um, but it's beautiful out in that area. It's a lot of untouched wilderness. You've got you wanted to be in some sort of survival type situation, like your biggest issue would be winters, right? Stocking up for winters, but you have plenty of deer in the area for meat resources.
Are they like pretty open for like hunting and stuff like that? Like that's not that hard to get a hunting
Yeah, I mean
license.
it's regulated, obviously, but yeah, there's no shortage of white-tailed deer in the state of Missouri. That's for sure. There's been quite a few record deer that have been shot in Missouri.
Well, what else they got in those woods? Like boars and shit like that?
No. Get armadillos.
Cats or bears or anything?
Yeah, you'll get there's some black bears.
Black bears are the ones that aren't that scary though, right?
Black bears are pretty skittish around humans. There may be very small population of brown bear in Missouri, but I don't know if they're still there. But bears it's not very common at all.
I would say napalm humans are pretty skittish around bears.
Yeah. It goes both ways. I mean,
exactly. Yeah.
We've had, when I was hiking the Appalachian Trail, part of the Appalachian Trail, we had a couple of encounters with black bears, and it was they either went up a tree really quick or they took off once they saw us. So,
how long did you do that for?
I was only on the trail for like a week. I just kind of sectioned hike part of it between like right on like the North Carolina Tennessee border, Blue Ridge Mountains.
Always wanted to do something like that.
I used to follow this fella that used to go camping in the woods of Alaska or whatever, like way in the middle of nowhere, like taking 3 days hiking just to get to wherever he wanted to camp to. And it was one of these things where he used to test out new products. Like different sponsors would give him new products to test out and review and whatnot. And one of the products was an electric barrier fence around your campsite for bears. I swear to God, like this thing took him 3/4 of a day to set up. Like, where is the fun in camping if you've got to spend 3/4 of a day setting up an electric fence around your campsite? I laughed with the whole thing. It's like, why would you even go camping anywhere where there's bears in the first place? It didn't make much sense to me, but anyway.
Right? Like, kind of defeats the purpose. Like you're spending your whole time trying to avoid a predator that may or may not come through your camp. That is scary though. Like when we were on the trail, we were at this. So there's kind of like 3-sided shelters scattered all along the trail, and we stayed in one that was on kind of like a vista, you know, the top ridge of a small mountain. So it was pretty exposed, and we got some rain that night, and we could just hear the bear trying to get, like, you have to put all your food like string it up to the trees, like hang it between trees, so we could hear Bear messing with the apparatus that you use to put your food up in the trees while we were sleeping. And then there was a bunch of mice in this shelter that we were in, so the mice kept running across you, waking you up, and then you hear the bears. And yeah, that was didn't get quite as much sleep as we wanted to that night, between the storms and the rain and the bears and the mice.
The worst thing we have to worry about is the hissing of a snake, or you wake up in the morning with a bird-eating spider on your face. But that's about the worst of it. We don't have to worry about bears or coyotes or anything like that. Oh, it's crazy.
We just have to worry about what wench is lying next to us in the morning.
Over there, you got nothing over there. You don't have snakes. You don't have anything over there, do you?
Yeah, we have wicked women we pick up at the pub.
Yeah, well.
It's got hobbits.
No, we don't have to worry about anything. There's nothing dangerous.
And Jazza.
Jazza. Yeah, that's a guy I want to jump in a helicopter with.
Jazza's my buddy, man. He's the only one. Well, never mind. I'm getting to that. What were we saying though? Oh yeah, I just finished reading that article about this dude. It was somewhat misleading. He didn't really get that much prison time. He had been fighting the government for this whole thing for like, basically, actually, what happened was this was getting reported multiple times over the case of 20 years or so. But anyway, it's not important. That's what I was going to ask though, is about the property over there. There's states that still have Homestead Act sort of. I'm
in Florida. We have that. So even my suburban home that I live at in a subdivision, I can, since it's our primary residence, we apply for the homestead exemption, so we get lower taxes on our property.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I didn't know. I know that in like actual Homestead Act, like in Alaska, was one of the last places that the government was actually, we're basically giving you the property and then also paying you to live on it and shit. But there's so many cities that will still give you property to move there. Like they'll give you the whole property, but you just have to. There's things you have to do. Like you have to agree to live there for at least 6 months, or you have to. You have to not start, or maybe you do have to start a business or not start a business in some places. Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Bunny. Hey, buddy.
It's definitely good to know about, but it's also, I'd be suspicious of some places like that. Like because there's places that'll pay you $80,000 to live there. And there's like a handful of places that will give you $10,000. Some of it is like $10,000 rebate on your property, like or towards your rent even. But still, it's like, why are you paying these people to move there?
Is my mic still open? My mic's open.
Yeah. You were just playing with a squirrel or something.
It's the bunny in my backyard.
That was close.
Yeah, he's pretty much a pet. I resuscitated him. He fell in our pool when he was a very small bunny. So I had to get him out of the pool, resuscitate him, warm him up. Then he grew up in our backyard, and once our one dog passed away that always tried to eat the bunnies, he started coming out, and as I'm talking to you, he's about 2 feet away from me. Came over to say hi this morning.
Okay. I'm sure you leave food out for him somewhere though, right?
Yeah, so some of the food that we grow in the backyard, I give him the tomatoes and stuff. But yeah, he does pretty well just chewing on the grasses.
Yeah. It's good to have a safe place to go and do that. I have a friend they leave so much food out there for stray cats, but she also they'll feed possums and stuff. I'm like, those are so disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know about feeding possums. Like one street up from us, they have runner ducks that somehow just happen to be in the neighborhood. So there's a pair of runner ducks that these people up in the cul-de-sac up there, they all just kind of put out water and food, and the runner ducks hang around their front yards and stuff.
That's a rag I see. That's a runner duck.
A lot of people actually get them when they have property, because you can eat the meat, but then you can also eat the eggs, and they're pretty easy to care for. They take care of a lot of pests in your garden and stuff. Like, they're really good at eating snails and shit like that. So,
oh wow,
slugs, yeah. So they keep the snails and slugs off your garden. Plus, they give you eggs and meat. So a lot of people keep runner ducks. I don't know how they wound up in our neighborhood, but
probably
in our
because
neighborhood.
people feeding them and shit.
Yeah. Well, that's like in our area here. We have a fairly large population of peacocks. Which those things tear some stuff up. They can get in your yard and just start tearing shit up. And they're loud. So they're kind of a nuisance, but they're beautiful.
Yeah. You know, cassowaries always reminded me of like a mixture between peacocks and ostriches or emus or whatever. But they look a lot like they could be closely related to peacocks because they have the same sort of coloration or whatever. But they're such a dangerous animal. Yeah, there's peacocks actually. There's over where I grew up at. There was like an old dirt road, and there was always peacocks on there.
Yeah, they're loud, man. Have you heard those things? Their call or whatever when they start in the morning.
I don't recall, but
Oh my god, they are loud and annoying.
it's crazy that something like that is not extinct. Like loud ass fucking peacock.
Yeah,
It's literally a peacock. Yeah.
well, I think a lot of people had a vested interest in keeping the species alive because a lot of people will sell the feathers and stuff like that. So
That makes sense. Like you're protected. Yeah.
yeah, I was actually just talking with my neighbor yesterday. He's from Colombia, and he said in his town there was a woman who raised peacocks and would sell the feathers. She also sold like all the milk to the town. She had like the hookup on milk, but while she was selling milk, she'd also sell these peacock feathers too.
Yeah. I guess if there's a market for it. Yeah, that's definitely. Yeah, it'd be a shame. It'd be a shame, if you didn't have birds like that. It's definitely beautiful. So beautiful feathers. So yeah, that makes sense actually. Like it's protected. Because otherwise, yeah, you would just think that there would be a predator that would just go after those things.
Yeah, so I dropped in voice text a picture of my property and then a picture of the bunny who's chilling here right now. What's up, buddy? I feel like he wants to get up on my lap this morning.
I mean, he probably loves you guys. You know what I mean? He's like he feels. That's what I feel about my friend that she feeds those animals and stuff, and it's kind of like they basically, yeah, it's part of like extended family.
Yeah, totally. Especially with this. I mean, I literally gave this bunny mouth to mouth when he was, 6 inches big.
Yeah, shit.
Like I literally saved his life. So he comes
Oh,
around.
that's so cool.
Yeah, we have a pool in the backyard, and sometimes like at night, like if the bunnies are out in the yard and we let the dogs out, like they'll get spooked, and the really small ones aren't really paying attention. They're they're just wanting to beeline run away from the dogs, and lots of times they'll just run straight into the pool.
Oh,
So I've had this. I've resuscitated probably 4 bunnies. The 5th one didn't survive, so I had one that I wasn't able to save, and then just pulling them out without having to like fully resuscitate them because they didn't take in water. I've probably scooped out another like 6 or 7 over the years.
Wait, so they can't swim?
I think they can, but
They're scared or whatever.
yeah, but when they're like running to get away from prey and they hit the water, like lots of times I think they intake water quickly. Like I saw one that's like literally I let the dogs out, I hear it hit the water, I go look in the pool and it's already sunk to the bottom, and I immediately have to go run and grab the net the bunny out, and it's already like needing to be resuscitated, within like a short period of time.
Your dogs would kill them, huh?
Yeah, we had one dog that I don't even know what her bunny count was, but she devoured quite a few. But once she passed away is when this bunny started really coming out, because there's some places for it to hide, right? So it kind of grew up in an area where it had protection, but our one dog would always be back there. Like, I know a bunny's back here. I know a bunny's back here. Every time she would get out in the backyard. So when she passed away, like within days of her passing away, this bunny started just coming out because the other dog doesn't really chase them.
So do you have like do you have like a property? I mean like a house or whatever on this property, or you develop like?
No, it's raw land.
Okay, so you're gonna, but you're I guess you're gonna develop something on it or whatever.
We're contemplating it. So the land was purchased by my grandparents back in the 50s, and once my grandparents passed away, so that land is held in trust. So my father, me, and my brother, and then my 2 cousins are the ones that own it. But we don't get up to the property that often. So I'm actually contemplating going up there in a couple weeks to just get a better lay of the land, because it's been probably 10 or 15 years since I've been on the property, and I'm contemplating putting, some type of small cabin on there, so we have a place where we can go and just quickly set up camp and do some fishing and stuff. So
maybe have like some stores, like some it's just something like stowed away or something like that. I wonder, like, you should do some surveying, do some surveying and shit. I wonder how much. What do you have? Like a couple acres or like?
8 acres.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably heavy work though to try and take away some of the trees and actually build something though.
Yeah, if we did anything, it would be, dropping just enough trees to be able to have an open area if we even needed to do that. I mean, I'm kind of more of a Frank Lloyd Wright approach to working with nature when you're trying to construct something. So
yeah, I see.
Yeah, I would try to do as minimal tree dropping as possible, just to be able to get a small structure there.
Would it make sense to stay like hidden, like to have like if you built something like in the trees, or is that too?
Yeah, it is it's a river that people do float trips on. I don't know if you're familiar with float trips, right? So they canoe and raft down the river. And if you look at the picture that I posted, you see where it's got that little beach.
Yeah,
right on the river bend. That a lot of people, when they're rafting or whatever, they'll pull off on our property and hang out there. So that portion, that kind of corner portion, that's obvious floodplain, but you get pretty quick elevation change as you move kind of inland from that.
So you said you're not too familiar. Look, see south. Maybe not south, but at the bottom of this picture, I don't know if that's still. It looks like there's kind of a line there, but there's clearing down there. That's probably somebody else's property then.
Yeah, that's across the river. There's somebody else's property. My property. If you look in the top right where it says 3D, you see that T, kind of the T in the trees.
Oh yeah.
So that the downward portion of the T is kind of where our property starts, and the top portion of the T is the top of our property. So if you ran that T to the river and down, that's our property, that corner portion.
No.
So we have a lot of river frontage.
I didn't see the whole top half of this picture, dude. I was only looking at the bottom of this picture because I have it pulled up in the window. So yeah, okay. Now this is cool.
Is it a fast flowing river or steadily flowing river?
Yeah, it's steadily flowing. I don't think you were in when we were originally talking about it. It's spring fed, so it's a couple miles downstream from a very large spring, natural spring.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was telling you that when I went to school. I went to school in San Marcos here in Texas, and so that flows into Guadalupe, and then so people float the Guadalupe, and people float. Is that the Guadalupe? I don't remember. Regardless, people float that one, and then people float the spring that starts at the campus and then goes out there. But yeah, that's like the number one activity at my school. That's like the thing almost everybody does.
Yeah, float trips get all nice and drunk while you're floating down the river.
Yeah. And that little stop, that one that's right there, like on the big river, the one that's not from the spring, the one that said that was like out the Guadalupe, whatever it is, that one has almost nowhere to stop, and sometimes it sucks even. So it's like you can't pause at all, and so little banks like that, yeah, people get out, they'll fucking do a shotgun of beer or smoke a blunt or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that was always, it's not as bad nowadays. People seem to be a little bit more conscious of where they throw their trash these days than they did back in like the 60s, 70s, and early 80s. So that used to irritate my grandparents all the time because we go down to the river property and it's like you spend the first hour just cleaning up beer cans and shit.
Yeah. It's just like, what's so hard? Rubbish in, rubbish out. It shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah.
When you go anywhere, really.
Texas is a big deal, so it's
what would be interesting if it's not a fast flowing river and if it's got maybe like a lot of rocks at the bottom, you could probably find a few phones and
especially so that bend. So we're right on a pretty like a 90-degree angle bend on the river, and lots of times like trees will fall there. You'll get some like rapids, or you'll get places where it's pretty sketchy for people on canoes if they don't know what they're doing to traverse it. So yeah, people will spill and go over quite a bit right next to our property.
That sounds like a good afternoon just to sit on the bank there and just watch them do that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
The best part about the property, I love the fact that my grandparents purchased it. It's on a white ribbon trout fishing section of the river, so there's rainbow trout and natural brown trout all throughout the river.
Yeah.
So we used to go there as kids and fish for trout, catch huge crawfish. In that river.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yabbies.
You guys have that in Australia? What are you talking about?
Yabbies. Yeah.
Yabbies.
Shrimp on the barbie.
Yeah. No, yabbies. Shrimp and prawns. Yabbies are yabbies.
Yeah, I know. It's all the same shit.
Two totally different things. Yeah, yabbies.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, crawfish is even different now.
Freshwater. Little lobster.
I didn't know crawfish were freshwater.
Yeah.
I didn't know there were freshwater crawfish.
So no, you get huge yabbies here in the dams and all that sort of stuff. People farm them. You have yabby farms and
What's the
Hey.
other American? What's the other American word for crawfish? It's like a
mud crab.
some-
Mud crab.
No.
Mud.
I want to say mud dauber or whatever, because the ones where I grew up in the riverbed, they would make this almost like this column of mud with a hole down the middle that they would come in and out of.
Yep.
So I think we called them mud daubers, I want to say, but it's been so long since I've even thought about it. No.
Weird. Kosho will Google it. He'll find out.
I won't Google that shit, dude. My
will.
girlfriend used to eat that, so I used to eat it with her, but
Google it now,
I eat
Kosho.
kosher.
Come on.
Google it, Kosho. Go ahead, man.
I don't Google that shit.
Come on, you got 600 tabs open up at the moment. One more won't hurt you.
Mud bugs.
Is it a mud dog?
Mud bug.
Dog?
No, it wasn't a mud bug. It was mud something, but it wasn't that. I'd know.
Yeah, that's how you catch them. Yeah, they basically dig like a little tunnel and they have like a little thing. Yeah.
We used to go fishing for them. So you get like a bit of string and you wrap a bit of meat on the end of the string and you throw it in the channel and you just wait there and you kind of feel something and slowly but surely you just pull it up and up and up and up and up until you got near the surface and you just reach in behind his head, pick him up and throw him in the bucket. You get, I don't know, you get a couple of dozen of those and take them back to the farmhouse and whack them in an old bath that was outside with some fresh water and for a couple of days, clean them out and boil them up and yum, happy days.
You're lucky you'll get some cockroaches in there too while they're back there waiting and yeah.
One of the coolest things I experienced when I was a kid, this place where we went camping, this rock it hung over the water and probably was about 2 feet down. And I remember like being in the pool and I could see the fish darting in and out. So I followed where they were going and they were under the rock. And I could put my hand under the rock and I could pull out probably a 14-inch trout with my hand.
Would it bite your hand or you'd pull it out?
No. They would just congregate there. They would all just be floating there, just hanging out. And I would just put my hand in. I could feel them moving and I would just leave my hand there for a little bit. And then when one went in between my fingers, I would just slowly close my hand and then bring it out.
What noodling is? Like
catfish.
Yeah, catfish. You just stick your fucking hand in there like a whatever, and then wait for it to bite your hand and pull it out.
Speaking of fish darting out, so that the river that we have the property on, there's a darter fish named after the river called the Niagara darter. It's pretty cool, colorful for a little freshwater fish. See if I can find it.
Sorry, go on. I was saying it's freshwater shrimp. I forgot also St. Marcus in the same spring. So they have protected rice for some reason. And there's also protected shrimp. It's like a really giant shrimp too. I've never even seen one to be honest with you, but there's signs all over the place. And I know that there's people that go to school there that they study it or whatever. So I know they're there, but I've never seen it. Well, you've eaten one of these things?
What? That fish?
Yeah.
No, that fish is, max size is like 4 or 5 inches.
Okay. It looks like something from Star Wars, dude. I was like,
yeah, that doesn't look like a freshwater fish would look, right? It almost looks like a crossbreed of a trout and something else, man.
a dinosaur.
Right? Because it's got the spots on it like a trout.
Yeah. Let me give you something for size comparison. They're pretty small fish, but they're beautiful.
I guess you gotta squint your eyes or something. No, maybe. I guess probably like they swim in schools or like in groups or whatever. Oh
So
wow!
there's kind of a size. Yeah, they're just little small fish.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I can recall seeing a freshwater fish with such flamboyant fins.
Yeah.
Well, when you think about it, a lot of the tropical fish that you buy that are freshwater fish for like aquarium tanks that have all the colors, they're freshwater.
Oh yeah, I
You
guess
know?
it would be. Yeah.
Like your tetras and stuff like that.
I guess that's true.
I had a friend who had a saltwater tank, dude. It was a dumb idea, dude. So much to take care of.
A lot of maintenance.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think people people catch these and probably keep them as pets? Huh?
Maybe, yeah. Cool little fish.
Yeah. Put me back in the water, dude.
Yeah. But
Finally
they can
got a-
survive for a little while out of water.
What the fuck? Oh, I was like, this is for New Zealand bullshit, right?
Blue crawfish.
That's a blue crawfish? I thought that was like a lobster. I guess, okay, yeah. So you guys are showing me pictures, and they're probably super small. I guess they just look big. Just because there's nothing to compare it to.
Yeah, crawfish. I mean, even crawfish in like Missouri, you can get some pretty wild colors on them.
Try to eat that. I mean, do they stay blue when you cook them?
Nah, they all turn red, man.
Yeah.
See, we used to catch the crawfish, and then we'd take the tails off the crawfish, bait that, and then use that as bait for trout fishing.
It's been a while since I've been fishing.
I was fishing 2 days ago in the lake at the front of my neighborhood, pulling out black bass.
Yeah, I haven't been fishing since since I was at San Marcos.
Try to go every now and again. It's peaceful, man.
You know, I'm embarrassed. I get because I wanted to do it just because I'd never done it before, like to clean it, you know, and all. But I prepared to do it, but I got squeamish and I threw it away. I was like, I don't really want this anymore. 'Cause that wasn't one I caught. I bought it from the fish market. I was in the Middle East too. But I was like, I'm gonna fucking clean the fish and gut it and everything. But I really didn't want to do it because it was in my fridge, and then I don't know. It's probably different when you're like outside or something.
Yeah, I do it all the time. I mean, we go on trips to the beach every year, and I catch all kinds of stuff: pompano, Spanish mackerel, redfish. Yeah, cleaning.
Somebody
I
probably
mean,
showed you how to do it though, right? Like, 'cause I think I probably looked it up on YouTube or something, and then I was by myself in the kitchen. I was like, I don't want to pull this tail out.
yeah, every fish is a little different. I mean, trout are really easy. The biggest thing, the easiest thing to remember when cleaning a fish is basically you go in from the butthole straight up. So you cut the belly from the butthole all the way up, clean out all the insides.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just
Yeah, but the easiest way to do that though is you stop just short of where the jaw line is, and then you cut the head right at the place where you stopped cutting. So you cut the head down to the throat, and you leave just enough so that you can actually rip that bottom part off, and you
And then
should be
pulls
able to just tear everything out.
Yep.
That's what I
Everything comes right off.
I wasn't anticipating all the organs and stuff. I don't know why it was common sense to me, but like I was like, why didn't they fucking know they had organs in here? So I just gave
Well,
up.
What did you expect it to have?
I don't know. I thought I've seen it in, like, the movies. I guess I thought you just like rip the tail out and it's just done. Like the bone, like the spine rips out and then you're good to
Well,
go.
yeah, you rip it from the head downwards and it'll pull everything out. Yeah.
Yeah, but I just wasn't expecting like fucking lungs. I mean, it doesn't have lungs, but like actual like organs and shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, every fish is different when you're cleaning it, but yeah, it's just one main body cavity there, and all the meats around it.
I got a pretty big one too. And I want to say, and this is probably wrong. I mean, this was fucking 8 years ago or something, but I want to say it was a tuna, but I don't think so. I can't remember. It was a big fish though. I bought it from the fish market, so I didn't even catch it.
Yeah, so I do offshore fishing every now and again, and tell you what, there's some big fish in the ocean, man. We've caught Goliath grouper, which are like the size of your couch.
Oh no shit.
Yeah.
I saw Ricky had a picture. I forget what it was.
He catches snapper a lot. He catches red snapper a lot.
They were huge though.
Yeah, those groupers, man, those will freak you out. I remember watching this one scuba diving video, and the guy was panning around, and there was nothing there, and then he comes back around, and there's this massive grouper just right in his face. I mean, it was huge. That would freak me out.
Yeah, Goliath grouper. So they're protected here in Florida. So when you catch them, you can bring them up, but you can't take them out of the water. So you can't get them up onto your boat. Otherwise, you're in trouble. So most people, when they catch them, like jump in the water with it, so you have a size comparison. But they're huge, man. The one that we caught was probably 7 or 8 feet and just like girthy as all get out. I mean, they're huge. It's like pulling up a Volkswagen Beetle from the bottom of the ocean.
They taste good.
You can't keep the Goliath grouper, but we usually catch like red grouper, scamp grouper, American red snapper when it's season, mangrove snapper, lane snapper.
What a show off, Rakia. What a show off.
Oh, is he just posting all these ginormous
Yeah,
fish?
exactly right.
Oh yeah,
He's a big one, but I feel like he
Mine.
posted a bigger one before.
He's got half the Pacific Ocean in the back of his boat at any one time, I'm sure of it.
It's like a big goldfish.
That's a red snapper. American red snapper, right, Rakia? We call that
yeah, it looks like a snapper.
He looks so pissed. He's like, "Fuck."
We call that a stop sign. It's that big.
We had a snapper ban here. They were well, not endangered, but they were very low on numbers, and they had to put a ban on them.
Wow, what jerks.
Well, no, it was good because now they're back bigger and better than.
Yeah, there's been regulations in Florida around snapper, really short seasons. They just kind of opened it up this year a little bit longer. I think we're just now getting into, I think commercial season started last week. Commercial usually has 2 weeks prior to the average person being able to go out. But yeah, the sad part about it is, right, we'll go offshore fishing when it's not red snapper season, and you'll pull up snapper, and when you're pulling up a fish from 160 foot of water, their swim bladder comes out through their mouth, right, because of the pressure change. You can't keep the fish. You try to puncture that swim bladder, you try to get it to go back down. Half the time you can't get it to go back down, so it's just floating on top of the water, and it's like, fuck, we could eat that fish, it's not going to survive, but it would be illegal if we did, but basically it's going to be dead, so what's the point?
What I find interesting, at least with, I think, both Texas and California, both of their constitutions, the state constitution, both state constitutions declare that all freshwater, well, not just freshwater, but actually all gaming is free for the people. So it would be interesting if you checked out the Florida state constitution, if one of the paragraphs tells you that it's absolutely free for you to fish.
Well, it should be. I mean, in my opinion, it's a natural resource. It's for the people. Now,
Yeah,
if you're exploiting it, hey, get out of the strawberries, bro. Come on. Hey, get no.
Your
My
rabbit, he's trying to fuck with your strawberries.
Yeah, man, we're growing strawberries, and we haven't had the ability to eat one yet. Between the rabbit and the mockingbird, man, they destroy those strawberries as soon as they turn red. Sorry,
Of course, man.
but yeah, in my opinion, I mean, it's the people's, right? Like, who is one person to say, or a group of people to say, hey, you can't do X, Y, or Z with what is provided to us by the creator? You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion.
But do you think that it could be irresponsibly, like, you know, like he was saying, like with I guess the red snappers in Australia or something, or wherever, where they were low on them, or like you could deplete the, kind of like what they were doing with whaling, like that with whaling, like didn't they like really deplete like the whale populations and stuff like that before they put stops on that?
Yeah, it's a lot of that has to deal with the commercial side of things, and the further we get away from like being connected to our food sources, right? So you're talking about kosher, like basically being squeamish and even cleaning a fish, right? We're so far removed from like our food. We just take for granted that we can walk into a store and get these fish from all over the place, right? Because there's a demand for it. And the reason that people have such a high demand is because they're generally not producing any food at all whatsoever for themselves, right? So I think it's too hard to pinpoint where the exact source of the problem is, and I think it's a multitude of things. But yeah, I think we've just drifted way too far away from our connection with nature and our food sources.
Well, yeah, not only that, but I think you hit the nail on the head. It's not the individual who's going to deplete the waters and you know, the wildlife. It's the corporations.
Yeah, they're responsible.
Fishermen and stuff. Yeah,
but see, that's the whole thing, guys. I mean,
which ironically is the sanction of the government, right? So they're getting these licenses, basically permission from the state to go out and do this commercial fishing, where the average person like wouldn't just go out there and deplete the fucking ocean.
It's gotten worse now. A brother-in-law of the congressman from Oklahoma buys all the quota from the fishermen in Louisiana and put the fishermen in Louisiana out of business. You see what I'm saying? Like,
what do you mean?
They buy up they sell quota, like you can catch 100,000 pounds of snapper a year, and rich people from all over the place that have connections will buy that quota and sell it back to the fishermen. It's ridiculous. So it drives the price up. It's just another brother-in-law deal.
Oh, so they hog up all the quotas, and then just so the regular people who just want to go out there, they're gonna have to buy it directly from these people who just bought them up, but at a higher price. Okay.
Yeah, they have to buy it at a higher their quota at a higher price because somebody had connections and can buy it, you know, at a lower price and sell it back to them. And this person doesn't even fish.
No, it's like an investment for them, isn't it? At the end of the day, just a way of making a quick buck.
No, they're definitely making money, but they're using their political connections to do it. They're not even from Louisiana. They're buying quota and selling it back to the local fishermen at a higher price.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like an investment for them to make a quick buck, Rakia. That's what they're using them for.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely making money.
Rakia, why would they sell them back to the local fishermen? Like, if the fish is already caught.
No, they haven't caught it. That's the quota that they can catch, but they don't even own boats. They just buy the quota. They're just businessmen.
So how
Oh,
many?
it's almost like they buy a contract and then sell the contract. Okay, I think I see what you're
Right.
saying.
They're buying 100,000 pounds worth of fish and then hiring someone to go catch 100,000 pounds worth of fish.
What's the usual quota for like annually that
Fluctuates. They go do studies like NOAA and Wildlife and Fisheries does studies, and they call people they call people and ask you, did you go fishing this week and blah blah blah, and they set the quota based on those numbers and some past results, and they go out and do tests and whatever. But I mean, it's hard because like Florida, where he's from, may not have a tenth of the structure that Louisiana has, but sometimes they group it all together in the southern states. Like Louisiana, we go scuba diving and you can't hardly swim because there's so many snapper. Like you can't fish for anything else. It's hard to catch grouper right now because there's so many snapper. The snapper eat the bait first before the grouper can eat.
Where are you in that picture with the palm trees?
I might be the one taking the picture. That's
Oh,
the main.
I'm saying, but are you in Louisiana though, or where is that?
Yeah.
Oh, for some reason, other than the water being green, that kind of it looks like the Keys.
Hang on, it might be in the Keys.
Oh, really? Yeah, because
No, that's in Louisiana.
Okay.
Yeah, I can show you. We were in the Keys not too long ago.
My friend's lives in a canal like that in the Keys. That's the one weird thing about Florida is it's like on one side of Florida the water is like blue, and then the other side is green or brown.
Well, it depends on where you're at in Florida too. Like the water's a lot greener up in the Panhandle than it is down by where I'm at.
Think about the Keys though, yeah.
Oh yeah. You've got the Atlantic side, which is a little darker, and then you've got the Gulf side that's more blue and green.
I was gonna say it the other way around, but you might be right actually.
Do you do much tag fishing, Rakia? Tag and release?
Why would a civilian tag fish?
Yeah, we don't really tag fish.
Why?
Oh wait, is that like
they no. They have comps here in Australia. They tag and release marlin and stuff.
Wait, why?
Do you get paid? Is that like for helping the wildlife research?
Look, I'm not. No, well, it's from what I've seen, and I know very little about it, to be quite honest with you. But in the fishing comps, they'll go out and they'll spend 8 hours trying to reel one of these things in, take a photo of it, tag it, release it, and away they go. Which me personally, I find it really cruel that you've got this thing on the end of a line, reeling it in for however long it takes you to get it to the boat, and you tag and release it, and it's probably exhausted and probably very vulnerable to whatever predators it may have at that particular time. I think after such an ordeal.
So wait, so I wasn't listening for a second. So why do you tag? Like, why do they want you to tag him for like science or?
No. It's for the fishing comps. So I think when they go out fishing comps, they bring him in. They get a photo of him, they tag, and then release them. Because I think you've only got. I think there is a quota actually to how many you can actually have on your boat at any one particular time. So if you met your quota, you can't have any more than that. So that's when the tag and release comes into.
Those are bluefin tuna.
Holy shit!
Or under a tagging system, but we tag fish here to help like track like someone else catch it, and they'll report the information, the tag number to the wildlife and fishery, and they'll see where it's at, where it's traveled, blah blah blah. I buy 10 tags a year, and I buy marlin tags. But a lot of
Right.
people do tuna and different things. But
Yeah.
you know, it's just to help out to track, you know, where the fish are going, how the populations are, what size they are, and things like that. But to the guy that earlier was saying, you know, a lot of times we fish deep water and we bring the fish up and they are dead or they're so bloated you can't get all the air out. You know, there's a thing, you know, a special tool for that. But what I started doing is we video and we say, look, you know, we show the sonar, we're in 400 foot of water. We caught this snapper and, you know, it came up dead. I'm not releasing it, even though it's not snapper season. I'm not
Yep.
releasing it. And, but on our boat, we're allowed to keep so many pounds of fillet as food. Now on a
Well,
regular, like
yeah, because you're on a yacht.
a regular fishing boat, you can't do that. But I'm allowed to have like 2 pounds of fillet per person or something. It's a lot. Like can't eat all of it.
What?
That's pretty
Whatever it
strict.
is. I don't even know what it is. It's so much, but we never get bothered. But I started videoing fish that are out of season that I'm not supposed to keep. I just video, and if I'm gonna have to pay a fine, I'm just gonna pay a fine. I'm not letting it go. You know, it's not really going to waste because other things are gonna eat it, and it's just the kind of the process. But I'm, you
Yeah.
know, I'm gonna feed somebody with it. You know,
Right.
That's
and
the most
we give it.
frustrating part,
Yeah.
man, is you sit there and you watch a huge red snapper that's not in season that you can't get to go back down, just floating on top of the water, and it's just floating there.
Yeah.
And it's like, this thing's going to die. It's already dead. Something else is going to eat it.
Yeah,
Yep,
they have
yep.
swim bladders. You have to go right behind the belly. I call it the belly fin, but it's a small fin on the kind of by the butt, and you poke
Yeah, you got to
right there,
puncture
and
it. Yeah.
puncture it, and it has an escape where the air can get out. But you just pop their swim bladder, and usually if they're not, you know, if they're in good health, they can go back down because that's what keeps them buoyant at a certain level. They can inflate and deflate that, or it does it on its own, whatever.
So
What
I'll
is
show
they,
you.
the
That's a marlin that I just showed, and I'll show you another fish that we
kept those up?
we kept that one because it died. It was during a tournament.
Oh.
Look
That's,
at those stop signs that my buddy and I caught, Rakia.
yeah, we catch a lot here. Where y'all fish on a reef or like a sunken barge or something?
Yeah, just a bunch of different spots out in the Gulf.
Yeah,
nice.
I don't
guys are
fish on the.
wicked. Look what I caught yesterday.
Yeah,
Imagine noodling while living
You wish. Look at that teeth on that puppy.
What the hell is that, man?
I know. Is that show Monsters from the Deep or whatever? What I've seen that show.
Yeah. I love that show, man. Yeah.
I wouldn't eat that at all, dude. Like, if I knew
That'll eat you.
Exactly. You don't have to worry about eating it. You have to worry about it eating you.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't, dude. You know, I heard in India they have rivers where catfish grow so big that they eat people. I don't know if that's true though.
Yeah, man. I've seen some catfish that are bigger than people.
But yeah, that's what I hear. That's what I'm saying. Like they say they're so big that they eat people.
Yeah, look
So I
at
was gonna
that
ask
one,
Rakia
man.
or whoever.
Look at that one.
How
Yeah,
long, Rakia, did it take you to reel that one
was
in?
6 hours. We fought one for 22 hours.
No way.
Yeah,
22 hours.
Yeah, it got off at the boat, and then 2 hours later we hooked this one and fought it for 6 hours, and that won a place in the tournament, $100,000. So the fish
Dang.
before that, you can't imagine how big that fish might have been. 22-hour fight. I don't know.
What do you gotta do?
22 hours.
Gotta do to lure something like that in? Just to use bigger bait or something?
You mean they paid you $100,000 for that?
Well, that was a tournament. So we entered a tournament and we got $100,000 back. But don't let that
Holy crap, man!
not a lot of money when you talk about fishing.
Yeah, when you're catching When you're catching marlin, you're moving, right? You're trolling.
Yeah, we're trolling the whole time, but we paid $10,000 to get in the tournament, and then we put another $25,000 Calcutta. You know, and then we'll enter 10
What?
other
A 25
tournaments
for
this year.
what? What's the 25
Calcutta,
for?
it's like each boat owner is putting up money to stay out.
So do you get checked? Like let's say you caught a bunch of shit and you're like, you know what, I'm not gonna put these things back. Do you get checked every time when you get back to port? Like probably not, right?
They don't mess with us. But when I go out on my bay boat, they check my money.
You said when you go out in the day boat,
Yeah, like the smaller
uh,
weekend warrior type fishing, you know, when you go out and catch trout or might go out to the first set of rig, they check us a lot on those boats.
oh, okay, yeah, because they're more accessible.
They know, I mean, they just don't mess with us.
Oh.
But we're in a small, like, it's an island, and we know all, you know, like they know who we are. Bring them fish. I mean, but they still have a job to do. That, you know, there are a lot of outlaws out there, and no matter where they set the quota, you know, they'll give you 3 fish, you know, per person at a certain length, and people will keep 10 per person. And you can't even eat that many fish. You know what I'm saying? Like it's.
What are they gonna do with it?
Yeah, I got fish in my ice fish right now. I'm giving away today that we caught. You know, it's just you can't eat all of it. If you fish that much and catch that many fish, I mean, you go out with 10 people and catch 3 snapper. You know, you catch 30 snapper, just red snapper, and you know that's more meat than you can ever eat, like in a long time. It'd go bad.
Yeah.
They have similar laws in deep sea fishing, or is it
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, but yeah,
you also deep sea fishing.
Yeah, it's different. Same thing though. Size limits and amount. You like crappie that you catch in the lake. I think you catch 50 a person, or used to trout right now in the bay and the saltwater is 25 a person, 12 inches.
That's weird that you, because it's like there's no, it's like like you know, open waters or whatever, or maritime law, whatever. But I guess when you get back to shore, they can. It's kind of weird because you didn't even get it from there. You got it from out in the sea.
It's whatever port you leave from.
Yeah.
Well, I say it is. There's different rules. Like sometimes we'll leave out of Louisiana and end up in Florida. So if a Florida wildlife fishery pulls me over, we have similar rules. So, you know, they're gonna. What port did you come from? Every boat has you have to list your port of entry on your boat. So
When
we
start get a boat from Louisiana to Florida?
How what?
How long would it take you to boat from Louisiana to Florida?
It depends on where you're going, but we took a boat. My daughter captained a boat from Perdido Key, which is like Pensacola, Florida, to Grand Isle, Louisiana, which is on the west side of the Mississippi. And it took them 6 hours, but they were running. When I leave where I'm at and go back to the marina, it took us 17 hours to get there last time, just 10 knots, you know, just going slow.
Whoa, okay. So it's a long haul. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we were traveling at night, so I don't run at night. Plus, it's, you know, you're burning 7 gallons an hour instead of 60.
Yeah.
And you're not gaining that much. Like I 10 knotted, so I'm going 12 miles an hour basically. And if I'm up on plane burning 60 gallons an hour, I'm going 30 knots. So 35 miles. I don't gain that much, but I burn a lot more fuel.
Yeah, I've been from Galveston to the Keys a few times, but I'm pretty sure it's like longer than a day.
Yeah, that's a long haul. 600 miles from my port, and Galveston's another 6 hours.
Oh, it is. I've
a long way, yeah. Yeah, the Keys are When we go, we usually go around, like we hug the coast of Florida, like go to different ports, Sarasota, like there's Sanibel, forget the name of it. There's some good ports right there that have just beautiful beaches, a lot of shells.
Yeah, you know what? I wanna go out. I gotta convince some of my buddies. But I gotta go out and go fishing, and I gotta go with somebody who's who knows what they're doing, and they can actually show me. I told you I watched it on YouTube, and then who knows what kind of fish I had. You know, I should have planned it out.
All you need to do post-show, get a fishing rod, go down to the beach, throw it in the water, pull the fish in. It's that simple. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science.
I don't got
Pretty
a problem
simple.
going fishing, dude. I need to go with somebody who's, who knows how to gut the fish and clean it, so they can. I feel more comfortable if I was with somebody who, knew what they were doing.
Rakia, you're thinking Sanibel Island, probably. It's known for shells. It's not far from me.
Yeah, Sanibel.
Sanibel Island.
I've been there like 3 times, and it's I like that place. We can go out to like some private beaches and anchor up, and no one's there.
Yeah, just like, it's amazing, right? So I live in a well-populated area of Florida, Tampa Bay area, but you get out on a boat and you get out to islands and you feel like you're in the fucking Caribbean, man. And you've only been on a boat for an hour and you feel like you're in the middle of the Caribbean with nobody around you, beautiful water, beautiful white sand beaches. Yeah. I love it.
You see that marina I posted where the tuna fish, where all the palm trees in the background? That's in Louisiana. It looks like the Bahamas. The owner modeled that marina. It's the hurricane hole after the marinas in Key West. So it's just, you had chickens, but the hurricane wiped them out. But you had chickens and free roaming chickens and palm trees everywhere and lights and all that. It looked just like you're in Key West. Can't run over the chickens. You get a big fine. Free roaming chickens all over the town.
Yeah, we have a place here in Tampa called Ybor City, and there's free ranging chickens all over Ybor City, all over the place.
We hated them because they sit all over our piers. They usually go in flower beds. These were like wild. It was a good idea, but we were glad that they're not there anymore.
Yeah, they'll start scratching up a lot of stuff in your flower beds. We were talking earlier about peacocks. There's a peacock population around where I live, and those things will tear up some stuff. They'll get in your garden and just destroy it.
Yeah, dude. I was just looking at Cape Canaveral. I'm just looking at these maps now. But it says here Cape Canaveral. It's Space Force. What is it? Space Force Station. So it's Cape Canaveral's a Space Force station now. What the fuck? You know that?
That's where they're building the first craft to go to Mars.
No, they're doing that in Texas. Did you know Elon Musk is he's renaming the city he's fucking around in. He's naming it Space City or something like that.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk's daughter is transgender. Did anyone know that?
Yeah, he forced her to be.
Be quiet, Kosho. Did anyone know that?
No, I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Oh.
He's got 7 kids, though. So.
True. To his first wife. I think his first wife he had four kids with, and his daughter, or actually I don't know if it's his daughter or his son, but is now in court at the moment to change their gender, as well as I think to emancipate herself from him.
What?
Yes.
Is
I
either
was reading.
what? I can't do that. What?
Google it. Google it.
No, but sure, I'll go Google it and stuff. But that seems
Oh,
backwards.
you'll Google that, but you won't Google mud crabs. What the
Sorry,
hell?
dude. Sorry, my priorities are a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah.
No, but
Yeah,
that seems odd though that you can. Like, I'm thinking that you're talking about an adult, but you're talking about somebody who's not only going to do that, legally. I didn't know that you could do that. Like, just change your gender legally. I didn't know you could do that. Let alone a man. You're not. She's not even an adult.
Yeah, I'm sure on the transgender thing, and I was pretty sure on the emancipation, but I could be wrong there. But yeah, Google it. Yeah, Google it. It's true.
Can you imagine you have a 12-year-old and he's like, "Hey, man, you ready to play?"
I want to divorce my parents. Like, how is that even legal that you can divorce?
Well, I guess if you're one of the richest people in the world, it's maybe not that uncommon. I guess.
But yeah, fact
He's
check.
probably got his own lawyer.
You know that this guy's a freak with his wives. He has a certain length of hair, certain amount of makeup, certain dress length. It's like a prescription for his wives.
Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Oh yeah, really picky, finicky, like real weirdo.
Well,
if you're the richest guy in the world, you think you could get what you want,
Seriously, the guy used to be as bald as a badger, and now he has a head full of plugs. It's like he's got a head full of plugs. Like what? What the hell?
It is odd that he looked pretty drastic and looks pretty healthy now.
Yeah, he was bald. Yeah, he was bald.
Yeah.
It's funny too. His first wife, he says he's got 4 kids. He got married again, and then he got back with his first wife.
What? Oh, seriously, the guy's a freak.
Yeah. I was
Just
reading the other day.
The things that he makes his wives do, like the list. Freak.
Are you guys surprised by that?
I'm not surprised. The guy's a freak. I mean, I'm not surprised at all.
It's like, if you're rich or whatever, the richest guy in the world, you think that, certain things, if you want them, like, I'm not that picky like that, but if he is, then we're proud to him. That's the reason why, money buys you that kind of stuff.
What would your list be, Kosho?
I'm not picky, man.
Huh?
I'm not picky.
So you wouldn't have like a list of, this height, this color hair, this boob size, this hip size, none of that?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be talking to her if she didn't have a backside, so I wouldn't need to make a list. Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm not picky. Well, I guess in that regard, I sort of am, but I just mean like a hair color or skin color or something like that. I'm not picky.
What? See.
You broke up there.
I said, what is on your list, SE?
Oh, just a human being. We've grown.
Human being. It doesn't have to be a woman. It doesn't have to be a woman.
Let me finish.
Human.
We've grown past physical. Of course, you don't want an ugly-looking thing, right? But more important is the inside.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lucky if it's a woman.
Yeah.
Preferably a woman, Kosho, yes.
Okay. The most important question, SE, right? What definition of woman are you using?
The one that we used to use in the old days when we were young.
Yes. Yes, my friend.
I didn't know you could legally change your gender. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yep, you certainly can.
Absolutely.
What do you have to do that? Could I go and do that?
Well, Tasmania was the first state in Australia where you could actually not only change your gender on your birth certificate, you could actually choose no gender whatsoever. How do
That's
you
a
have
waste of time.
no? How do you have no gender? Like seriously, how do you have no gender?
Sounds a lot like a waste of.
You got no agenda.
No
Did you know
agenda?
there's like 30 genders that you can choose from about now?
I thought there was
Yeah, and they have
72.
names like Mer, Sfer, Gur.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Isn't that just a big waste of time to do that kind of stuff?
Yeah,
Though?
I'm sure there's 72 genders. I'm sure of that.
I'm not kidding, huh? It's true. Like, it's not a joke.
Yeah.
And they can request.
I was right. I was right, SC.
How many?
Yeah. 72 different genders.
One for every version.
You can't make it up, SC.
Yeah.
You cannot make it up.
Last time I checked, there was around 30. Holy crap! Wow.
Well, it turns out you weren't wrong about the Tasmanian legal trans thing, dude. I found.
I know I wasn't wrong. I'm never wrong. You know, there's a gender called a gender outlaw. What the fuck?
Oh, what?
A
You have
gender
an outlaw as a gender?
Yes, a gender outlaw.
Check the terminology, Bandsaw.
Oh no, I know.
Her.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like how have they even got this through any sort of parliament regulatory system is beyond me.
These
really
are the liberal freakaloids that I wail against all the time. The freakaloids. These are the people that are in power right now. That's why this is getting through. Yeah.
You're in Canada beating up trans freakazoids? Are you serious?
Freakaloids, I call them. Freakaloids. Yeah, they're freaks. They're freaks of nature. They're not normal. Like a gay or a lesbian, no problem. They've been in society forever, productive members. But these other freakaloids, we gotta fight against them. They're gonna ruin our civilization.
I don't know if that's true, man. You gotta fight against them? First of all, you might not win.
With all your might, because they're going after your children, bro. Right as we speak right now, they're going after your children. Now.
That's a bit much, right?
It's the truth, bro. It's the truth.
The truth? That's not true.
Well, okay, so like Essie, give an example of how I'm not disagreeing with you, obviously, but for Kosho's sake, like give an example of how they go after your children.
I'm so glad you asked that. It's called the woke. It's called the woke movement. Have a look. Disney is fighting for it right now. They want to teach 4 or 5-year-olds about transgenders and all this stuff. That's happening right now in Florida.
45-year-old. That's pretty mature.
I said 4 or 5-year-old, Kosho.
Yeah, and then when you pass laws about not teaching sexualization to young children, they label it as a "don't say gay" law, right? So that they can agitate the people into thinking that you're not allowed to say gay in school. But that's not what the bill is about. It's about teaching young children about sexuality and gender, kids as young as 5 years old.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessary, man. I was arguing about this in Gems the other day. And maybe it's not that big of a deal. But they said what?
It's not necessary.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, it should. It's really not the place for it, right? It's like
when kids are in middle school and high school, you teach them how the anatomy of the body works when it comes to sexual organs, and that's the extent of it. You don't need to go any further than that.
That's true. Yeah, as far as school goes, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely. I don't have any judgment against anybody like that. You know, to each their own, it's their body, whatever. But I definitely do have issue with. It just doesn't. It doesn't need to be addressed in any sort of unnecessary way, like a school or like we were talking about the Buzz Lightyear movie or whatever. And I guess it's not that big of a deal, but I just don't think it's necessary to to just put it in the story, and it was just like lesbians, actually, like lesbian moms
Yeah.
kissing, which is like it's not that big of a deal. But then again, they wrote the script and they put that in the movie, so like they didn't have to. You know what I mean?
Right, they do it intentionally, and here's the thing: they try to claim that kids need to understand when somebody in their class has two dads or two moms, and we need to teach them about. No, they don't. Kids. Oh, Johnny's got two dads. Not a big deal. A 5-year-old doesn't care, and a 5-year-old doesn't need to get into the ins and outs of what that relationship is. A 5-year-old's just like, oh yeah, Johnny's got two dads.
Right.
You know,
or that's your choice as a father to decide it, but your 5-year-old is going to be aware of, and it's not really Disney's responsibility to.
Exactly.
No. But see, I can't believe now, and I can't remember what country it was or countries, but now with minors, if the school recognises something, the school can interject and get the process started, so that child now can get hormone replacement therapy started. Like they can start the process and they
Not
can
in America,
interject.
right?
I don't know.
People were caught in California. The school district was caught, basically teachers and administration pushing children into transgenderism without even talking to their parents about what they're telling these kids about who they think they are.
Yeah, but they told them not to.
I saw that clip. Yeah,
we all talked about it with the three of us and other people. Talked about it in here.
Yeah. I saw that
But
clip.
listen, guys, it's worse than that. Not only are they teaching him this, they're teaching him this away from their parents. Like you hear reports, they're doing it during lunch break where the parents aren't there. Like really sneaky, underhanded stuff.
We're part of that conversation too, man. Before we talked about this.
Yeah. I'm
So,
the one that brought this up, and Gems
that's right.
a couple of weeks ago, and they were going crazy on me. Gem was saying that I should be locked up.
You should be locked up, but not for
yeah. I remember being there, SE, for that. Gem
you
was
remember
going,
that, huh?
Yeah, he was going absolutely insane on your ass. I remember that. It was crazy, absolutely crazy.
Wait, and then you talked about it with us in here after that or before that?
Yeah. I talked about it after with you guys here.
Yeah.
I'm the one that brought this shit up. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I go, what? Are they serious? And with the girl, remember the guy in the girls' swim team? I brought that up as well. Yeah.
We notice here in Australia, SE, with our I hardly watch any TV at all, but occasionally when we do watch TV, my wife has some favorite shows that she wants to watch, but then the adverts come on, and you notice in the adverts now, like how gay they are, or how lesbian they are, or how trans they are. Like it is really in your face, and not only is it in your face in the adverts, also too with the shows that you are watching. Like it has to have a representative from this and from that and from other, and it's like they deliberately put these things in, and the mix is so much out of balance. It's not even funny.
Even in Star Trek, they had a gay. I think the first male kisses was on Star Trek.
The first interracial.
I couldn't believe it.
Really?
Yeah.
First interracial TV kiss.
There you go.
That's a good thing.
And if you see Star Trek now, they have a neutral gender person. It looks like a girl and a guy. Check out the new Star Trek, and you'll freak out. Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that at all. I mean, that probably is a real, like, Star Trek's like a futuristic type show, and there's probably going to be that in the future.
There is not, Kosho.
That's what they want you to think.
Well,
it's absolutely ridiculous to say that, think that, or even suggest that. It's just
cut
ridiculous.
my tongue out and do something with it. But
I will.
Yeah, I'm sure you will, you sick fuck.
I would. Don't you worry.
No, but think about it though, dude. We do live in 22nd century. No, we don't live in the 22nd century. We live in the 21st century, and we're not that old. But regardless, we're about to be at the stage where we will still have sex with women, but it won't be necessary to, I suppose. Like, if for some reason people did stop having sex, we will have found a way to, make babies unnaturally, I guess.
Get out of town, Kosho.
Get out of town twice, Kosho.
Yeah. Thank you.
You don't agree with that? You don't think that's something that is in the realms of medical science?
Keep this talk up, Kosho. I'll bloody well ban you.
I'm sure you will, Bandsaw.
Bloody well would.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because you're getting hot and bothered, and you're not sure why.
I know exactly why I'm getting hot and bothered, because it's absolutely ridiculous. That's why I'm getting hot and bothered.
No, but I'm being serious though. I'm not saying something that is appealing to me in any kind of way whatsoever. But I'm just looking naturally. Naturally, there will not be the necessity for that. It will still be prevalent, but there will be people who might decide, like you said, the Star Trek character who's like got no gender and no need.
Yeah, but in all seriousness, they have the ability to create babies without sex now through IVF. That's been around for a long time, but still, seriously, that's for a very particular reason, not to wipe out the whole natural process.
Okay, dude, why did you just fucking berate me, dude? And then you knew the whole time that it's a real thing?
Because you need a berating, because you're suggesting that it's going to be something that
somebody had to do it.
Exactly right. Exactly.
Fucking okay. Anyways,
Kosho's cheering on the brave new world. Let's just categorize people before they're born, segregate them into alpha, beta, gamma.
Like, here's a question. Like, everyone's heard the statement, I was born this way, I'm born gay. Right? Everyone's heard that statement. Yeah, look, we know you are gay, Kosho.
I was born gay.
By the light of the ISS, we know all about your gay expertise. All right. Yeah, exactly. But this statement, I was born gay, right? To me, I don't really go that way. I think it's a choice. It's a personal choice to be gay. Some people call it a chemical imbalance, whatever. Whatever floats your boat. Like, I'm not really fussed. What's for you is for you. But the whole I am born gay, now, to me, that doesn't compute then with the need to want to have children. Because if you are born truly gay, right, and you want to procreate or you want to have sex with the same sex, well, naturally you can't have children. So then how can you be born gay but yet still have the desire to have children? To me, that doesn't make sense, because you can't have children if you're gay. It just doesn't work.
So silly, Bandsaw.
It is not silly. It is 100% factual, and it is the perfect debunk for I was born gay.
No, it's not. Have you ever seen a skinny person who fucking likes food? Okay, or
have I seen who?
A skinny person. What? They're very thin and healthy, but they love fucking cake or something. I don't know, right? I don't know. I think there's a difference between your biological, like your core urges, right? Which I think having a baby, this is what actually, in my opinion and my understanding, drives your sexual desire, is that what you just described, like the biological urge to have babies, right? So that's like a biological urge, whether you're gay or straight or whatever. I think your sexual preference, though, that I don't think that it's going to negate that. Like, just get rid of it because you sexually prefer the same gender. You still probably have that biological urge.
How? If you're born gay, how can you have that biological urge because you are born gay?
Yeah, but you're combining the two things. Like for instance, I have baby fever. I have for a long time. I want to have babies for a long time. I also like to sleep with women, and those two things sometimes are the same feeling,
Are you gay,
sometimes they're
Cordial?
not.
Are you gay?
Huh? Say what? Yeah, I
Are
was
you
born.
gay?
I was born gay, but I'm not anymore.
Okay.
He flipped.
Yeah. But no, that's
He
not
had-
important or true. What is true though is, yeah, I have wanted to have babies for a long time though. You know, like with my ex-girlfriend, with my current girlfriend. I like kids, so.
hmm
But
Not that
I
there's
also have
anything wrong with that.
desire. Yeah.
Like in Friends,
Right.
remember Friends? Whenever
Yeah.
they would say, "Are you gay?" Not that there's anything wrong with
Anything
that.
wrong
That's
with that?
Seinfeld, I thought.
Exactly. Seinfeld. Yeah, actually, you're right there, Kosho. It was
Seinfeld. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Be whatever you want to be. I've got no problems. Just don't force it on me or my children.
Or children.
don't gay rape me.
Exactly.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm coming after you.
Yep.
Gay rape me in return.
It went from acceptance. They wanted to be accepted. Now they want to force it on. Like you're discriminatory if you're not like 100%. Listen, dude, do your stuff, right? No one's telling you not to do your stuff, but don't force it on us or our children, and we'll be fine.
It makes me wonder, like, why is that there? Like what you guys were talking about before about this, the laws. I don't know if that's in Florida or but it's like I don't know. It's like what's the why does it seem necessary to push that or fight for exposing that to kids?
I'll explain it to you, bro. I'll explain it to you. The people that are in Hollywood, the people that are in power, they're freaks, bro. You don't understand.
I don't know if
you remember Epstein. Yeah. You remember Epstein? They are not normal people. Yeah. Their sexuality is not normal, bro. That's why they're pushing this.
I don't know if it goes that far, even though I'm not denying that. I guess I'm not just. I don't. So before I go that far, I'd probably say that it could have something to do with the overabundance or the over presence of homosexuality in the media, for example. So in the news, in the newspapers and magazines in Hollywood, there's over what do you call that? Like there's more than there is in the regular population. So it's possible that for that reason, when they go to make movies, TVs, all this type of stuff, it's like maybe they're more familiar with a higher proportion of homosexuality in their everyday life.
Yes, the gayness of Hollywood has been known. Did you know that the Duke was gay?
But who's
you know how many actors that we grew up and we were. Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say John Wayne was gay.
Yes.
Oh Lord.
That's
yes. Most of these guys that we look up to, a lot of them are gays. A lot of the actresses are lesbian. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but these are the people that are pushing the agenda on your children right now.
How hard is the evidence about John Wayne?
It's pretty hard, man. I was heartbroken when I heard that. I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
Are you were jealous he was taken?
Yeah, I wanted him badly.
Yeah, I'll never watch another Western the same. So no
and
wonder he liked.
Was it Hugh Grant?
You're watching with your pants off.
Well, no wonder John Wayne liked a fawn on his saddle. We know now, eh? But anyway, I digress.
There's gay people who, I mean, I don't know why there's not already a gay superhero. I think there probably is, but like there should be one where it's not that important for him to express his sexuality. But gay people can
just
be
Google gay male actors, and you're gonna blow your mind.
What about Charles Bronson? Was he gay?
I don't think so. I hope not. He's one of my favorites. I'll jump off the balcony if he's gay.
Okay. What about Chuck Norris?
Haven't heard anything of him either.
Oh, thank God. The world's still normal. Thank goodness.
There's nothing wrong with any of that, dude. I hope they're all
No,
gay.
there's nothing wrong with it. Just don't push it on us. That's it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a ton of them that are obviously closeted until accusations come out. You know, somebody like Kevin Spacey, right? So there's
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's another
plenty.
one. Yeah,
That's
He
yeah.
right.
was like a
Yeah.
sexual predator.
Hey,
Kaiser
Yeah.
didn't he?
Sosa.
Yeah, he got done on the Me
Me
Too
too.
movement.
Yeah,
Didn't
yeah,
he?
because he was molesting kids. Yeah.
So my idea, or where I see this whole agenda going, is that the love is love movement is eventually going to try to normalize the propensity for some people to have sexual attraction to underage children, and I think that that's going to become normalized.
Yes,
the
that's
next
the
step.
underlying goal.
I
Absolutely.
saw a very interesting article on that exact same thing, Napalm. Whereas, what's that fetish that grown-ass adults want to dress in baby clothes, and they identify as a baby, and because they identify as a baby, right? Now, if they have an attraction to someone underage, right, there was a push that they can't technically get done for anything like that. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, what about in that movie Big? Remember in Big where he turned to a grown up and he had sex with that grown up lady?
Yep.
I mean, that should be allowed, right?
That's
Like
how
if
I found
you're
the angle here. So the
That's
angle is going to be if you identify as a child, then you
Yeah.
can have sex with a child. Don't tell me. Jesus Christ.
Yes, that's the angle. Exactly, SC.
so is
Yeah.
you
that's
guys want
the slippery slope of normalizing sexually depraved behavior, right? So
Yeah.
once you start acknowledging everybody's everybody has this thing that we have to battle against, and that would be the sins of the flesh, right? And even in straight individuals, you have to battle with, if you're in a married relationship and the way that you look at other women, or women can come on to you, or anything like that, you're always constantly battling these sins of the flesh. And when you start to
succumb to them?
say that because this temptation is here and you act on it, then this is the way that you are normally, right? Once you start normalizing anybody's desires that they may have, no matter how messed up they are, and say that that's just the way that they are, and you can't not allow them to be that way, it's such a slippery slope that it opens up the floodgates for all kinds of sexual depravity to be normalized and also encouraged, right? So
It's already begun, Napalm. Like they're already trying to normalize it. It's already here.
It's been going on for a long time. And that's a good point about Big. That movie Big came out when I was a kid, right? And even then, even if you don't understand it, the full idea of it, right? Because in the movie, technically it is an adult, right, that's having these relations with another adult, but it's the idea that it's actually a kid, right?
Yeah.
So it's this underlying subconscious throwing this pedophilic type behavior out in your face, right in front of you.
Yep.
Yeah, there was another movie like that, but it did it in a way wronger way. It's called The Goods. There's like car dealers, and this this guy. He's like this. He was that big buff guy from The Daily Show. He's in movies sometimes. But anyways, he was playing like a kid, like a little kid who has like a disease where he looks like a grown up and he like ages really quickly or whatever. And one of the chicks was like trying to fuck him the whole time. I think they ended up she did end up doing it. But anyway, that was just weird. But
Yeah, there's a lot of movies like that. So even we were talking about Kevin Spacey earlier, and when you think about the movie American Beauty,
Beauty, yeah,
right? So there's that under his daughter's underage friend, right? Her sexual desires towards the older adult, and the older adult basically acting upon that, right? So you have that pedophilic nature, and then you have the gay scene, right? The neighbor from next door comes over to kiss him, And then you've got the infidelity of the wife, which seems to be a very common thing, especially in like sitcoms and stuff like that. You have this normalizing of infidelity within the female, and then usually it's now shifting towards not just infidelity, cheating on the husband, but it becomes a lesbian experience more often than not now. So it's this shifting of the subconscious mind of the female, that it's like it's okay to have this infidelity within your relationship because it's blasted across the TV, and then it's also pushing them towards this gay infidelity more so than not.
Psychological warfare.
They're slowly but surely just breaking down the family unit. That's what they're trying. That's what they're trying to do. And
Yep, the nuclear family breaking down of the nuclear family. Yep.
Yep. It's very, very calculated, and I clearly see the start of it with the introduction of feminism. That was the start of the breakdown of the of the family, getting the wife, getting the mum. And I've spoken about this, SD, before. This exact point. When they turned around to society and women, and planted the seed and watered it and nurtured it and made it grow, that the woman's wife's mother's job in the home was not the most important.
Yes.
That the most important place for a woman to be was in the workplace, equal as man, instead of the message being promoted and being what it is, that the mother's most important place is in the home. Like, it's the number one job out of them all. Yes, you need mum and dad, but the mum's job should have been promoted as the number one.
Yes, mom is the most important. Yeah, that was their first.
They get paid a lot
thing.
too.
They took the mother out of the house. That was the beginning of the end. Yep.
Exactly right, I see. And for me, because I'm old enough to go back to know all this. There's a very clear start date to this. For women to burn the bra, grow hairy armpits, get out in the workforce, and away you go.
Yeah, we're just as good as the men. We don't need the men anymore.
That's right.
We can grow up our children on our own. Yeah, that started it all, man.
This was from World War One. This is because of
what?
World War One.
Well, you got women in the workforce to help support the war movement, right? So you have Rosie the Riveter, all that kind of stuff, right? Mainly World War II, but yeah. Introduction of women into the workforce. Then you have this feminist movement where it's the independence of women, and then that just keeps going on and on. Yeah.
I was going to ask about France, because I'm not really into people who like kids. I actually think they're disgusting, right? But I do know that in France, they're a little bit different. I don't know. It's like they're maybe afraid to say it, but they're a little bit accepting or something. Have you noticed that? Like, who's that director? There's that director that he's like a known creeper, and so people over here, that
guy's banned in the States. He's wanted for.
What's his name?
Yeah. I forgot his name.
But in France, it's totally okay or something. Is that
Merlin Spector?
No, not
that's
it. Yeah. No, that's not it. In France, they're more sexually liberal. Let's just say, in other words, people have like a husband will have a mistress, and the wife will know about it.
Yeah,
but she won't make a fuss out of it. As long as the man stays home, and it's they're kind of weird.
When my wife and I stayed in Paris, the night bellhop was trying to coax us into some sort of menage a trois.
There you go.
Oh,
there
that's
you go.
right.
Happy days.
Anyway,
I'm like, nah, bro, we're not down with that. But yeah, if you got some weed, I'll surely smoke it with you.
Yeah, they're very liberal, shall we say, in France. But I don't know about the children part. I'm not sure their acceptance of that.
Wait, wasn't Roman Polanski the one who was with that chick who got killed by
Gwyneth Paltrow. When Roman. Oh no, somebody else. Sorry.
No, but I'm thinking about the chick that got killed by Charles Manson's friends.
Sharon Tate.
Yeah, wasn't she with Roman Polanski or something?
Yeah, that's a whole nother Laurel Canyon experience there. Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, so just to put a bow on the other thing, so the French thing, so yeah, like I said, they got the exposure to these French women in the First World War, and that's what made women want to show their ankles and shit, and be like that was super slutty to show your ankles.
You remember when Clinton got caught with that famous thing?
Come on that girl's dress, the Jewish girl's
Yeah.
dress.
Now, the Americans were making a big fuss out of it, which rightly so, right? But the French were saying, what's the big deal? Everybody has a mistress here. Like, they couldn't understand what the fuss was. Yeah.
And then fast forward, our last president is banging porn stars for cash.
Yeah.
They're going, what? It was only on her dress, not on her face? What the hell?
Yeah, it's like,
what's the big deal?
Did you know that Kennedy had call girls frequently in and out of the White House? Like,
I think he had
I'm not sure if it was the White House or one of his vacation homes, but it was a norm back then.
I think he had a
gay. I was going to say a gay lover, his best friend or something.
Yeah, I mean that's cool and all. I mean, honestly, his friend, he was a well-respected dude, and I didn't know about that, but it seems obvious that he, either he was a really good friend with him and just wasn't gay, or it was kind of just obviously gay with him.
Yeah, and that guy's name was Lem.
Yeah, right. But they have weird pictures too, where he's like humping him, and like I wouldn't do that with my straight friends, let alone a gay friend. That would be like kind of, be kind of obvious if I was doing something like that. Like there's a picture of him. He's like in between his legs, and he's like straddling him.
So you do that with your gay friends? You're saying?
No, so I wouldn't even do that with my straight friends. It would be kind of bizarre. So it's like it would kind of be telling if I was straddling one of my gay friends or something. But who knows? I don't know. And the only other thing I was going to say was, you know what movie I really like actually? It's really weird when you think about it, but I like that movie, Leon the Professional. I just think it's a good movie, right?
The French one?
Well, no, I've never seen the French one, but it's a
remake
of a French one, and it's the same actor, French guy. Yeah. And I bet you it makes more sense in France, but yeah, definitely, even when you watch it, because I've seen it so many times, when you watch it, especially in today's age, there's something that makes you uncomfortable about it. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I think there's supposed to be like a subtext, like she's got an inappropriate attraction to him, but he's not in any way attracted to this kid. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's obviously it's a good movie though. The action.
The point to take away here is we are ruled by a bunch of freakaloids.
Ruled by them? What about that?
Yeah, ruled. Yeah.
Why do you say ruled?
Yeah, there's only two options. You either take the authority of the creator, obviously, because I believe that the authority is built in. We understand that. And then there's the authority of the outside world, whoever that might be. One of the two. If you take somebody's authority, their thoughts, worldview, and everything else rule you.
Well, I see it a little bit differently. I was actually talking to my brother about this yesterday, but I've said this in here before too, that I think that there's two opposing forces, and one of them is this I call it like a universal spirit, or you call it create. You call it whatever you want. We'll call it Dante. You call it anything you want. And then so there's that influence, and then there's the influence of the urges and impulses of your body and your ego, and the things that will drive you to do. And those two things are in conflict. But I don't see it like I don't see it as an outside influence versus the spirit. I think there's evil, or not evil. The battle is from something from within. Personally, I think.
Which side are you on, Kosho?
What side am I on? I'm on the fucking evil side, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, when you think about it, right, the ones that give in to those carnal urges, right, and put that above the universal, whatever you wanted to call it, creator, spirit, right, authority, the ones that give in to the carnal urges that do what thou wilt as long as it feels good to you kind of people are the ones that are in positions of power, right? So this spirit, this underlying spirit of the carnal urges is what the ruling class tends to worship, right? They worship their sexual depravity, and they worship the do what thou wilt mentality, right? Which is tenets within Satanism, right? So they have this propensity to push that on the general population, and that's what we're seeing taking place, is this slow creep of the ones that worship the carnal urges, the sins of the flesh, and they want that to rule as opposed to the ultimate authority, right? The creator, the whatever you wanted to call it. I can't remember the term.
Oh, anything. Yeah, it's a Dante, but I just because you can say anything. You say people say God, people say Allah, Baba, people say all sorts of stuff, you know. But yeah, you might be right about that. I mean, it seems so, right? But it may also be that there's probably people that aren't expressing, that aren't making it. I think there's probably a mixture. I don't think it's only those selfish urging people. There's a lot of them though. There's certainly a lot of them. Like people who are in their 60s and they're still not married, and they like advocate for
Well,
You
this
heard of
is most of
honey traps?
weird shit.
The politicians that are somehow managed to get in, that are not freakaloids. Well, they try to get them in compromising situations.
Remember Barney
So they can
Frank?
have stuff on them. Yeah.
Everybody is a freakaloid, man. Everybody.
Yeah.
It's discipline that separates us. Levels of discipline.
Nah, not everybody's a freakaloid in the sense of the freakaloids that I'm talking about.
Oh, you mean, okay, yeah.
I'm talking about the Epsteins and the pools with the hot dogs and those kind of freakaloids. Yeah.
Right. And again, but that does fall in line with discipline still, because one bad thing isn't necessarily more bad than another bad thing. A bad thing is a bad thing, and I guess there's a scale of how much damage or influence that bad thing can do. Because again, I've wanted to kill people. Yeah, sure, but I would never do it. It's not the right thing to do. Now, I don't have the desire to fuck little kids, but I take it some do. And if you do, by God, fucking control yourself, man. Control your fucking self.
It's not like you're in public.
Yeah, I am.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's like they're probably like, "What the hell? What's this guy talking about?" But
yeah, we talked about this earlier, Elijah. This is when I brought up, everybody, or what their sexual desire is, has to battle with that desire and the sins of the flesh, right? So a married straight man who's always had straight feelings, is attracted to women, still has to deal with the temptation of the sins of the flesh in the same way that anybody else does. right? So it's nobody is removed from this temptation, and it's about discipline and how you conduct yourself. Nobody's outside of it.
I mean, if you paid attention to the holy books, that a lot of the Pharisees and stuff, a lot of criticism they made of Jesus was they would always like get on for the people he was hanging out with. Like, why are you hanging out with these fucking dirty people?
Yeah.
Whores. It's like, dude,
And
get pretty
fishermen.
good reasons. Yeah.
Yeah, like if Jesus was alive today, he would be like a bum, a hobo. Like most of you wouldn't even like give him 5 seconds of your time, you know?
He was
Sleeping
hanging
under
out in Pharisees' mansions with them, but he was also hanging out with homeless people and drunks and whores. So I think that
Right.
he was like when John the Baptist died. He was probably very charismatic, and even the king was like afraid of it. He's like, I'm afraid of fucking John the Baptist. And I think he was charismatic, and I honestly, if you pay attention, I don't mean to call him like a troll. It's like if I think about this community, but it's like in this community, there's people who are good at arguing or whatever, but it's like every argument he had, he always trolled the Pharisees and always like beat them. Like whatever he said is like they literally couldn't say anything back. And it's like he literally
Yeah, but I mean, we also get a very one-sided interpretation of these discussions.
yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah, we don't
There's
even know
probably
who it
trolls
is.
in here.
Yeah, we don't even know who it is narrating these discussions Jesus is having with all of these people.
I mean, but they had to be that. Okay, so let's say it's a true story, and there's some things that were embellished. Even if that's the case, for him to have been who he was, right? He must have been, successful at that, right? Like,
yeah.
So I believe that that's probably the truth. He was good. He was good at coming up with those parables and coming up with those like those everything, anything the Pharisees said. He always had something.
Yeah, no, he was wise. Yeah, definitely wise beyond human comprehension. That's why the Pharisees wanted to engage with him, because they heard all of these stories about this amazing wise man that can do all of these miracles and bring people back from the dead and heal the sick, and like the stories everyone was hearing about this man. They wanted to meet him, and when they
Just
met
wanted
him,
to troll him, dude.
Huh?
They were just wanted. That's what they. It always seemed like they always had a gotcha. Like anytime they cornered him, they always had something that they wanted to give him a gotcha.
Yeah, because word was this was the Son of God. Like this was like it was prophesized, right? During even the time of King David and them, that this person would come. So I mean, they wanted to prove that he's not the Messiah, right?
Yeah, if you notice in the Bible, most of the contention that Jesus had with human beings, a lot of it was thrown upon the Pharisees and the Sadducees, the ones who claim this moral or godly high ground, but are also committing sin themselves, right? And he looked at that as worse than the hooker who's rubbing oil on his feet,
Exactly.
That's a lot of that the story, right?
Definitely.
And when Christians really understand this, and a lot of Christians do, and there's a lot that don't, right? There's this idea within society that Christians hate gays or something like that, or that there's some hatred towards that community. But if somebody's truly a Christian, they understand that there's no weighted sin scale, right? Christians understand that they are sinners themselves, and no one sin is above another, right? So even if a Christian sees that homosexual behavior is a sin, right, a sin of the flesh, giving into unnatural desires. If a Christian is truly a Christian, they don't hate that person, they embrace that person, right? Because they're a sinner as well.
Mm-hmm.
And their sin is no worse than the sin of the homosexual, right?
Of course. Of course. That's not even that bad of a sin if you think about it. But that's not for me to judge. I'm not a judger. But that's actually one of my favorite parts. That's my favorite stories, dude, because he totally turns it around, dude. Because you can imagine he's at this dude's house in his fancy mansion, about to have dinner that this guy's making for him, or his maids or something, and then this random hooker from the streets comes in and she's crying, has his feet up on the table probably or the couch, and like washing his feet, and the dude's like, what's going on, dude? Why are you doing this in my house? And then Jesus like goes into this whole thing about how like he didn't offer that to him, and she has nothing or whatever. She's like low compared to him, and she's offering it to him and stuff like that. Basically, like made the dude feel guilty for the whole thing.
Yeah, for not washing his feet. Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Yeah, it was always, you know, it's very Jesus, Muhammad, you know, these prophets, you know, they always preach this message of, you know, socialism almost. You know, you should care about society, care about others, give to the poor if you have more than what you need, you know, and always setting up these contrasts where a rich person that had all of the material wealth in the world, you know, was lacking spiritually, you know, and morally.
So Nate, I wouldn't
Wow.
necessarily say that that's socialist, right? Like me giving money to the poor directly is not necessarily a socialist thing. It's the rich people that run and control government that filter the money through, right? And take their cut. That's what socialism is. When you talk about the Bible, it's directly giving to those that are in need, not through some sort of state apparatus. Sorry, just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah. I mean, I obviously don't mean that it needs to be done through a government, but you know, I was using it as an adjective more, you know, just to show that there's this sort of ideal way you should give to those that need more than you do, you know, and to think about the self and to try to hoard material wealth is bad, you know.
What do you think about his parables? Like, do you think that was kind of a good structure, man? Because he probably read the rest of the scriptures. He's like, dude, this what the fuck? He's probably like, you know what? I'm gonna come up with some parables and just tell these stories. I think Whitsitt was saying something, but I don't agree with what Whitsitt said. He said that he told these parables because he didn't want everyone to get it. He just only wanted certain people to get it or something. But I think the parables are made so that everybody can get it. You know what I mean? It's like all the parables are just like an analogy for the message he's trying to express, right?
Yeah.
It's an underlying message cloaked in a parable is something that can live a lot longer than just a direct underlying message, right? Yeah. An oral story, you know, that captivates the people, gets you to realize a point in a way that just flat out saying, don't do this, right? It has an impact that's can span eternity, right?
Maybe, but I think with Jesus, what he did was he made these parables very relatable to the people of the time. Because before that, you know, when you told the parable like that, it's like it would always involve God or, you know, beings beyond our comprehension and abilities. You know, what Jesus did is he grounded his stories to, you know, involve real life people in real life situations. So it was way easier to relate to the stories he's telling. If he's talking about how, you know, a whore from the street was willing to wash his feet when she has nothing, but you know, a man with all of the wealth in the world wasn't willing to offer the same, you know.
Yeah, but you
don't hear stories like that often.
There's also another part though that I thought was kind of funny. When it's towards the it's close to his last days, but it's I think the feast. I want to say one of the high holy days, and they're in Jerusalem. But at this point, he's like pretty much famous and also kind of wanted, especially in Jerusalem. So he tries not to do public appearances there. However, he like couldn't help himself. Like I told you, like it's like almost like being in this community. Like we're just like debating and having gotchas and stuff. And he always was able to best the Pharisees. So he wants to the feast anyways, like in disguise, to to have one of his shows where he's like arguing with the Pharisees. I was wondering about that, like why he did that. He just like was fighting an urge to go because like he's like, aren't you gonna go because you love going to these things? He's like, nah, I can't go. It's dangerous, and he went anyways, but like in disguise.
Yeah. I get what you mean.
But I just wonder if like I don't remember what it expressed, like what his purpose or what motivation or whatever. After that, I don't know. That's just my interpretation, I guess. Who do you like better, Nate? Muhammad or Jesus? Just mess with you, man. They're gonna make you pick.
What about you?
I like them both.
But wouldn't you like Musa more? Moses?
Moses, I'm related with Moses.
Related to Moses?
Yeah, I'm taking a blood test, dude. I told you this, man. Do you know what a Kohen is?
Cohen. It's a Jewish last name.
Yes, it is a Jewish last name. That's true. Do you know where it comes from? I'll tell you. It
comes from Jewish people, right?
That's right. I guess you have a Jewish last name. But no, it comes from the guy. His name is Moses, and he was the prince of Egypt for a little bit. And then when he left, he got his brother and his sister, and they were just living out in the hut. And anyways, he became close with his brother again. And when he gathered the Jewish people from Egypt and took them back to the desert to be lost for 40 years, he chose his brother to be the head, like to be the priest line, and him and all of his children. So
was
his brother
Aaron?
his brother Aaron, and his line would be the priests, and that's where the name Cohen comes from.
So that's where you come from. Okay, crazy.
But my grandpa, he was like really against. He wasn't against. He was just annoyed with my dad's being a rabbi and stuff, and so he hated going to synagogue and all this stuff. And he passed away from cancer. But right before he passed away, he told my dad that we were Cohen. He just never told him that before. And my dad was like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, and so we did a blood test.
You related to Moses. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, but you said you like Jesus the most. Okay.
I didn't say that. I said I like them both.
Which both? Who?
Muhammad and Jesus.
You got to pick.
What? Why do you care about Muhammad though?
I don't know. He's probably. I like Jesus a lot better, to be honest with you. But
really?
yeah, personally. But I like them both, so I'm not gonna pick favorites.
But if that doesn't make sense, you're a Jew. Like you should be picking like King David or Moses or somebody.
Yeah, I do. I like Moses. I like all of them, dude. I don't. First of all, I'm not into dude.
Like all.
Okay, so I'm fine with all of them.
Oh, bro.
Have you ever heard Bill Hicks, the stand-up comedian, do his "It's Just a Ride"?
Yeah.
Speech where
Alex Jones.
Yeah, where he talks about, you know, the power structure of the world, and then you have these prophets that come back and, you know, shut him up. I've got a lot invested in this ride. Shut him up. What do we do with those people? We kill them, right? The prophets come back and tell you what this world is about, that you don't have to worry, that you have this salvation, that there is a creator who has these natural laws that we can abide by. But instead we put our trust and place authority in other human beings, right? And try to follow the laws of the human beings as opposed to the laws of the creator. And we place those laws of the human beings above those of the creator. And when people come back and tell us this and give us an insight into what this place is about, the power structures, the powers that be, are the ones that certainly want to make an example of them and shut them up and kill them.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, they did both John the Baptist and Jesus. I think it was a little bit different though. Like if you notice John the Baptist, I think the people who were the most into this sort of like we were talking earlier about the urges versus like spirit or whatever, like they were very much more into what their urges were. Like the what's his name, Herod's wife, because wasn't John the Baptist like kind of critical that she was married to his brother at one point and now she's married to him, and so yeah, he was, yeah.
Did Jesus ever have kids?
It's not a part of the story, but
72.
To Alberto?
He had 72.
You had 72 children? Really?
No, he didn't.
you know he was the oldest brother.
I know there was a lot of temptation in front of him, wasn't there? Who knows?
Was there?
Yeah.
Of course.
We'll just go back to the story.
You think girls were
throwing
throwing themselves at Jesus, Benzo?
I'm sure there was.
Just think of the story of the hooker throwing herself at his feet.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you a question. If you had this this woman who is, her job is sexual in nature, come to you at a dinner party and start rubbing oil on your feet and worshiping you, would that be temptation?
That's some strong temptation,
Yeah.
It would be a strong temptation, wouldn't it? Yeah.
I think most of you would fall for the temptation. I would be one of the few that, you know.
Yeah, that's why you're the one saying that. The person who says that is the person who is the one who.
100%. If I was a single fellow and some woman came and rubbed my feet with essential oils, most definitely.
Just think of the natural
honest about it.
Just think of the natural. Just think of the natural urges that would arise when something like that was taking place, right?
Exactly. Come on.
Dude, he was much stronger than that, dude. Okay.
Exactly. That's the point.
No, but I mean, who knows? To be honest, I mean, first of all, it wasn't a crime or against any. I say it's actually, it said be fruitful and multiply. So
What's the whole deal with Catholic priests and celibacy? What's all that?
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know, man. That whole organization, the fact that a Catholic priest is called a father, and the Bible explicitly says call no one else father but me, right? You know.
Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that.
But I mean, we
so much
call our father's father. Come on.
There's so much inversion, but within at least that sect of Christianity. But I don't know. I don't like to bash on what people's beliefs are, but there's some glaring contradictions in that one.
Yeah, I think so.
Aren't the Catholics and the Orthodox?
Sorry.
It's a huge thing for
us. Aren't the Catholics and the Orthodox like the OG Christian?
Yeah, they're what they are. They're the ones who carried the faith until the Protestants right
Who's the
That's what they would lead you to believe, right? But we all
Yeah.
know that history can be written by the individuals that are in power. And
So the Protestants were first?
no, the Protestants were Protestant against the Catholic Church, right? You start Martin Luther. So
and isn't it
why do you think that was, brother?
Because they wrote it in Latin and nobody could read it, and the priests were the ones. They were the only way to the Bible and to the religion, and also
Yeah.
pay them.
Apparently, the priests were charging people like a fee to go to heaven.
Oh yeah, that was one
crazy.
of the major things. Another major thing was they were telling people that they were moving around the sun and shit. Go figure.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Elijah's point is why I started looking at it. All the Catholic connections between the heliocentric model, the full story, the whole heliocentric model is their creation myth.
That's like the opposite of what's true.
Yeah.
The Catholic Church was the first opponents of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but he is kind of right, Kosher. It was Catholic priests,
No,
Galileo.
no. But Kosho is opposing the premise. So just telling him it's like, in more detail is not really gonna parse the issue.
What?
Well, he said it's the opposite of true. And he said that they were proponents, and I would ask, so how did we get the Gregorian calendar then?
Say what? I can hear you. Your mic's.
The Gregorian calendar. How did that come about?
The Gregorian calendar has to do with Pope Gregory. What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with the geocentric?
And the calendar before that, right?
Well, they pushed.
Julius Caesar.
They pushed Copernicus to finish his model so that they could implement it. Then the Protestant Reformation. And there might be a period in between there. Then they kicked Martin Luther out. Then people started following Martin Luther or started departing from the church. Then the church got worried and said, okay, we got to stop peddling this shit. They were the ones that started it. And they said, you know what? We're against this. But they're the one that pushed Copernicus. Him and all his priestly, relatives.
Okay, so there's three people I'm thinking about. And that's what's his name? Galileo, who's Italian, and then Giordano Bruno, who probably I think might have been a priest or he might have worked in the church, but he got burnt alive. He got burnt at the stake for basically professing all the things that 10 years later Galileo professed, and he got house arrest for. But burnt at the stake for saying that,
because they told him not to. They said, don't say this stuff. And he did anyway. Because they said, if you say these things, people will stop believing in the church. Even if it's true. They're willing to push something that they think is not true to maintain power. That was his crime.
They weren't saying even if it's true.
Well, they were losing members. That's the whole point. They were losing credibility, and they were the ones pushing it. Like no one else could have implemented the calendar. No one else could have implemented the things that were set in place. This was one of the problems that John Calvin, Martin Luther, and these people had. The cosmology is this. Why are you telling people it's this? Why are you charging people for salvation? Why is all this stuff happening that's not in the scripture? This is why maybe we should start reading it ourselves.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's not. It's one or the other, right? So how is it the case that they were the ones who were pushing it, which I'm saying they weren't. They were the opponents of it. And I'm talking about the main church, not these people that got house arrested and burnt at the stake.
Right. The main church.
Yeah, the main church was definitely against it for well over 100 years after. I think in the late 1700s, they finally.
Okay, they weren't against it. They were for it. They just were not for it. If the rest of humanity,
bro, they literally
they were for it
from.
They're listen.
It was banned from.
Listen, there are people there. Yeah, there's a narrative today that no, they were against it. But the narrative doesn't include, you know, Copernicus is dealing with the church,
Yeah,
him
when
potentially being a priest himself, a priest himself.
yeah, but when Copernicus came out with the
I am.
idea, he was the only one with it. So the church wasn't really bothered by him saying that
Wait,
it's
what were you
Earth
going to finish
Wait,
saying,
going
Lovey?
around the
listen,
sun. It's when the
what are
idea
you?
became more widespread. You know, by the time of
Listen,
Galileo, which was almost
listen,
200 years later, that they started
listen,
giving all of this pushback.
listen. No, the story goes as the story goes. Now there are different histories, and you can believe those things. Now, obviously, it's speculation. I believe that Copernicus was a priest. I have to do a lot more study. Not gonna lie, it's not like that information is just out there. But I am gonna do more study. His uncle that he moved in with, who was a priest. All of these people were pivotal in making this thing that is propagated to this day. To this day, mind you, the pushback was for there not being any evidence 400 years later, and when Hubble says something to the effect of the ancient hypothesis that the Earth is still can't be disproved. However, yada 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 yada. Why are you saying that when 400 years ago your mans in them literally had a different idea about cosmology and started teaching it? And as a matter of fact, I mean, look at Catholicism today. Look at the reach of the church. Look at the reach of the calendar and the reach of the sky religion that we're under right now. I know you guys don't believe that. Maybe I'm putting it on too heavy, because really my true purpose is to just give information and everybody do with it what they want. So I did put it on a little heavy there. It is my belief, and I apologize. It's my belief that these people had the influence to come up with this model and had the influence to propagate it, especially because we're talking about bishops, priests, and the like, all of that.
Bro, you said a lot, man.
Popes.
Yeah, so I'm seeing here, yeah, because I remember after Galileo got into that fucking thing with the Pope and was like, basically called him kind of dumb. He got into it with the Pope, or some.
That was the crime right there. He called the Pope an idiot.
Well, he didn't call him directly an idiot, but he did. They wrote about that character who was obviously supposed to be playing the Pope or something.
Good.
It was obviously him. But anyways, yeah, he called him an idiot basically. But regardless, yeah, they banned that and the model and all Newton's bullshit, all that shit. They banned it all the way until 1835. It was they weren't allowed to teach it in the Catholic Church, or they were all excommunicated.
Yeah, because they didn't want to.
When was the calendar implemented? When was the calendar implemented?
The Gregorian calendar? I mean, I want to say 1600, but
around the time they were pushing for him to finish his model so that they could implement the calendar, right?
No, but I mean, it wasn't adopted by everybody right away.
Around the time that they realized that they couldn't refute it, so they had to pretend like they created it.
They did create it.
Well, weren't the Protestant churches the one promoting the heliocentric model, while the Catholic Church
wasn't any church at all? Copernicus was a priest, but that doesn't mean the church is.
No, but I mean the Protestant churches. They ain't part of the Catholic Church.
Still to this day.
Yeah, it's a very dicey. It's a very dicey subject, because you don't want to be labeling. First of all, I hate labels in the first place. Like, but you don't want to be labeling everyone who is Catholic ever, like, you know, the proponents of this thing. Like, there could have been. As a matter of fact, I mean, it's obvious that there had to have been some sort of separation. The question is, who had the most influence and power? Well, To the victor go the spoils, and look at the world we live in today.
And what better way to get rid of the separated part of yourself, like controlled opposition. Just split yourself into two entities, and that way you can continue.
Can you start over, brother? Sorry. Was he roboted for me or for everybody?
He was.
He's roboting. You roboting.
We just got to the part where controlled opposition was the first thing we heard.
Oh, I'm sorry. How's it? Are we working
It's good now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I was just thinking, what a better way to make people think that your organization is good now by splitting your organization into two, and then naming the one side as doing all the bad deeds, and then you get to just move on. You get to go on with your organization because now the public thinks that it's good now because it's gotten rid of the bad part of it. But in a sense, the whole organization could still all be very bad, and they just open up new corporations for you to basically believe that that's the bad side. You know what I'm trying to say? Like,
yeah, that is a
themselves
possibility.
up.
Yeah. And I say possibility because I'm trying to be like honest and real. Like, I obviously believe that is the case, but it is true that it's a possibility more than it's a fact.
That just feels intuitively like what it's like, what would I do if I were a huge fucking endless resource type of entity, right? And I'd protect myself in so many different ways that you'd only see the ones that I'm willing to allow you to take down. You wouldn't see or know the names of the organizations that I'm not allowing you to take down. I'll give you all these secret societies and shit, and then let them all get caught doing little things here and there, or you know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't matter. Go ahead.
I think it's funny. All roads lead to home. All roads lead to Rome. I say, and it's like when you said what you said, it's like, yeah, I want to be fair and say, yeah, we don't know exactly what happened, but at the same time, again, to the victor go the spoils, and that system is still in place today.
Exactly.
And it's funny because I don't just debate with these guys on Flat Earth. I used to debate with politics too. I had a good conversation with Soundly and a couple of guys over at Jim's when we were talking about that. What's that guy that got killed at that airport? Salamani, I think his name was. I can't remember. But the point is, like, we're saying the same thing. These people are corrupt. We're talking about the same people. That is my belief. Because it doesn't look any different than Rome to me.
Yeah, since the internet has known me, I've been saying it out loud that I don't think Rome ever fell. I don't think the Pharaoh ever fell. I don't think the handful
I feel like they really
Jews in Israel took them out.
I think they're doing the Jews dirty, putting all this shit on y'all, like it's not really them. You know what I mean?
Right.
They'll have me as a kid believe that y'all are running everything.
Remember slavery? I mean, how many actually just regular white Joes owned plantations? The Jews owned the plantations out here. It was hugely owned by fucking Jewish money. And I don't get it. I don't get how, Whitey got all the blame for that shit. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody owned the media and perpetuated a lot of racial division. And so it became thought of it was just Whitey that enslaved Blackie. And it just didn't go down like that.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Who really knows?
It did turn into some nasty shit, though. I mean, people fall right into the fucking racial bucket, right? You know what I mean?
That's the thing I hate because it's super cartoon. Yeah. Like as I get, the more cartoon. I mean, the older I get, the more cartoonish it is because it's not like I'm experiencing it, and I get around, man. I do. I get around.
Yeah.
I'm not. Let me not listen. People are prejudiced.
Oh,
They're all prejudiced.
you're black. You're black.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't.
So
Okay, I wasn't sure.
I get that a lot. Nobody can tell by my voice. It's just crazy as hell. It's like,
Oh,
oh,
I
you're
thought you
from
were
New York?
Japanese.
Yeah. So I mean, what was I saying? That threw me off.
Oh yeah, you get around. Yeah, you don't really experience it. You see it as cartoonish because it's just propagated in your face all the time, as if that's your life. This is your life. This is your life. It's like, well, that ain't really my life.
Right. It's really not. And I've lived in PA. Okay, I haven't been to the. I mean, but
Oh, you
black people
sound like
live in the
Lil
most
Wayne now,
racist.
dog.
Black people live in the most supposedly racist states, but they live there. They could have left at any time. Like, so I'm not jacking what they're saying. I look, fam. The media is crazy, hyperbolic, and they often miscategorize things. And I think that people are prejudiced. I'm prejudiced of any color, of any sort. Like sometimes I'm thinking some shit that I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of just prejudiced against like younger adults.
Feel me? You don't know if somebody's doing a knockout challenge. You have no idea what's going on out here these days.
White boys
So
and
it's
black
like
boys.
that's what it is. It's really prejudice. Being afraid of what the other unknown human is thinking, what they're capable of. With I mean, bad shit happens, but I'm not. I don't. Not the TV version. I'm sorry.
Exactly. But the more it gets propagated like that, I think the more it becomes a thing that people reach for to get attention. So, and you got to imagine what it does to the younger minds too. Some of the younger minds can really believe that they are being super, you know what I mean? If you take an opportunity right away from you, you take an opportunity away from yourself if you just, oh, I didn't go apply because they obviously don't want to hire me. Well, you didn't go apply. You know what I mean? Like you allowed the idea of what's been told to you on the media to sink in and be so true to you that you put out the effort. You felt like you were already going to be defeated before you tried, so it makes you not want to try. It's psychological fucking damaging, dude. Psychologically, accosting you in a way, telling you that reminding you always that you've been a slave, reminding you constantly every other movie. Thanks, Spike Lee. Thanks.
Yeah. So I heard a good story that a young woman was telling. She was a young black woman and was talking about going to college and getting a scholarship, and she always had in the back of her mind this idea or thought that it was a possibility that the only reason she was there was because of some sort of affirmative action type thing. But then she also thought, well, I probably got in because I had good grades. I did this, I did that. Like she was the poster child for somebody who should be accepted into college. So instead of her realizing her accomplishments and being inspired by the fact that she got accepted to college because she worked her butt off in high school, she always had this thing in the back of her mind, like messing with her, thinking that the only reason she was there was because it was an affirmative action type thing, which is completely diminishing her accomplishments subconsciously for her,
It would be a shitty feeling thinking that there's that chance, you know what I mean? Like, get that shit out of my hair. I mean, that's not even necessary. Not in this day and age, it ain't necessary.
Right. Like even her accomplishments, like she couldn't feel 100% confident and accomplished with getting into college, based on her good grades and everything that she had all across the board that made her the perfect candidate for college, regardless of her skin color. And then always had this thing that nagged at her, like undercutting her accomplishments. You know what I'm saying? Like this media pressure or this understanding or this societal thing.
I'm just saying, it's like, the savior thing, Oh, thank you. In general, white people, it's like, and it's not even, we don't even, real white people are just, emotionally led by media and all that kind of stuff. We understand that. We don't like it for
Yeah,
you.
Grim, you're roboting hard.
We don't like it for you, not because it helps. Oh, sorry. Damn it. Every time I start to say something good. How about now?
Still roboting a little bit.
I'll just wait. Sorry. How about now? Can you hear me?
Yep, that's better.
All right. I was just thinking, the average, white guy who isn't, or girl, who isn't like led by the media emotionally and all that, we kind of understand that we don't like it for you, right? We see that it's diminishing, as well. And then people turn around and go, "Oh, you're racist because you don't want affirmative action." And it's so backwards. To me, affirmative action is racist to black people. It gives them that, what we just talked about, that feeling of, did I accomplish this, or am I just being fucking, it's no self-respecting person wants that. And I get that.
Yep. But I think overall, like in general, the conversation we've been having for the past like hour or two, the whole thing is the power structure. The people that tend to be in positions of power or influence want to maintain those positions, and it's much easier for them to maintain those positions of power, prestige, and wealth when you have the average person. You've got the nuclear family being dismantled, right, which is a close-knit group of people. You have community being dismantled, which is a close-knit group of people, by trying to divide you against your neighbor based on sexuality, race, gender, all of these things. You have the mass of the population being mind controlled into hating their neighbor, or trying to get them to hate their neighbor, or put their neighbor in a box in some way, shape, or form based on all of these different categories. Because they know if the people were all copacetic with one another, put all that shit aside, didn't let the media influence them, they would all come together and realize how badly they're getting fucked by the people in power. So, pardon my French. And how much money is being stolen from us by that power class to keep us down, all of us, in the same slave type mentality.
I wonder why that is,
It's the best way to control your slaves, man. Get them
No,
convinced.
I mean, I wonder why, like, everybody in this room knows this. When people say there's nothing wrong with the government, I don't think they're talking about the state of affairs. Like, I think they're talking about the rules on paper. And I think I might agree that the rules are like, it's all right. People are out here homeless and all that. And it's like, they give us all these statistics and all that. And it's like, yeah, that's true. But it ain't one homeless person that I told, yo, you can do what I do so that you don't have to beg for a coffee in the morning. And I don't see any of them doing it. And there's really nothing holding them back from doing it. And I'm just like,
there you go.
And I'm just like,
the same thing. I was just talking to somebody about that same exact thing. There were so many of these dudes that are in their mid-20s, physically able to do anything I could do when I was in my mid-20s, but they rather spend every begged for piece of change on heroin and other shit. They don't.
Well,
they ain't
I don't
trying
know
to
what
not
it
be
is.
homeless. No,
I don't know what it is.
I talked
Whatever
to
it
him.
is,
I talked
maybe
to him
they're
and feed him
tired
on
of.
Saturdays. Hey, I talked to him
No,
and I go feed him on Saturdays.
I'm speaking in general about the homeless in general, because obviously not all homeless are on drugs and strung out. You see what I'm saying?
Oh no, but I'm talking about there's a huge number of them that are. Matter of fact, the majority
There's a
of
huge
them
number
are.
of the popularity of the. There's a huge number of the population that are strung out, with people that have jobs.
I know, as a
people
result. It's not because of, it's as a result. And at that choice that they continue to, because they make enough money to pay rent, man. They don't want to pay rent.
Well, let me
They
finish making
rather
my
they're
point, if you don't mind. So
yeah, go ahead, man.
not to
we
cut you
were
off.
touching on the same topic.
Yeah, it's kind of different. That's why I'm like, well, let me make my point and you can make yours. It is kind of the same in the sense that I'm saying that the people that are homeless, like majority of them don't have to be. And I'm only talking about in the city because I don't know how other places go. I just know here, Obama gave you free phones, okay? They're smartphones, okay? There are these apps that you can do delivery on foot. Don't need a bike, don't need a car, don't need anything but to walk 5 blocks. Boom, you got money for a coffee. Why not do that? So that's all I'm saying is like I make that point to say that I don't think there's anything really wrong with the rules in place. Another thing is, yeah, you're right. People complain about rent. I complain about rent. I complain about, them needing fucking 40 times your salary or some shit like, or 40 times the rent or whatever it is. And it's like, fam, who has that? But obviously people are still renting, so it's happening somehow. So there's like, so whatever people find as a dead end, it's almost like they always put loopholes there. So for the people who are gonna fail because that's what makes the world go round. People who do and people who don't, I guess. I don't know. So it's like,
right.
It's like like for instance, okay, $2,000 rent for me, that sucks. I don't make a lot. I'd be okay, but that's too much of my income. But with one other person, maybe a brother, maybe a cousin, sister, anyone, with another person, or maybe 2 other persons. Let's just go with another person. So now you got this $2,000 rent. That's kind of, it's like, for a kind of shitty apartment here. Maybe kind of depending where you are, but in other places, depending on where you are, kind of shitty. But now, if you go a little lower, $1,500 a piece, that's doable. $500 extra in your pocket, $500 extra in the other person's pocket. That's $3,000 rent. That's a decent apartment anywhere. But people can't work together, and I think that's the problem. We can't talk to these Globers, and that's a problem. Sometimes they're not trying to argue. Sometimes we're not trying to argue. I think the problem is the fact that we can't work together to approach problems. Problem solving. That's something that we can't really do together. And maybe
you're right.
Maybe that's
I
the
can think of one
structure,
thing right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you look to the state as the surrogate, right, to come in with the solution to all our problems, right? We're looking to these power classes to have solutions to the problems when the average people can come together and find solutions,
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna jump on right now. I was just looking at a gas pump, and it brought me the idea. If enough of us just got together and refused to buy gas for 2 days straight, it would drop the price of gas. Because this is, if this is truly not being artificially manipulated like they say it's not, then we should be able to have a little control over it, not pay for gas for 2 days, and the price of gas will drop dramatically. But we'd have to all do it together. See, I mean, and we're too divided, as we were talking about before, to even have that fucking discussion together, right? Because I mean, you're too black and I'm too white, and you're too flat earth, I'm too baller, and you're too conspiratard and I'm too other kind of conspiratard. You know what I mean? And then we just can't, you know what I mean? We can't just not buy gas together for one day and fix our lives a little bit better. You know?
Yeah.
It's just that kind of shit.
Especially on like
Great game,
that
man.
gas thing, man. Like people coming together and being like, yeah, we're not going to pay this, right? Everybody takes a 2-day
Right?
holiday.
Right?
That
I
would,
don't give a fuck what's going on, bitch. I'm not paying this. Obviously, I'm hurting. No, I'm
yeah.
not. Who
You
said
get
that, bitch?
everybody on that same page, but look at how easily they
Either
control
do like
people.
either do a 3-day seminar on exactly the like at least make it available. Well, it probably is available. Somebody smarter could say, "Hey, look, you know the thing you were asking for. Here it is." But like some analysis, give me some data as to why this has to be the case. Because only thing I see on Instagram is Pelosi fucking posting and hashtag Putin gas hike. What the fuck? What? What? Why do we keep saying that everyone else is the reason for our problems? I don't get it.
And look at how they control us. Just look at gas prices, right? So as the gas prices increase, people are flocking to the pumps. It's hard to get in the line at Costco nowadays to get gas. When gas is cheap, you just zip right in there, fill up on gas. When gas is super high, they got people begging for more of it, constantly filling up every single day, concerned that it's going to go up higher the next day. People act the exact opposite as they should, but the powers that be know that this is how people are going to react, so they know what the outcome is going to be and how they can push us in certain ways.
Yeah. And Coach, what do you think about the gas hike?
Can I interject while Coach is maybe not here? I personally turned all my fear and anxiety over, so I don't worry about if I'm going to be able to afford rent or gas prices or not. I know I'll be taken care of. I'm not sure if that's the answer. I just know it's been working for me for years and years and years. And if more people did that, put faith in something higher than them and stopped having all the fear and anxiety, I think you could take control of yourself and then help others take control of themselves also. Like it starts with you and then it builds from there. Your family, your immediate family, then your other parts of your family, spreading out, your friends and neighbors, your community. You have to do it like that. If not, just worry and have anxiety about how the government is ruling over you and let that put fear and anxiety into you. It'll never change.
What do you guys?
When you have that faith, man, you just kind of sit back and laugh at the people that are easily controlled by the fear. You know what I'm saying? Like you understand that the creator will provide for you.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the
But
beginning of
in the same breath, though, you start getting afraid of those people, right? Because now, I hope one day that people start waking up from this shit. But it looks like there's so many of these dangerous idiots, right? That
Well,
sure,
I'm prepared for
I'll
that.
be okay as far as most of the shit. But if they just continue to do it, it's gonna really hard. You know what I mean? It really becomes tough. That's why it's good to be concerned about it, not worried. Like my grandpa used to tell me, and he said, "Be worried about nothing, ever.
Right.
Just
Don't
be
fear anything.
concerned about everything.
Yeah,
Be
prepare.
aware of shit. Be aware of shit. Be concerned about it, but don't be like fearful and worried." And I think that's what Rocky is trying to say. It makes a lot of sense not to be led by your fear, and so you can still continue thinking logically.
I'll be honest with you. I've owned, I'm 53. I've owned my own property since I was 18. I've never had a house key. No, just let that sink in a little bit. And it's not like I'm inviting people to come rob me. I don't live my life like that. If I'm living in an area where I think I got to put everything under lock and key, then I'm going to move.
Exactly.
If that makes sense. So I'm not going to go live in an inner city somewhere and live in fear all my life, lock every door behind me. I'm never going to live like that. Never. I'd rather I'd rather be homeless, honestly, if that makes sense. I'm doing a drastic analogy, but I'd rather live on a little piece of land in a tent than live in fear.
Yeah. Especially because you would never, if the government giveth, the government taketh away. They always feel like they gotcha.
Yeah. Their government checks that they handed out this past couple of years, I sent them back. Return to sender.
There's always a catch.
Yep.
I did the same thing. Yeah.
Return to sender. I don't need their money. I don't want it. I don't even deserve it, right? Because I don't support them as much as others do that get those
You don't
checks.
gotta tell me, bro. I understand.
Yeah. I got no problem with my mom and sister and all that, proudly taking that money and spending it and doing the right thing with it. I just don't want to be a part of that, right? It's not how I want to be. But like I said, it starts with me, and then I try and teach my kids, my immediate family, and then other people around me see it and hear it, see what they do. We have a good community that takes care of itself. We don't really need a lot of government. If someone's in need in our community, we take care of it immediately.
Yeah, we do too.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear it on the radio something, and then we got to go out and fucking take my chainsaws and cut a tree down because we got one road with 4 people that live on it, and they're all too old, you know what I mean, to be out there. So we go out there and clear the road for them and shit. I mean,
Go
at least
check
twice
on
a
them.
year.
Right.
Yeah.
We have the Cajun Navy here. We have other groups. We have church communities that feed and go help the poor and, provide housing. I mean, that's how it should be, man.
That's true charity. Don't let the powers that be fool you that your taxation is some sort of charity. True charity is going out and helping people directly. That's charity.
Given without expecting receipt. I call it paying forward. People in this community have been in desperate need, both sides, right? I've given to both sides. And they're like, let me pay you back. I'm like, I don't want it back. I want you to pay it forward to someone else in need. I don't give to, get it back or get recognition. I give so you can be, blessed and then bless someone forward when you're capable. If more people did that, started with themselves, and I was taught this, right? I wasn't always like this. Matter of fact, I was the opposite. I couldn't understand how when people were telling me, the more you give, the more you're going to receive. I was like, yeah, you're just trying to trick me into giving, right? But it's the truth. No doubt, 100%. I would go to my grave on that truth. I've seen it. I've experienced it. Seen it in others. It's amazing when you become a part of that. That's the good word.
I love when you go to restaurants with your friends, and it'll be like the first time you took your friends, these from out of town or something, to a particular restaurant, and the restaurant loves the shit out of you because you're a good tipper. You're like an overly generous tipper, and they treat you like some sort of VIP for all your friends and everything, and it's really nice. Yeah, we got a couple places like that over here.
I love it. I know you can ask anyone around me, any of my friends or family, they never pay for a meal around me. And when we walk in, all the waiters are, hey, Dave, what's going on?
Yeah.
They know what I drink, they know what I eat, because we treat them well, and they're our servants, right? Like, in a way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You walk through that door, they're there to serve. Yeah.
Yeah, and everybody in some capacity or another is a servant to other human beings, right? We all do jobs, we all perform tasks that are being servants. And it's appreciating others and the things that they do for you, that it comes back to you tenfold, man, for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I was working late last night and up at 3:30 this morning as a servant to the community, building houses, paving roads, whatever, just different stuff. But I get rewarded for that. It's very rewarding. And to see it, progress, like to to see someone live in that house later, or see kids playing in the yard or whatever. You know, that's very rewarding, and I get paid to do it. Like, you don't really have to get paid. You could do it on a border system, because think about it. Everybody in your community knows, you know, some people are good at farming. Some people are good at cooking. Some people are good at working or framing or building cabinets or whatever. You never really have to pay for anything if you would get together. Just straight out.
So my like side gig, side hustle, whatever you want to call it, is I just cut grass for people, friends and neighbors. You know, I have a bunch of friends that are middle-aged women that are divorced that, you know, can't physically get out there and do the stuff themselves, and I just help out friends and neighbors doing lawn work, and half of what I receive is barter, or, you know, things like that. People take care of me, I take care of them, and it's copacetic. I'm not super concerned if somebody hasn't paid me this month or anything like that. Like, everything, it's an ebb and a flow, man, and people appreciate that.
That's real. Yo, all they did was put a middleman in between. We are the currency. Our ability to get up in the morning and put our energy towards work. That's the currency.
You know how to turn 400. You know how to turn $400 into $4,000. Put $400 into your effort, into your truck, into fuel, into, you know, material, and turn that 400 into 4,000. That's it's a wise man. I mean, it can't get any more simple than that.
Yeah, my $5,000 commercial mower brings me an extra $2,500 a month. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Oh yeah. My son started a pressure washing business, and it just seems so simple, right? Like, so many people do it, and, you know, but he makes a fortune. I mean, he literally makes doctors' wages with a simple trailer with a pressure washer and a tank. You know, crazy.
Yeah, I'm thinking about adding that to my repertoire. My wife works for a large. You've contracted with them before, I'm sure, Rakia, but she works for a large rental company, and I'm just trying to get. You know, they depreciate their assets and then eventually sell them off. So I have access to, you know, used pressure washers and stuff like that. So I'm thinking about adding that to, you know, a service that I offer for friends and stuff like that. And that's actually a higher payoff than doing the landscape stuff. The amount that you can charge for the hours that it takes. Yeah.
Yeah, he makes, like I said, if he's not making 100 an hour, something's going wrong, you know.
Oh, I've got a son that started up, and he's quite well educated, but he started up a car detailing business, cut and polish cars, doing interiors and whatnot, and he makes an absolute killing. Like you said, Rucky, he's making doctors' wages, and he's put money into the investment with his tools and whatnot, and the rest is now just labour, just purely labour, just getting out there, putting your head down, your bum up, and just working. And he's getting very well rewarded for it. And good luck to him.
Yeah, this is my oldest son that has a master's degree in marketing, and he goes on interviews, and they're offering him whatever, you know, $20-something an hour, $30 an hour, and he's just laughing at him.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. So the people that laugh at me, I didn't go to fucking college, okay? You know, it's free now. I might go. You know, there's seminars online. Everything that's there, I can learn. That's what I've been doing the last 5-6 years, anyway. But what the fuck? I can walk up to any job and make $25 an hour right now. So why would something that is so valuable end up, you know, end you up in the same position as me? What do you mean he's getting offered $25,000-$30,000? That's what we're making. That's like the new minimum wage. Not really, but kind of, sort of. Anybody who has a regular job is making that. I think. I could be speaking totally ignorantly. And I'm sorry anybody who's not making that. But in the city, fam.
So come in VC, foolish, blue. I'm tired of typing.
Were you trying to bait someone in? Are you at SC?
These guys are going on about gravity and this and that, and I hate typing. So
Yeah, Vance,
Damn.
you were talking about the detail business. So I used to manage a car wash when I was younger, and I took that knowledge.
Yeah.
And when I was in college, I just detailed cars on the side, and I made more doing that than if I would have tried to get some part-time job doing X, Y, or Z.
Yeah.
I'd spend 4 hours of my time, and I'd charge the client $300 and something, and boom, be done.
Yep. I cannot believe some of the coin my son makes, just cutting and polish cars, doing the interiors and whatnot. He makes some really good coin doing it. And like I said, Napalm, it's just labour. That's all it is. But he works hard. He plays hard as well. But he's his own man. Like, he answers to no one. He doesn't advertise anywhere whatsoever. All his work is purely word of mouth that he gets, and he's booked up like a month in advance. Like, it's crazy, absolutely crazy.
Yeah, you do good quality work, man. You don't have to worry about marketing and putting
No.
yourself out there. Like, if you really wanted to have employees and grow a business and make it a huge thing, yeah, sure. But just doing it yourself, man, you can blow up that business just by doing good quality work.
Yep. And the busier he gets, he just puts his prices up. Right? He just keeps on putting his prices up, and yet they still keep on coming to him. So
yeah, and the funny thing is, I guarantee you half his clientele that he's detailing cars for, he's probably making more money than them, and they're thinking, I work my ass off to make all this money so that I don't have to do this job. This guy's out here sweating doing, and the guy out there sweating doing. It's like, yeah, I make twice what you do. Thanks.
Exactly right. He's just a lowly little car washer type of guy, but he's earlier this year just bought his first home. He drives nice cars. He's got himself a nice little speedboat and motorbike and whatnot. He's got all the little the nice toys that a young man kind of wants. Got a nice girlfriend and everything like that, and he's doing really, really well for himself. And I just kick back and have a big grin on my face and go like, "That's my boy," type of thing. But it's all just about hard work, just getting in there and just doing the hard work, and you do get rewarded, right? You do the right thing by people. All you got to do is just do the right thing and have pride in your work. And you do the job as if you were doing it for yourself. Really, at the end of the day, that's what I've taught all my kids. Whenever you do something, just do it like you're doing it for yourself, and you can't go wrong.
I tell people all the time, they ask me, what would you do here? I said, this is what I would do at my house, on my driveway or my foundation or my whatever. That's the way I would do it. And it gives them a peace of mind. But yeah, my three kids, I've taught them, you just have to work hard. If you want to work for someone, that's fine. But if working for yourself is probably going to be more rewarding, and all three of them have chose to start their own business. They're all just flourishing in an economy that was supposed to be down,
Yeah, right. Down.
Crazy.
Exactly. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke. Like, there's a lot of money out there that people want to spend at the moment.
I think they're wanting to get rid of it because they're thinking the world's going to end soon or something. That's how people are spending money right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, my youngest buys old golf carts, and he'll buy them from like a golf course that's going out of business or that is replenishing their golf carts, after a couple of years. He'll buy those, and he fixes them up, put lift kit and bigger tires on them and new bodies, painting his own bodies now. And then, puts back seats on them. All the subdivision here are using golf carts to get around, to go visit other people and friends instead of walking. They use golf carts.
Yep.
So all the communities are using golf carts, the beach communities, all the, big subdivisions. And he can't build enough of them fast enough.
There you go.
Amazing.
Oh,
I'm in the wrong business. Him and my dad started doing it like 5, 6, 7 years ago, and then my dad passed away, and my son kept doing it. Just amazing. But he does jet skis and like trailers or something that he'll get a special deal on it every now and then, like buy and sell. But he does mostly golf cart rebuilds.
Yeah.
So it's fun because he'll get all these toys. He'll get a jet ski that does 90 miles an hour or whatever. We get to go use it and ride it.
Yeah.
Dune buggy or whatever, and we go use it, and then he sells it.
And it doesn't really take a great deal of investment to start up your own business. And especially these days too, because everyone's so busy, mum and dad are out working. There are so many opportunities for whatever it is, lawnmowers, home handyman, you name it, car washes, people just don't have time to do these things, and they're prepared to pay someone to come and do these things, like double, triple, quadruple the hourly rate that they make, just to come in and do an odd job for them.
Yeah, you can always capitalize on people's laziness and or lack of time.
Yeah, just extra money. I did a windshield repair business, and I don't know how good it is now. I just kind of got tired of it and sold it. But back then, the insurance companies were paying $70 a windshield to repair the little nicks and cracks that the rocks make. And you didn't have to collect from the customer. You would just call the insurance company. You would get a dispatch number, put it on your invoice, send it to the insurance company, and they would pay you direct. If you had 10 invoices, they'd pay them all at once. And I was making a fortune when I was in college doing that.
Yeah,
I mean, 1,000 or 2,000 a day was just a normal day. It was stupid. Just on a windshield repair.
Yeah.
I have one little plastic toolbox that housed everything I needed, and a little bitty 2-step step ladder and a blanket like I would put on people's cars. And that I would just go around and pass out cards and go into businesses and fix their windshields. You're offering something that's free, that their insurance paid for, that it doesn't count against them as a claim. And all they got to do is give you their insurance card. And once I built up a clientele, it was just every day going out and doing, whatever.
Rocking and roll. Yeah.
Something so simple. I don't know why I don't do it now. I mean, because I could hire people to do it. I just, I've always started businesses. I had a big vending business. I went all over the state and did vending into Texas and all that. And I ended up selling that. Just build it up, sell it. I get kind of bored and tired of stuff.
Yeah. So how'd you get into the concrete business then? That's a long way removed from.
Yeah. When I got out of college, during college, I was CEO of a company and it went bankrupt. So I don't know if that was my fault or not, but I was definitely controller of the money. And then when it went bankrupt, me and my brother started framing houses. Mm-hmm. So we were the most educated framing crew ever because it was me and my brother, who is a college graduate. I had 2 degrees. We hired 2 of my college buddies that we graduated together because they need immediate work. One of them is now a contractor that I work for, and the other one is I don't know what he's doing. He's in construction, but I don't know what he's doing well, but they all started framing with us. So we were 4 college graduates framing houses. And then me and my brother started building houses after that. I did that for a while and then just started doing, while we were doing that, we were doing bobcat work and concrete work and all that. And I just like that better. Dealing with customers these days, like building a custom house, oh my God, bro, they get on the internet every night and tell you what you're doing wrong the next day, based on how they're doing it in North Carolina or something. You know, like
Yeah.
And so my brother and his daughter, my niece, or my brother just retired actually 2 weeks ago, and my niece took over the business, which my brother bought my half out. You know, bought me out when I drove up. It was an engineer's house, and we had all types of trouble with little knick-knack punch list stuff. And he put a wrought iron fence in his backyard, but it wasn't under our contract. We just ran it through his financing, so he didn't have to pay out of pocket, right? He was putting it in his loan. So when we went to go get our final draw, do our final walkthrough, we drove up and he was taking orange paint and marking each splat that wasn't perfectly spaced. He was using one of those digital measure, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And he was putting orange paint. So, oh man, you know, that person that painted that fence is going to be pissed, right? Because it's all welded. And we walk up and he tells us he's not giving us our final draw until we get the fence repaired. I said, look, that has nothing to do with us, right? Like, you hired him. The only thing we're doing is running it through your finances. We need the draw. I need the draw today. Like, we've been put off, and now you're telling me we're not going to get it today? That's not happening. We kind of went through that part, and that was kind of the final straw. I was like, look, dude, I told my brother, I said, I'm leaving so I don't kill this guy. I said, when you get home, just, I trust you. Figure out what you owe me. Write me a check, and I'm done. Like, and that was the last house I ever built. I still have my contractor's license, but I don't build, per se, build houses. I contract and like do the foundation mostly, and I do a lot of commercial work, and then I have other businesses that deal with like crushed concrete.
Yep.
The dirt, like I own dump trucks and stuff like that. But I do run, I have 4 crews right now that I, basically set them up and, they do work for me. I'm been up since 3:30. It's 9:30 now. I'm going to my last job, checking on this crew, making sure they're doing it right, and I'm headed to the coast, to the boat. So
going from job to job, taking boxfuls of donuts and saying hi to the crew. Yeah,
we had donuts delivered this morning. So yeah, the pump truck operator's wife brought donuts this morning to everybody, and then the concrete salesman brought biscuits and grits and eggs and all that, and everybody was like, we had donuts already.
Nice.
But
It's
we
good
treat our
to
guys
nice
right.
crew.
Hey, Dave, you need a CDL driver?
I don't right now, but I'll tell you what, there's a big need. There's a big need around here. I think they're going up on the CDLs. Like, it used to be relatively cheap. It's been a while since I've done mine, but I think they're going up to like $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 now. It's crazy.
What, to get licensed?
Yeah, to get your CDL.
Yeah. No. I'm asking you if you need a driver.
I don't right now. No, I bought 10 trucks a year ago or 8 months ago, and they just got delivered about 3 months ago. We've got all of them running right now.
What, dumpers or roll-offs or what?
Yeah, 16 yards. Triaxles, and then I own just dual axles too. But we had the hurricane here, so they're doing a lot of work, and they needed a fleet of trucks to haul gravel to a certain area on the coast. They're building like levees and like building an area where an excavator can get out into the bay and do work and then go to the next pad. So we're building those pads. So I got that contract and like crazy right now, but we often do need CDL drivers. So basically all I do is lease the truck. I finance the truck and then lease it to the drivers.
With an option to buy?
No, it's just a lease to work. It's not a lease purchase. Are you kidding me? I want to make all the money. I don't want them to make the money. No. They make really good money, but I keep the asset. What area are you in now? Because here, there's a lot of need for CDO.
I'm based in California, but I'm out in Florida right now.
Yeah, California's bummed out. California's going bankrupt, as far as I know. Who would have ever thought? Yeah, anywhere towards Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, CDL's in high demand. Check into it. What's up, Machaka? You got it nailed out? I just pulled up. I'll talk to y'all later. Hang on, let's ask him. Las Tierras Planas?
Tierras Plana.
Las Plana, yeah. Earth is flat.
Ask him how much curve, Rocky. Ask him how much curve.
None, zero. They use water levels where they're from too.
Exactly.
It's a very simple question. You can ask all these guys from Honduras or a lot of Las Tierras Planas. See, the Earth is flat.
Flat as.
So I was putting a video together today, and I came across an old Jose JG video where we were doing some analysis, and I got Brenda on audio saying that mirage is not refraction.
Of course.
Look at what the people that they're making me watch. Have you guys ever listened to one of this guy's lectures?
Who?
This guy Foolish posted. Leonard Sunskins, whatever his name.
He's a smart dude.
My God, man.
What's he talking about? SC. Don't tell me bending of the fabric.
Yes,
He's
yes,
a pretty smart dude,
yes.
man. I think he's got I don't know. He's well revered by most scientists in his field.
Yeah. From the time he opens his mouth till the time he closes it, everything he says is all theoretical bullshit. It's unbelievable. I challenge anybody to listen to this guy. You're gonna die of laughter. I'm telling you.
Looks like he's has a seminar about Einstein's general theory of relativity. Wasn't Einstein a theoretical physicist?
I'm telling you, with the knowledge that we have, the way we've been talking, like amongst us, right? Just listen. Put on one of these guys, any one of these guys, a lecture. You know, it's sheer fantasy, man. You might as well watch Star Trek. I'm telling you.
Do you know that theoretical physicists? You're right. That is in a realm of their imagination, and they're probably wrong. Most of the time, they probably are wrong. But they work together with experimental scientists, and they test their ideas, and the engineers utilize their ideas. So it's like it's fantasy, but once it goes through the rigor of those other steps, I mean, it's kind of just
When was the last time you heard one of these guys in a lecture, Kosho? Just curious.
One of them in a wheelchair?
No, in a lecture. Like, when was the last time you listened to a lecture?
I mean, I saw this lecture last year. So, but it depends. I saw a lecture from Brian Greene a couple days ago.
Oh, yeah. He's one of my favorites. This guy is, oh my God, fantasy land.
Brian Greene's not bad.
Oh my God, bro. Are you kidding me?
No.
He's one of the guys I laugh at.
He's well revered as well. Yeah, he's a pretty smart guy. I think people like him, though, him and Michio Kaku, I think they're both string theory guys.
Michio Kaku is sheer fantasy. I mean, he even admits it, right? We don't use the scientific theory. He admits it himself. So
Well, you
shouldn't even mention his name, bro.
He's
Seriously.
a theoretical physicist.
Yeah.
What is a theoretical physicist going to use with the scientific theory or scientific method?
What he does is come up with 11 dimensions.
Yeah, I listened to an explanation of those dimensions one time. It's not so bad.
They have to stick up for them, Bandy. They have to. They have to stick up for the nonsense.
What are you talking about? I don't agree with string theory. I'm just saying that the 11 dimensions, it doesn't sound as crazy when you actually hear it explained, you know.
Oh, really? What do you say, Bandy?
I am still getting over the fact that gravity pulls water up a river, over a mountain, down a waterfall. I'm still getting over that. To be honest with you. Like,
honestly,
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
What? What do you mean, honestly?
If I was someone else, if I was a
if you were who?
Or a woman or something, I could tell you exactly what I told you the other day, and you would agree with it.
Really?
Yeah.
If you were a woman, I would agree with it.
Yeah. If I was a human being, yes, he would agree with it. I don't have to be a woman.
Not at all, Kosho. Not at all. I'm sorry.
Well, the thing is, I never said what you just said just now. Like, you're making something sound fantastical. And actually, the truth is, I said this earlier about Zanuck. Zanuck was making it sound fantastical. And that's because it you know, there's something like Neil deGrasse Tyson does that. There's something to that. It's like, it's true what he was saying, but he was specifically saying it in a way that would lead people to say, no way. Which I don't know why he thought that had any value in the conversation in this room, but he wasn't wrong what he was saying, but he was sort of being misleading by not, expressing exactly what he was saying.
Well, firstly, Kosho, I never said it was you. We all know that you wouldn't commit yourself to the whole premise that gravity won't pull water uphill over a mountain, down a waterfall. We know you wouldn't go that far. Even though many tried to get you to say that.
Yeah.
Probably me being one of them.
You were the main one. Yeah.
The main culprit. You reckon I was the main one? Okay.
You were, some of the time you were the only one. Yeah.
Well, look. I'll stand up and be counted. Yes, it probably was me, but still, at the end of the day, that's exactly what was being said, and you just wanted to skirt around the edges, right? But really not fully commit yourself, but all at the same time still agree with Zanuck, but not really fully commit because in case we held you to that in the future. But I can tell you right now, I don't care if you are male, female, both, or one of the 72 proclaimed genders of today.
Wow, you're really
if you're going to tell me that gravity pulls water uphill, right, over a mountain, down a waterfall, this sort of nonsense, yeah, I'm sorry. Now you may have you would have a better chance, Kosho, convincing me that there is curvature in water than saying that water runs uphill. You'd have a better chance of that.
Is that right?
Which you actually had no chance of that whatsoever. I'm just going to put that one out there.
Interesting facts for my
But you would have had a better chance.
My notebook.
Yeah.
So would I have changed? First of all, you just got done telling me that you're. See, this is the way you talk, dude. This is the way you talk.
This is the way I talk.
You're making it sound like you're challenging something that I'm saying. I tell you, I didn't say that. I know you didn't say it. I know you didn't say it, young man.
When did I say you said it?
Well, just now. You're going back to it. You're like, you have a better.
Right? You and your crew said it, Kosho. You and your crew.
Xanax said it. I expressed myself, and I agree with him. However, I'm not going to be as foolish as expressing that exactly the way he is without the full explanation for what exactly I'm saying, because
it's foolish. It's foolish to say that water runs uphill via V gravity. I know it's a very foolish thing to say, and I don't blame you for not committing yourself to that. Oh, that was a very, very wise choice. Very wise choice.
Well, I got berated more than Xanax did, so.
Yeah, but you were trying to stick up for your buddy while trying not to look dumb. But
it's not about looking
I don't know if you were successful, but Left Lane was the only baller that said, no, I can't agree with that. Even Left Lane said, no, I don't want any part of this.
It's not about looking dumb. It's about, in these communications, anytime you're communicating with somebody, first of all, the purpose usually is for that, to communicate something, to communicate some idea or something. So it doesn't really make sense if I'm saying something purposely to confuse somebody or mislead them or whatever.
Look, if you are going to communicate such ridiculous ideas, you're better off sticking to outer space where we can't prove it one way or the other. Right? It's a safer bet.
What Xanax was saying was 100% correct.
It was not.
I actually did prove it. I showed you several maps that showed you exactly where he was talking about and exactly what it stated.
No. The only way you will move anything is with the application of pressure. Right? Whether that's head pressure, right? Wind, maybe salinity in there, heat. But with the application of pressure, that's the only way you will move anything. The capillary action, which I did mention, the only way, Kosho, the only way.
It's funny how they laugh at us.
I know.
Like this mole man is laughing at me. And I replied to him, pray to your shadow giants. You are now traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour. I can laugh at you all day long, bro. Without even breaking sweat, sitting here on my chair in front of my house on my balcony, laughing at you, bro.
Mm-hmm. I told my wife that apparently rivers are flowing uphill now, babe, and she just looked at me like I was going insane. Insane. I know.
Did she try to get you help?
You see, they think we need help.
Exactly.
He was just crying out for help just now. He just said his wife thinks he might be insane. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because I suggested that water runs uphill because of gravity.
Well, maybe she'd been thinking it for a while. We don't know.
Yeah, well, she was under the impression that all gravity did, right, was pull things down, not up and away, over and down, all at the same time.
She's a pretty smart lady, and you have. And I congratulate you.
Yeah. What you did with gravity, you put it in a superposition. It's both up and down, all at the same time.
No, we put it in reverse position.
Yeah. Bloody superposition. That's what you did.
No, man. So I gotta tell you, man.
What? What are you
You're
going to
probably
tell
the
me?
smartest Australian in here right now. Okay. Probably.
Well, I'm the only Australian in here, so thanks for the backhanded compliment.
What? That's not a backhanded compliment. I thought there was a bunch of them. I thought there was like at least a whole bunch. Okay. I didn't know how many were in here. Okay, but regardless, you are Bandsaw, and I mean that. I mean that sincerely. And so I'm going to express this to you one more time, Bandsaw, and just pretend I'm a woman. Okay, a beautiful woman, and I'm a stranger. Okay, because you might be more receptive. Okay, but there's no contradiction in what Zanik's saying, because ultimately what he's saying is that whereas the way that water flows is going to follow the geoid, because the geoid model is basically the shape that gravity would create. Basically, if the water was a fluid, I mean, the Earth was a fluid, it would almost look exactly like the geoid, because it'd be a modeling, the equipotential.
Hold on there, Mr. Kosho. Doesn't your model say that gravity will form a sphere in anything? Like you show water as an example?
I
So
don't
how
know.
come all the planets are a sphere and Earth is this weird shaped geoid? How did that happen?
I'm not sure that there's a definition of spheres or gravity, either of the two that say that. But regardless, it is true that yes, spherical shapes are going to be, because they're it's like the equipotential. If you have a point source at the center, and you have the equipotential, from that point source being the same in all directions, well, that's going to create a sphere. And the truth is, if the whole world was liquid, it wouldn't. The geoid that is known, it actually probably would look more like a more perfect sphere. Maybe no, not a sphere, but a more perfect spheroid, actually, because there still would have the bigger part below the equator. But that's not the point. The point is that the geoid model is modeling exactly that, the equipotential force. And so on that model, you will always see gravity going towards, the center of mass, or the center of gravitation. Okay. But however,
so the perfect sphere model is gone out the window?
No, it's just never been in the window. So just hold on 1 second. Because I got to get this across to Bandsaw. I'm a beautiful woman, and I won't be for long. Okay, but yeah. So that's the geoid model, and what your wife said, and what you think is true about that model. Gravity goes downhill. That's true. However, the model that is often used by GPS, for example, and by a bunch of other things to reference elevation is not using that geoid model. It's using a slightly different model, which is the ellipsoid model, which is basically sorry, someone's calling me. Which is basically let's say the mean sea level at the North Pole and the mean sea level at the equator. They're obviously going to be different because of the bulge and stuff like that. And if you took these two differences and you smoothed it out, it would make an ellipsoid that was not exactly perfectly spheroid, but was bigger than the equator, but smooth. And for this reason, there's portions on these two models, the geoid and ellipsoid, that don't agree with each other, and that disagreement will display itself with these anomalous sort of scenarios where water could be going downhill because it does in a geoid model, but the elevation is actually increasing because the ellipsoid model is actually getting further from the center in that exact location. So it's not.
Do you think that you made any sense in anything that you just said now?
Yes.
Made sense to me.
Makes sense
Hey,
to you too, Blue.
Hey, Blue.
And,
which part, Blue?
And let's see, if the Earth was a totally homogeneous object, and if it were stationary, not rotating, then yes, it would be a perfect spheroid, a perfect sphere. The reason it is not is simply because it's not homogeneous. density of it varies from place to place, and it rotates.
So the moon is a perfect sphere, but
No.
the object right next to it in the same space didn't turn out to be a perfect sphere, which you guys say is a perfect sphere, like a cue ball. I mean, come on, Blue. What are we supposed to believe?
Oh, come on, SC. The moon is not a perfect sphere either.
Well, it's not a geoid, is it?
It's got anomalies just like the Earth does.
It's got anomalies like the Earth? Have you seen how the geoid looks like?
Have you realized yet that change that you see is multiplied by thousands and thousands in order to make it more sensible to you visually? So the real difference is very slight. You would not be if we drew it to scale, you wouldn't be able to see it.
So another thing that is, but we can't see it. I mean, come on, man. This is like fantastical things, Blue, that you want us to believe.
I'm sorry, but that's the way it works, SC.
We have a curve, but we can't see it. We have a geoid, but we can't see it. We have a hump, but we can't see it.
We can measure it. We can measure it, SC, and we have measured it. And the difference between the maximum difference between the ellipsoid and the geoid is on the order of a couple of 100 meters. It's not much difference. Not on something the size of the Earth.
Don't you say there's a 40-mile bulge at the equator of water? Something like that?
And the geoid does the same thing that the ellipsoid does.
So you're saying that the ground underneath has a 40-mile bulge as opposed to all the other?
No, we say it's eccentric. It's not a bulge. The diameter, the shape of it going north and south is elliptical. The shape of it going east and west is pretty spherical.
So what's the relationship between the bulge of the water at the equator and the ground underneath it, as opposed to other parts of the Earth, of the ground? Is there a difference?
Is there a difference between the water and the ground? Of course.
No. The ground at the equator where the bulge is most prominent, 40 miles or so. The ground underneath it in relationship to the ground in other parts of the Earth. Is it higher there?
We don't have any such thing as an average, as a mean ground level. We've got mean sea level. The ground, the sea level is following the geoid.
Understood, but how do you think the ground would look like? Like, let's say we take all the water out, right? And we have something like the moon. Would the ground be higher there where the bulge is? Or would it be the same in relationship to other parts of the Earth? In your opinion, of course, I mean, there's no way to know, right?
Well, you're talking about, I don't know how you even, I don't know how to even make that sort of comparison. The ground has terrain, you know. How do you measure it?
Well, if we have uphill flowing rivers, right? I'm trying to wrap my head around how this would work, since you came in to chime in on that, right? How would the uphill, because Kosho says it's due to the geoid, right?
No, I didn't. I said it's due to you comparing two models. It's not a contradiction. You're using two models to make a statement, and for that reason, something anomalous might appear to be happening, but it's just because you're comparing two models that at that location disagree with each other.
So what's making the water flow uphill, gentlemen? Bottom line, what's doing that?
I just said it to you. But I searched the other day, dude, and this is how Brenda understood it. Do you see the dotted lines? Dotted lines. You see the location? There's a start point, and then there's a point closer to the right. If you notice, the ellipsoid is the green, and the sphere is there just for reference, because the sphere can show you when the sphere or the ellipsoid, I'm sorry, is getting further from the center. So since it's getting further from the sphere as it moves to the right up there, that means the ellipsoid is getting further from the center, which means that if you were measuring elevation based on that, the elevation is increasing. So the elevation is increasing if you're referencing the ellipsoid model. However, you can see if you're referencing the geoid model, it's going downhill at that location. So you'd be going downhill, and if you were using GPS to measure your elevation, it would actually be telling you at that location you're increasing elevation, and that would be the contradiction you're talking about right now. But it's really just a disagreement between those two models.
That makes no sense, bro. It doesn't matter what model or what words you say. Water cannot flow uphill if it starts off at a lower elevation. Water does not flow uphill, Kosho.
I agree with you.
Doesn't matter model. We're talking reality. Show me somewhere on Earth where water at a lower elevation runs at a higher elevation, like Zanuck says at the St. Lawrence River. Show me that spot. I'm close to it. I can go there and I can film it for you. That's in my neck of the woods.
I'm going to show you a picture, okay? This picture's not one that I made. It's actually a real picture, okay? But it doesn't matter at this point, I see, because I feel like I'm not the best person at explaining things, but I have said it in what it, to me would seem like, you know, ways that you could accept or whatever. If you won't accept it, then it's just what can I do?
I can't accept your fantasy, bro. I can't accept paradoxes like you guys do. I can't. I mean, if it's ridiculous, it's ridiculous.
There are no true paradoxes. Like in this case, it's a seeming paradox, and I'm trying to show you that it's not actually a paradox. That it's really just a disagree. It's just there's two things being. It's like this is a really horrible example, okay? And actually, it's a little bit insensitive, but I'll do it anyways. Like a transgender person, okay? Like someone who's born a man and they become a woman, whatever. There's statements they could make that would seem anomalous or that would seem contradictory or seem whatever. But it's really just a disagreement between the gender they were born as and the gender they are now. Okay? It's not an actual contradiction. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Kosho, of all the explanations I've ever heard you make,
I'm just trying to think of one, and
I think you should give this one up, bro. Just accept that it's ridiculous and, you know, just move on, man. That's it.
Well, I'm not really, like I said, tied to trying to convince you of one way or nothing or another.
DM Zanuck and tell him, bro, Ixnay Arnie Bay, cut it out. They're making us look bad.
I don't think he's making anybody look bad, but I told him what he's doing is, it's not, you know, in certain communities or something like that, he could say that. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson does this a lot, like where he says stuff that he's pointing out something that is interesting in the way you say it. But however, if you say it in certain circles, this is going to cause them to completely deny everything you're saying because it is unbelievable when worded without the explanation. You know.
I don't know, Coach Man. I don't know how you can defend this. I mean, seriously.
Here's an elevation profile for the St. Lawrence River. I don't know if you can see it or not. This is flowing towards the right side of the picture. Is flowing towards the sea, obviously, right?
You think?
Yeah, I think so. Do you think these elevations are incorrect?
Go there, SC. Take a
Show
video
me the spot.
of it.
Tell me the spot, and look, if it's flowing uphill, we're gonna make a killing.
It's not that.
Yeah.
Uphill
like,
river rafting. Think of it, Bandy. I bet you'll come from Australia.
Man. It's like have you ever heard the term paddling a river uphill? There we go. That's exactly. Watch this river flow uphill. All you got to do, SC, is just go down there, right? Film it. Take your spirit level, right? Put it near the surface. All right, get that grade, work it out, see if in fact it is pointing uphill.
But you guys want this to be silly.
No,
you want it to be silly, so you won't.
No. You're saying it flows uphill, so it's not silly. You should be able to test these things. Go down there with with a spirit level, put it on the surface of the water, right, and go boom. Yep, there we go.
Done that.
Uphill.
I've done that here. I've taken a
You-
map that measures
You,
that. It gives you.
you have not taken a spirit level down to the river and checked it. You have not done
I
that.
have gone to the river digitally and seen what the elevation profile is online. I have done that though, and it's agreeing with the statement Zanuck made, which agrees with the principle I'm discussing. So it's just so strange.
It is so strange that you are fighting this so hard. I agree. It's very strange.
Let's ask this then. Let's pretend my model's fake, geoid is fake, then the spheroid is fake, ellipsoid, so everything's fake. But these are still geometric principles, physical principles of objects that don't exist in reality, but they do behave the way we're saying they behave. So the geoid is an equipotential surface or whatever. It's referencing the equipotential forces of the gravity or whatever. And the ellipsoid is an ellipsoid, right? So these things are true, okay, in this conceptual world. And so in the picture I've drawn there, in this conceptual world, where the ellipsoid is what's being used to determine your elevation. So wherever you are in reference to the ellipsoid will be what is given to you as your elevation, okay? And the geoid, let me see. Yeah, the geoid is referencing gravity, or not gravity, but yeah, where water would flow. So wherever water would naturally flow. So you would see in that description that I just gave you, if these are overlapping as they are, and one's being used to show where water will flow, and the other's being used to give you your elevation, you can see that there's plenty of places where water would be flowing one way, and elevation would be going the other way, right? You can see that clearly.
No chance in hell.
You can't do that. That's what I'm saying. I didn't even say this is reality. I literally just described what those two conceptual pictures were, and you're still denying it.
Oh, you mean in fantasy? Okay, yeah. Okay,
In
I can. If
fantasy,
it's in
the way I just
fantasy, well, I'll
described
agree with you.
that-
Sure, that could happen.
Yes, there's a hill going down. The water would be flowing downhill in some places, and where the elevation would be increasing in some places on the
Hey, I see a leprechaun over there. Is that a leprechaun?
Oh, but I just wanted to make sure that the principle can at least be agreed upon, right? Regardless if it's true or not.
Kosher, you have to go into fantasy to explain this, bro. Don't you see that?
No,
it can't be done.
Explain it the same way when I said it was reality. I only got you to accept that that's the way it would behave when I told you it was fantasy. That's what happened.
Yeah, exactly. That should
I
tell
didn't
you
have to go
something.
into fantasy to explain it, though. I see.
Anyway, what I'm arguing anyway is that the flow of water uphill is due to gravity. That's what I'm arguing.
Yeah, but one of those models is a model that references gravity, right? That's referencing what gravity would be doing. The other model is not referencing what gravity would be doing. It's more or less you just having a base sphere ellipsoid and using that to reference elevation.
Yeah, and I'm saying that there are examples, right, of this happening, whether it's due to head pressure, capillary action. There'll be a differential of some sort, salinity, heat. These things can happen.
Not heat. Heat's not a force answer.
The other ones I mentioned definitely
Yeah, I'll go along with that.
in contention. They're on the
siphons.
Yeah, exactly right. And the capillary action one generally happens in narrower causeways rather than big, wide open ones. You have to have very specific conditions for that to happen. But yeah, you definitely can get a head pressure build up. But the explanation for me behind it, like the gravity, is actually pulling up and away and over the hill. Yeah, no, I don't buy that. But it can definitely happen with these other things. I definitely agree with that. So that's all I'm laughing at. It's the gravity aspect of it, Blue.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it definitely can happen.
If you want an accurate GPS elevation, you've got to correct for both of these things. The first correction is the first elevation you get is from the ellipsoid, but that's not an accurate elevation above mean sea level necessarily. The geoid's actually just a deviation from the ellipsoid. So once the geoid's taken into account, then you get very accurate elevations.
Right.
Until then, you could be way off by 100 meters.
Where's the geoid measured from?
That much, Blue? 100 meters.
Yeah, your elevation can be off 100 meters with just using the ellipsoid.
Gee.
That's because it's a smooth. It's like a perfectly smooth ellipsoid.
Yeah,
like I said,
yeah, it's assuming that the thing that it's representing is totally homogeneous, and it's not. That's the problem.
I don't think we should be. I don't think we should be assigning any sexuality or gender to the shape of the Earth there, Blue.
What did I do?
I've just been silly with the homo thing. We were talking about gender before, and there apparently is 72 different genders. Did you know that, Blue?
Yeah, Bansaw's having a hard time picking one.
Wow.
72.
Decisions, huh, Andy?
I know. Where do I start? It's a smorgasbord of genders to choose from.
But do I get to try them out first, or is it like one and done? Shit.
Do you have a return policy?
I wasn't aware that you could legally change it. I didn't know that was a thing.
Like I said, in Tasmania, you can legally choose no gender at all. You can be none. I don't know
Here
how
on the passports they have male, female, other.
Or choose not to disclose or something else.
Imagine how thick your passport would have to be, SE, if you had 72 options.
Yeah, you need a book.
It'd be like an Encyclopedia Britannica.
I mean, it's got to be like Eric Dubé's 200 proofs, whereas there's 4 things in there, and 197 of them are identical. You're like, oh, it's the same thing over and over again.
That's a bit harsh, Gosho. Come on.
It's not a bit harsh. He's got 200 of them. There's only 72 genders. He's kind of harsh. He kind of went a bit far, man. I mean, have you seen his 200 proofs before?
Never. Actually, never.
Well, spoiler alert. Most of them are the same. It's just the same thing, but just different examples of the same thing.
I don't know. Have you seen an SE?
Yeah, it's been a while, to be honest with you. Years. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've never had the pleasure.
Here's it summed up in a couple of words. We think we see too far.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's a pretty good start.
Well, there's 200 of them, so.
Yeah, so how did you put 72 genders, and how did that in your brain work out to Eric Dubé and 200?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because in the case of 72, I don't know what those genders are, but I have a very small brain, and I'm not that creative sometimes. So my brain is telling me that they're probably all mostly redundant and maybe repetitive, possibly.
Really?
Yeah, I could see at maximum having 5 or something. You know, what I mean?
Could it be Eric
at the very, very most. Yeah.
Could it be Eric Dubé's 200 ways to see too far?
No.
Yeah.
Which one of young Eric's proofs are not rock solid? Which one?
I think all of them were. None of them were proofs. And
all of them. Well, that's a pretty hefty statement to make so early in the night.
Sure.
Kosha?
It's like Quantum Eraser's #1 globe killer. Way different from Eric DeBase proofs, but it was actually the same thing. Where,
what is
he? Like the globe says you can only see this distance, but this is this distance. Well, it's like what? The globe doesn't say that.
I've never heard that.
If we assume,
I can't comment.
But if we assume that the Earth is if we assume that the Earth is a perfect sphere and there's no atmosphere, then the geometric horizon would be here, or the apparent horizon would be here.
And if it is tall,
therefore the Earth is in the perfect sphere and we have an atmosphere.
Yeah, and you're not this tall.
Oh,
People still argue it's 1 foot off the surface, and maybe it is, but I don't think it is, man.
Well, isn't it 1 foot off the surface? You see 1.22 miles, is it, or is it 3 miles at 1 foot?
I think if you're 1 foot off this perfectly smooth surface with no atmosphere, then that's supposedly where the horizon would be.
Yeah, that's the square root of the observer height times 1.22.
Square root. We're back into the sexuality again with the square root. What the hell, guys? Come on.
Oh, geez, I want that as my gender. Square root.
Not that kind of root.
What's the constant? What's the constant in the Rayleigh criterion? What is the constant within the equation for the Rayleigh criterion?
Yeah, it's close to that number. That's actually a Basel function.
Right, it's 1.22. Is that the constant?
There's another number that's got.
Yeah, it's really close to that. It works out oddly enough, coincidentally enough, it works out very close to the same number. If you use feet and miles, of course,
you sound like
kilometers and meters, it doesn't work out.
Right, you sound like a coincidence theorist.
Well, isn't one representing an angle? No, it's not representing an angle. It's a ratio, right? I forget how you calculate Rayleigh criterion. Hold on.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Kosha.
For the Rayleigh criterion, isn't that 1.22 a ratio? Or hold on.
No, it's what's called a Basel function. It's a mathematical function.
I'm in a bit of a Basel here.
I have one. Here we go.
Well, we do see a long, long way, don't we?
Oh yeah, it's a ratio. Yeah.
We do see quite far. Not far enough,
exactly.
But
it's a ratio.
Not far enough.
What are you looking at, Kosha?
This the Rayleigh criterion. It says sine of the angle of I don't know what angle that is, but is equal to 1.22 times I think the wavelength divided by the distance. Unless I have the wrong variables. I just forgot. I hadn't done this in a long time.
I think if we take the geometry of the flat Earth, we should see much further, because it would be infinite times the observer's height in feet.
Why would you see a lot further with an atmosphere or atmos?
No. If the Earth was flat, we would see much further.
Really? Why would you think that? Oh man.
Because the horizon distance would be. I mean, if you look from UK to USA, you shouldn't see a horizon before land falls. So.
Really? You actually think that you would see? You think that you'd see from the UK? You think you'd see the USA?
Geometrically, yes. Just like you're using the black swan, you only use geometry, nothing else. So yeah.
Really?
If you use geometry, yeah. If you just use geometry, then sure.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I don't know. Black swan isn't my thing. But I would not presume. I've never used Black Swan. You know that, man. I've never once brought that up. But
and I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that you would actually see from UK to USA. I just say that if you would only talk about geometry, then if you look at an object that is your eye level from UK to USA, it would still be in your eye level or at your eye level, and there would be nothing in between. It's two parallel lines on flat Earth.
Well, I think that if you had absolutely nothing to look through, like it was unobstructed, what you're looking through, and your eyes were good enough, you probably could see a long way. But obviously that's not the case. Like we can only see so far, with our eyes. Like they're only good for a certain distance. And obviously we do have
atmosphere.
The atmosphere and smog and soot and whale farts and all that sort of stuff to contend with.
Yeah, and all that density that bends the light. And that too.
Well, does it really? Like you're presuming, Mole Man, that light is traveling in rays.
No, I can. There's a GIF that shows that light bends when it comes to your eye. Things going up and down, up and down, up and down.
What? So light does travel in rays?
No, I'm saying that what you see is bending and moving. So, however the light comes into your eye, whether it's rays or particles, then the path of the particle is bent. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just a curved path.
Okay, so you think that what we're looking at, I have a slightly different conception than probably what you do, but you think that what we're looking at is in some way, shape or form, just say I'm looking at an olive tree in the distance, okay? On the horizon. I'm looking at an olive tree on the horizon. Now that olive tree is somehow transported like a hologram through the atmosphere, bending and warping till it gets to my eye and distorted through all that. And the image is just flowing, and by the time it gets to me.
I mean, I don't know if it's a hologram, but there's light hitting the tree and bouncing off of the tree and hitting your eye.
Yeah, exactly. And you're thinking that light that's bouncing off the tree is now moving through the atmosphere in little image packages that gets to my eye, and it's getting warped and twisted through all those different density gradients and all that sort of stuff, up and down, left and right, in and out, all that sort of stuff by the time it gets to my eye.
Well, not image particles. There isn't a small olive tree that comes to your eye. No.
Well, it has to in the form of an image, like it does.
It can happen just in the form of a color.
Yeah, and those colours. Yeah, exactly right. And that little bit of green here and that little bit of grey and that little bit of brown and black and all that sort of stuff is transported through the atmosphere, through the density gradients, getting bent down, getting bent up, and then into my eye.
Well, sort of, but you've got an infinite, I mean, for lack of a better term, you have an infinite number of images coming off of that tree, going in all directions. And the path of the one that was supposed to go over your head, the one that, if absent any kind of an atmosphere, would have gone just directly over your head, is now being bent down to your head, so it appears higher.
Yeah. See, I think we just see the image where it is at.
Well, that's the market result.
Right? It's where it is, all right? And however it is seen, that reflection, however it's warped in place where it is. So we have.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm about to explain to you, there, my man, because I'm glad you asked. Right, it's a very poignant question. So What'd you say, Kosho? Sorry.
I'm glad too. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I can see you. Bated breath. So we have our little water particles, gas particles, all that sort of stuff, but mainly water particles. I'd probably put it down more to water particles that are directly around that object, directly around, and that object is being reflected, warped, twisted directly around it in place. So it's like a little billion little mirrors all the way around it. So it's in place. So it's a reflection in itself, and that's what we're seeing in place, and it's not traveling through. No, go, my man. Go, man. Go.
Yeah, just wondering why when I look at an object and I put like let's say a heating iron between me and the object, the image is distorted, but the thing that is distorting the image is halfway between me and the object, so it's not the object that is distorted, it's something on the way.
What do you mean a heating iron? Are you talking about that little GIF that Doofus always puts up with the heating iron next to the laser beam?
Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be that. You can do it with like a hot stove in your home too, if you want to. You can see that if there's a hot or the roof of your car.
Yeah, but
that makes more moisture.
That's just the disturbance of the medium between you and it itself. So it is going to look slightly, distorted and whatnot. Right?
It's almost like
the water particles didn't change, and the temperature changed.
But that image itself, right, is distorted in place, I think.
What does that mean again? I mean, distorted in place, yes. The object has a fixed location. We all agree about that the object isn't moving. But now you're saying that, so it has a fixed place, but then it comes through the medium and gets to our eyes. So it bends around. That's the same description that we did.
I think he's thinking that everything around it too should be just as distorted.
Yeah, like if you were to put that same hot iron halfway between you and the olive tree, mole man, right? You're just going to get like this waviness, right? But it's not. I don't think it's going to be lifted up high or lifted up low. It's just going to look kind of fuzzy somehow. But this looming up or down or whatever is taking place, right? I think that is happening in place around the oil rig, around the olive tree. It's not happening halfway between, a quarter way between, or all the way between. I think it's actually happening in place.
You see any of the pictures? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Brenda.
That just doesn't make sense. I agree with the others. It doesn't mean anything to say in place.
You know
well,
what's
it means something to me, but anyway, that's all right.
You see, he's not holding the laser level. He's holding it at an angle.
Why would that make a difference when the laser?
Why not shine it straight and see what happens? Does it bend down or bend up?
That's a good question, and it's probably worthwhile to explore that. But in the meantime, it's curving, so it's obvious. If you put something in the middle of that
right, it's deflecting. It's deflecting the angle.
If you put something,
the angle of deflection.
If you put something in there, like a block or like a wall, the light would be on the other side of the wall, and it would be intersecting your line of sight.
You know what it's happening?
The wall and the light. However, you'd still be able to see the light.
It's deflecting right in the middle of the container, which means it's probably the surface tension in the middle. It's deflecting off that. It's not reaching it, but it's causing some kind of deflection. The light doesn't return on the same path. In other words, you would have to have that light return on the same path for a camera to do that. But if you aim a camera upward, like the laser's pointed upward, it sees the sky. If you hold a camera level to the ground, it sees what's directly in front. A camera doesn't do the same thing this laser is doing in this liquid.
Why not?
It just doesn't. Everyone knows that. If you've ever taken a picture, go take a picture of the sky. You see the sky. It doesn't ever curve down into the ground.
But if you take a picture of like a bottom of a pool, it can look wildly distorted because there's water.
That's right, because you're transferring from air to water.
Well, you can take the picture in the bottom of the pool too.
See, when you're looking through one continuous, like if you're looking just through air doesn't do that to the same extent. When people say, "Oh, you're seeing this miraging effect," that's because the humidity at that lower level of the ground near the lake. You do see this moisture affects things. Do you ever pour gasoline on a hot day? You see the fumes, and then when you look through the fumes, you see like a miraging. That's all you're looking through, fumes of water.
No, but
you get a mirage.
The air doesn't do it to that extent. It only has to bend it 1 degree per 69 miles to make it look flat. So it's not
right, but it'll bend up.
It won't.
It'll bend up or down. It won't do a rainbow thing. It won't do this curve over the magic hump and down.
That's bending down.
Because you guys are forgetting it. It would have to do that both ways, right? It would have to go over the hump, hit the target, come back over the hump, and return to your camera lens at a right angle.
No, the camera doesn't shoot light into the object.
No, you're missing my point. If I have my camera aimed parallel to the ground and I take a picture, you're saying the whatever photons are going to go over the hump and back. Like, because my camera
over the hump. They're not going over the hump.
Because they'd have to be coming into the sensor at a right angle. They're going over a curve and then striking the sensor.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense to think you could replicate that.
Some would do that. I mean, why not? Are you saying that you shouldn't see anything?
Replicate what's in this oil in a camera experiment is ridiculous.
And that picture I posted.
The last one. From the camera, hit the object and come back to you. That's not how it works.
See, because even in there, you're going from air to liquid, and also the pointer was not held level, parallel to the ground or parallel with the surface of the liquid. I would like to see what happens. Does it go straight through the liquid? Does it bend up or does it bend down? Does it bend left? Does it bend right?
No, but why
would it go straight?
The only bandsaw was saying something about not seeing this before, and regardless, this is showing exactly what. It doesn't matter which direction he's pointing the laser is actually making a curved path. So it's definitely it's not going in the direction it's aimed at. Right?
What are you talking about? The sugar water fish tank thing that you
the green one, yeah.
Posted that. Yeah, no. See, I don't think that's how we see it all.
Okay, that's how light. This is not expressing how we see. This is expressing how light behaves in mediums.
No. You have a very controlled light. You've got a man-made light there that is channeled in a beam, right? And you are now directing it through sugar water, and it's bending. I'm not going to disagree with that, but I do not think that is what is happening. There is no channeled, collimated beams of light traveling anywhere.
But
I think that's great at the same thing using a piece of cardboard with natural light. Well, not natural, flashlight light. But I poked a hole in some cardboard. I put it up against a clear container, and the refraction still happened. It had nothing to do with it being a laser.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, what would the difference be?
So what you have done is you have created a beam of light by poking a hole through a piece of cardboard. Not natural.
Okay,
But it would happen with the sun. If I had poked a hole in the side of my house and went into a dark room with the fish tank, I'd see it in the house also.
Yeah. Once again, you are creating a beam of light, man-made. That's what you're doing.
Why is that making a difference?
I'm selecting a single beam.
The light isn't man-made, Bandsaw.
I never said that the light from the sun was man-made, but when you poke a hole in your roof or in a piece of cardboard or whatever, and then you are now channeling it, now that is man-made. Definitely.
What if there's a tunnel? What if there's a tunnel with a hole on the roof?
You are funneling it.
I'm not really channeling. I'm selecting, I'm filtering, and removing all the other ones.
But you said that all the refraction happens at the target, so that would mean that there's no limit to the length that you can use at the autolight in, because the atmosphere doesn't change anything.
You know what else too?
No.
The laser's coming through the glass at an angle. If you look at that experiment with those different shaped lenses, if you strike the glass at an angle, the angle it's going to exit the glass is going to be different. That's why he should have held it parallel. He should have held it parallel with the container.
Yeah, but by your own theory would suggest that the angle would change as it passed through the glass, but then but then follow that line. But it's not doing that either.
Not if it comes in. If it comes in at an angle, it's going to exit at an angle. If it comes in straight, even through a curved lens, the light that comes through straight comes out straight.
Yeah, but that laser's changing angle the entire way. It's not like it comes in and does a reflection, bounces off at 45 degrees. That thing is in a constant state of change. So the initial incident angle through the glass is kind of irrelevant to what we're talking about.
No, look at the one with the pink lasers. The laser's coming in at different angles. If he comes in straight with the lens, what you're doing by striking the glass at an angle like that, it's coming through at a different, it's coming out at a different angle than it's going in. If you go in at a right angle, if you go in square to the surface, it would go straight through that liquid, that green liquid.
So what's happening in this picture then?
Okay, so it bends out.
Yeah, that's what would happen on a globe when you see further.
Yeah, but it has to also return.
It doesn't.
So there is. What do you mean? What's the return? If I'm looking at an object, there's photons coming from the object hitting my eye. What's the return?
How does it return? This is a one-directional laser. It's not returning the light back to the beam.
There is no return of light. I don't understand.
Okay, then I can't get an image in my camera if it's not returning the fucking light.
But the camera is not where the laser is. And in these examples, the camera is
No.
the
return of the light is what goes into the camera receptor. It goes into
examples. The camera is not where the laser is.
The light being bounced off whatever you're taking a picture of, the light being bounced off, it must return to the sensor on the camera. Don't you get it?
Yeah, this is true, but the source of that light is not coming from the camera, so it doesn't have to go from.
It doesn't matter. You're getting whatever is illuminated is reflected back into the sensor. That's how it works. That's how it works.
I agree with you, but assume the sensor is on the right side of these images. Like this is the analogy. The light source is the object, and the sensor is the right side of the where the light's gonna end up at.
You got to send. It's being sent from the beam, and then it has to return. It has to return. But wherever you're sending it from is irrelevant. It has to return to the sensor. Don't you get it?
Okay, imagine you're only looking at the laser, and you're not looking at an object. You're looking at the laser. This is what you would see if you were looking at the laser. This is where you would see the laser beam. So, we don't have. I'm not sure why it has to go back.
It's not returning. It does. It's irrelevant which way the light is bending. It's the return signal that has to hit the sensor. Doesn't matter which way I arrange the studio lights. If it's not returning to the sensor, I don't see anything.
Yeah, unless you're on the right side.
Not in the studio when you're outside.
Yeah, this thing that you're using is like a non-standard use of the word return. Yes, the light comes from a source and reflects off an object. Then it comes to your eyes through whatever path it takes. Where is the return in that statement?
It has to get into the sensor. So if you're sending light and you're receiving light are two different things. The camera is receiving, not sending.
Right. There's only receiving. So
okay. So this doesn't make any sense. This is sending light around a curve. It's not returning the light around a curve.
Okay, if you were going to do the test in this fish tank for refraction, like you wanted to see it with your eyes, where would you stand? Where would you put your eyes to try and look
at different angles? I'd put it from behind the laser and then from the side. I want to see it from all different angles.
Yeah, well, if we want to be discussing like the observations we're discussing seeing the oil rigs from across the ocean or anything else. So we're taking the light that is hitting the object, where the light came from, we don't care. what the light's doing after it leaves the object is what we care about. So once the light is leaving the object and it comes to the other side where our eyes are, there's no returning. It's just going one path. That's the only path we're worried
Right.
about.
So you have to assume it's going to reflect around a curve and it would go into your sensor. If I put a mirror at the bottom of the fish tank, which way is the light going to reflect from the laser? Say it's bending down. Let's put a mirror there. What happens to the return path?
Same path that it took. It's always bending towards the denser medium.
No, what I'm saying is, do you think you could deflect it right back to the laser by putting a mirror on the bottom of the fish tank?
Sure, if it's perpendicular to the light at the bottom, why not?
No, because it's a different angle of incidence.
What? How?
The angle that the beam is coming in at is the angle it's going to deflect at. So if it's bending downward, it's going to have a different angle of deflection.
It's going to bend downwards, just like when it came in.
No. If you put a mirror at the bottom of the tank where the green laser is bending down to the bottom, you put a mirror, the angle coming in is going to be the angle of deflection. They're going to be equal. Whatever angle it comes in is the opposite that it deflects. So that would mean it would not return to the camera.
That's
that
right.
light is gone forever. It's gone forever. You bend
That's
it,
right.
it's gone.
That's right. But you have to remember that in every one of these observations that we make or are looking at, we're not doing what you're saying has to be done. We're not emitting the light and also only using that light to see the thing that we're trying to get with our camera. You know what I mean? The light is coming from some source.
So wait, you're saying if I put a camera at the same place that the laser is at, right, and I hold it parallel with the bottom, it will take a picture of the bottom of the fish tank coming in through the side of the tank, just parallel with the tank. I will get an image of the bottom, a photo of the bottom of the aquarium. If I put a picture down there, let's say a bullseye, I will see that bullseye in my picture. My camera is going to bend down and take a picture 90 degrees downward from where I'm aiming the camera.
Well, not 90 degrees, but yeah. I
Well,
think you would see the bullseye.
It completes a complete 90. It's coming down relative to the position, right? The bottom of the tank.
You see a blurry bullseye.
Yeah. So if I put it right where that green laser is, if I put a picture of something, I could take a photo of that picture just holding my camera parallel to the tank. You're saying it would do the same thing as the laser. I would see that picture. That's a simple experiment we should try because it doesn't take, everyone's got a camera in a container of water. Let's see if we can do that, if we could replicate that. I'd be curious.
Anyways, that what's happening with light from an emitted source like this laser, or light that's being reflected off some object, the way they behave in a medium is not going to be different. Like it's the same laws, So, and it's actually the same.
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna get in an aquarium and see what happens.
You can try it, but I'm just saying that's just how it works. I mean, it's just like if you pointed a laser pointer at my eye, I'd be pissed off, dude. But if you point a laser pointer,
you're talking about different things. A beam is a condensed beam of light.
Hold on, man. Hold on. I'm almost. This is a small point, but if you point a laser pointer at my eye, it would hurt. Okay, and if you point a laser pointer at a mirror and point it at my eye, it would also hurt, and I would see basically the same thing because I want the reflection of something, the reflection of light coming off of something, and the emitted light source being in that same place. It wouldn't make a difference. The light coming at you is going to be, the light coming at you, and it's going to behave in the medium the way it would behave in either case. But both cases behave the same way. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting that we've only ever been shown a profile of these demonstrations with these lasers.
What do you mean? Like there's no version where they're looking at it straight on?
Right. I don't know who the guy was just talking, but yeah, I mean, his point was, to see what you would see from a straight on shot. Because my contention is daylight isn't a laser beam. And so the whole equivocation of whatever happens in a fish tank with water that has a solution in it, to put an equal sign between a fish tank with a laser beam through water with a target through the air is absolutely, in my opinion, redonkulous. Absolutely redonkulous.
What does that mean? Redonkulous.
It means redonkulous. It means crazy ass stupid.
Ridiculous. Okay. If I was my image that I just posted, if I was standing in that, stuck my head in that fish tank, and I was looking, where do you think I would see that light coming from? What would I see it? Would I see it coming over that wall? Would I see it where the wall is, or would I see it where the red line is?
That's all hypothetical. I want to talk about if you put a picture flat on the bottom of the tank, if the camera would take a picture, right? If your sensor could detect whatever picture is at the bottom of that tank, right where the laser's hitting, put a picture of an American flag. Set your camera up and see if you get a photograph of an American flag. That's what I want to see.
Don't we have this test every time we look at a fish in water?
No, I want to see it. I want to see it replicated just like I described.
Yeah, exactly. Like not in a normal way, just almost exactly like you described it. So I have a normal way. There's no American flag, but you're smart, man. You added that in there.
No, you can't draw inferences from concepts and say that proves your point. You can't say that. You can imagine what I'm talking about.
Inferences from drawings? I don't think these are inferences. These are these are descriptions. So that because the principle is not, it's not arguable. It's like we're demonstrating it all the time. We're demonstrating it with these lasers, whatever. We're just trying to describe the principle because it's all it is. All it takes is a logical, step forward.
Yeah, all you're doing
where
is
that description leads.
All you're doing is, again, a description doesn't have to and doesn't necessarily equal reality. You can tell me what you think is happening with what you're seeing. That's not evidence, right? So it doesn't matter how many laser beam tests you guys can show in fish tanks. Daylight and the air are not the same environment. You cannot draw an equal sign between the two.
All I'm saying is that in one image, we're showing what light does in a medium.
No,
and
you're
how it can
showing
be,
what?
how
No,
it can
you're
be bent
no.
and shifted. So
No,
we're showing that happens, and nobody should disagree with that because it's clear that happens.
No,
and then we're just showing what an observer would be witnessing if he were, at the right end of that tank. And
it's not. Oh my God, it's not just light. It's laser light. It's not daylight. Show
what's the
me.
difference again?
Okay. Get a fish tank and put your solution in it, however you want it, and set it out in the daytime, and then show me what you're talking about.
Oh, I'll do that. But before I do that, just so I'm clear that there's some reason, what's the difference between these two sources?
I'm not going to be able to give you a clinical differentiation. So here it is. A laser beam is condensed. Daylight is ambient. It's not the same. You don't have you can show me a laser beam, right? You can show me a beam laser. You cannot show me a day beam.
Ebold posted a good GIF. There's laser and normal light.
Yeah, this guy Mick West. You ever heard of this guy? He's got a cool name. But anyways, here's a video of him showing it orthogonically sideways, and then also showing it from the front. So
All right, that's fine. I'll take a look at that. But again, do you understand my point, Kosho?
I do understand your sentiment, but I don't believe your point is valid, and I'll just tell you why. Just because I understand that you're trying to make a distinction between a laser, and some other light source. Yes, there's differences, but those differences don't make a difference here because
you have it. Okay, great. So when you say those differences don't make a difference here, I would expect that you have a recorded documentation where they falsified and eliminated those things so that you can say that all of these things are equal and they're the same. Otherwise, all you're doing is speaking ad hoc for what you consider a logical inference.
Well, let's find out because I almost got to the end there. I was saying in this case, those differences, it's kind of like when you're describing fluid dynamics and you're talking about, liquids and gases. And it's true that they're different things, but in most cases, when you're discussing some fluid, property, it would apply to both of them. And in this case, the light, you're right, they are emitted differently. One's collimated and focused, and the other one's like it could be a light bulb going in all directions. However, the light bulb going in all directions, one of those directions is going to be pointed towards you, and so you're going to see that light. And if the laser was only pointing towards you, it'd be behaving just like the light was that was coming towards you. So
again,
the two things aren't different in regards to what we're describing and we're discussing here because we're just concerned with the one path of light from the source to the observer's lens.
That's fine. That's fine as a description of what you think is happening. You cannot show me a path of light. You cannot show me a ray of light, a beam of light, a line of light. You can't show. It's just all ambient. It's just all out there. I'm looking across the parking lot right now, and I see trucks and I see trees. I don't see rays of light.
Well, what Breeball posted is just ambient line being refracted over curves.
Okay, we're not talking about that right now, so it's not even related to what we're discussing.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's
so
a
not
huge.
talking about ambient light. Okay.
There's a huge difference between a 5-watt laser and a 5-watt light bulb. Would you agree?
Yeah, there's differences, absolutely.
So trying to equate one with the other probably wouldn't be the best thing to do, right?
Right,
So
right.
Well, no, not quite true. In this context,
So if I screw in a 5-watt light bulb and I decide to use that to read by, I'd be perfectly fine and I would barely be able to read by it, right? But if I decided to use a 5-watt laser to read my book, not only would that laser burn through the book, it would burn through my freaking leg and through my couch.
you're absolutely right. So and those are where they're different. And the part where they're the same, it can be used as the same thing, is when you're concerned with the direction of the light going from that source to one specific point, like the observer's lens.
You
because
can
both
claim
will behave
that.
the same way in that regard.
Again, you can claim that. You can describe that. You cannot demonstrate that.
Yeah, you need to substantiate that claim, right?
Why is that untrue? Why would that be untrue?
Don't ask me why your claim would be untrue. We've already said why.
No, you haven't said why. You've only stated that it's untrue. But I'm asking you, why is it that the light would behave differently when it's going from the source to the observer? And
Why
in one
is it
case,
that the
why would it do
5-watt
something different in another case?
Hold on. So, who's the guy that just talked about the five? Who's the guy that just
Napalm?
Hey, Napalm. So Napalm just brought up the difference between 5 watts, right?
He brought up the difference between trying to read with both of these things.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Now, if we turned both of those light sources on at the same time from the same position, right next to each other, would the 5-watt light bulb's light extend as far as the laser beam?
They may not extend. It may not extend as far.
Okay, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. So there's a difference right there. So
well,
again,
when I when I say that extend as far, I just mean like it might not be able to like reach be visible on a wall, because the light for the light bulb would have been.
Yeah, that's a clarification without
What is a
distinction.
5-watt laser?
Yeah, 5-watt laser, 5-watt light bulb. Yeah.
Oh, no.
I'd
I'm
say
not
you
sure.
can see they both kind of the exact same distance. All I would have to do is take a longer term image of the wall, and I'd be able to see that laser spot from the quarter watt and the 5-watt one.
I've got an idea. Kosho, set up your experiment, right, where you're going to look through the fish tank of sugar water at a 5-watt light bulb on the side, the opposite side of that water, and then use a 5-watt laser. And let me know how badly let me know how badly your camera gets damaged.
Why would I do that?
Exactly.
Why do you think that would be a good idea to do?
The two sources are not synonymous. So why
No, but
would
they're
you
not.
do
They're
that?
not said to be synonymous. They're not. They're obviously not synonymous.
You were just claiming that they were.
No,
Their paths
obviously the one difference that they don't have though is the way that the light. I mean, the way the light will behave in the medium as it travels from the source to the same lens. The path of the light is not going to behave any differently.
Substantiate that. That's all we're saying.
Well, I mean, there's no reason to think otherwise. Like, why would that?
Yes, there is. You have
why
two
would it be
people.
different?
You have two people challenging your claim right now.
No, but I'm asking why. Why would that?
We've already told you. Not only
You
that,
haven't. You described how lasers would hurt people.
I don't give a
and you
shit
agreed
if
with
you
them.
can describe shit. I don't give a shit if you can describe it. So what?
But why?
Your argument is silly.
No, why does the 5-watt laser burn your book where the 5-watt light bulb barely gives you enough light to read by? Why?
Because it's concentrated and it's polarized.
Same thing. Right. It's concentrated and it's polarized, which would probably give you different effects within what you're talking about as far as.
If I have a incandescent bulb that hits my book with 5 watts per millimeter, it will ignite my book just the same as a laser.
Now, why would
we're not talking about a light source that would hit the book at 5 watts per millimeter. We're talking about a 5-watt source of incandescent light versus a 5-watt source of columnated, not perfectly columnated, but columnated light in the form of a laser.
You're claiming that the light's path would be different. Why?
Why wouldn't it be different?
Primarily, again, hold on, Mole Man. Let me respond to Mole Man, please. Mole Man asked a question. Mole Man, no one has demonstrated that daylight behaves the same as laser light. So, for one, that should answer your question. 2, we've already said it. The daylight is diffused. It's ambient. And the laser light is columnated. It's concentrated. There are at least.
There's still no reason why the path would be different.
Excuse me?
Yeah, there is no reason why the path of the laser and the daylight would be different.
You have not proven, you have not demonstrated that daylight has a path.
So let me give you a similar demonstration. So you know that static electricity can bend water coming out of a faucet, right? Like people have demonstrated this, that it can make water kind of bend. So let's take a mist of water as opposed to a stream of water. Do you think the effects would be the exact same?
No.
Why not?
Because there's a difference between running water and mist.
Bingo. Just think of light in the same way.
Light as photons and laser light as photons, yes, and
photons. You can't. First of all, you can't substantiate that, but we won't go down that road. It is totally different. It's columnated light. What is light? Is that what you're asking me?
The columnated? No. What do you mean with columnated light? What does it mean?
So that's what a laser does, right? So a laser it passes light through multiple lenses that try to condense the beam into as close of a parallel beam as you can get, right?
But
So you understand that it's highly focused light within a small
but
area.
But when it leaves from the light source, the laser, how does it behave differently than when it released from any other light source?
What do you mean? How does it behave differently?
Because it's
Like
not coherent.
No, but it's like whatever light is,
Sunlight
whether it's
isn't.
photons or whatever. How is it different still?
Right, like the gentleman just said, there's a difference
Yeah.
between coherent and incoherent light. Just the same way there's a difference between a coherent and incoherent magnetism, right?
Okay, and how do they? How does Snell's
how
law?
do they travel differently?
What is Snell's law? How do they behave? Or how does Snell's law treat either of these things? Like,
Yeah,
what's
is
the
it
difference
different?
in the way it treats it?
So Snell's law treats it fairly similar, but what we're talking about here is a difference,
Well, if
because
it's similar,
you guys are saying it's the medium that's bending it, right? But most of these demonstrations, it's the angle in which the light is first hitting the glass, right?
Yeah.
So there's your angle of incidence.
That's right.
No, but your claim
And then
was that laser
it's
light.
going through a medium.
That's
So
right, yes.
when we look at ambient light in the daytime, we don't have that hitting of an abrupt change between a medium, right? That is required for Snell's law.
That was not the
Or the
question.
angle of
The question was, is there a difference between laser and ambient in Snell's law? And if there isn't, why would there be a reason why there's a
Okay,
difference?
hold on. Wait. No.
I don't know if Snell's law deals with laser light, to be honest with you.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Again, it's your claim that Snell's law has to do with making observations through the air, right? So there are no boundary layers.
No, that was not the claim. The claim, the question was, does the Snell's law, or like with the fish in a pond, if you're looking at the fish and if you're pointing a laser at the fish, is there a difference in how the light behaves?
Okay, wait. If you're looking at the fish, what? Say it again. If you're looking at the fish.
If I'm looking at a fish in a pond and there is refraction because of the angle of incidence of the mediums, and I do the same thing with a laser, is it different? Is the light taking a different
I don't know.
path?
I would have to perform that function, right? I would have to, let's say, for instance, I'm at the side of a pool, and the pool's got steps down, and there's a handle that goes into the water, so I can see the refraction of the handle when it hits the surface of the water, right? So then what I would have to do then would be to get a laser and come at the same angle as the handle, turn the laser on, and see if it bends the same way as that. That would be the way I would test it. Otherwise, I'm not going to take a guess and say, yeah, they're going to do the same thing.
There's no need to guess, to be honest with you. There's a reason why there's no distinction made between the
Dude, there's something funny about that picture you posted too. The beam is flattening out. You see right where it's starting to deflect, the beam is becoming flattened. It's a cylindrical beam, and then it's being spread out like there's two different densities of liquid. It seems like it's flattened, like the beam is flattening out. It's not maintaining the cylindrical shape.
I was hoping you wouldn't catch that. I'm sorry, Mo, man. I think you were trying to say something, man.
No, I just think there's no difference between normal light and the laser light when it comes to
You can
refraction.
think that all you like.
Well, there's
no
Snell's
evidence
law
to the contrary.
make a difference from LEDs or incandescent lights or fires or reflected light or lasers, because Snell's law doesn't treat them differently because they're not different.
Okay, so right. So I understand that the angle of incidence with air to water can be represented with Snell's law. Show me, besides an equation, how they applied Snell's law to an observation that they were actually able to measure. And what I mean by that is not giving these like, so we do Snell's law. We can plot it all out, right? I don't have a problem with plotting out the angle of a poolside handle going into the pool. I don't have a problem with that. But what I understand is that you take those equations, those values, and then you go into the air and you take the measurements for the air so that you have temperatures and whatnot, and you have the gradient. And then you just simply work out another equation to give you a value that you say, this is how it's the same. But all you've done is translate from one thing that you have measured to another thing that you haven't measured, but that you think is translatable because you can simply represent it with an equation.
Oh, quick question. So if I was to give you this equation, how would you know if it was correct or not?
He doesn't want the equation.
What?
He just asked for an equation. I'm just asking, if we were to give you this equation, how would you determine whether or not the equation we give you was correct?
Are you talking about an equation for the air? Like you're gonna apply Snell's law to making an observation in the air?
Yeah, the one you just asked for. Yeah.
I mean, that's I would have to think through it a little bit more, in terms of like what detail. I'd have to actually plot it because I just posted a picture of a house that was 3 miles away, right? So, like, we have to have a target. We have to have an optical corridor. We have to have the measurements throughout that optical corridor. I mean, there are a lot. It's not just a simple answer. It would have to be a very, detailed study, right? But if you're going to make a prediction, I suppose that would be what it is. In my opinion, if you take something that you can concretely demonstrate, which is what would happen when a stick enters the water, and I don't have a problem with that, like I said, but you can demonstrate that. When you give me an equation, where's your demonstration? Like, how would I validate it, right? Or better yet, the question is, how did you, besides crunching your numbers, how did you validate that equation comports with reality?
Took a long time, but yeah, the differential in Snell's law is the equation. Is the top link, and the bottom link is Walter Bison's model, which allows you to put in different data for your source and for your target, and it will show you what it's supposed to look like, and you can compare that to what you see.
So I love this GIF because it demonstrates exactly what you're asking for. But I heard you guys saying earlier that laser light and ambient light are different. I understand they're somewhat different, but it seems like the change in medium is affecting the laser and the two blocks on each side the same.
Yeah, I thought that laser light was taking light and changing it. I thought that was the whole point.
Again, the substance that's sprayed onto the curved surface is affecting both the laser and the Lego blocks the same.
Isn't laser light like redirected light? So redirected inside the pen.
It just basically takes and cancels out all the light so that you end up with just a single polarized direction.
Whatever. Usually, when you change the medium by pouring the liquid or spraying something or whatever, it's just redirecting the light by however it does it, reflection or refraction or whatever you want to call it. It's not just one thing. You can't just call that refracted light, right? It's also reflecting off of the particles of whatever chemical or medium that you introduce.
That could be true, but I think that's the point, though, is that whatever's happening to the blocks is happening to the laser, and same vice versa, because the light, yeah.
Because the light and the blocks are at the same distance from the viewer, and you're applying that difference in medium in the same area. Of course, it's going to affect. I mean, it doesn't affect it the same because one's reflected light and one's a beam of its own source of light. So it is a little different.
You're right. You're right. That is a difference between the two things, but the point, I think the main point that we're trying to get across, or that is the truth and just clear in that, is that even though there's light that's being reflected off the blocks, and there's also light that's being emitted from that source, as they're traveling from that source, all three objects through the medium is treating them all the same.
Yeah, you're just introducing a medium in between the viewer and the object of the reflected light and the point source light that it's able to reflect off of and be moved. Like a mirror. You're like building a mirror above it. With a sprayed on chemical or adding a medium or whatever. I see the air like a liquid, like a wave. So when thermal energy or whatever, hot and cold, it creates that trough and peak, and light can travel up and down that. Like it's traveling on the surface up and down.
So let me ask a question real quick about. Go ahead.
Well, fluidity.
Yeah,
I don't know if I said that wrong. Go ahead.
But that's what I would say that you see on long distance observations. When we see far, you see those distortions that we see on the oil rigs and things on the black swan.
It's just reflection, right? Well, why couldn't it be the opposite? Why couldn't the sky be reflecting down and obstructing the bottom of an oil rig? Like, if you see it one way, you have to see it another. Or if you're not, you're being dishonest.
Well, if the light bent the other way, then sure, it would look like you'd have the horizon and bottom of obstruction of flat Earth.
Well, we have that all the time where the sky is mirrored onto the surface, where it obviously obstructs things that aren't over a physical edge. It's just being mirrored down. I'm using mirrored, but you under a reflection. So it looks like sky where there's actually water there. And then the opposite happens where it looks like water is there where it's actually sky. And if you can't if you can't figure that out, like if you can't honestly decipher that and agree with me on that point, then man, that is on you. Like that is the easiest point to figure out there is.
So,
how it works, like what factors causes that, man, I don't know if we'll ever know that for sure, like 100%. But we do know those two things are happening.
Yeah, there are mirages and things. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. Okay, look, it's not just that there are mirages and things, right? We're not just saying that refraction happens. We are not saying mirages happen. We are presenting to you guys to consider an alternative understanding. And I think what Dave just said passed over your head, okay? And my recent videos, and the one that I just uploaded right now that has a clip from JG Jose's show from a couple of years ago with Rumpus and Brenda and somebody else I can't remember on it, in a discussion with Chris Berry and myself. They Rumpus and Brenda both describe their understanding of what the mirage does over the distance and why we see an apparent end limit to the water. So if you go to my video from yesterday, which is shorter than the one from today, you will see the Anacapa Island in such a severe mirage that the island is almost completely swallowed up on itself with the sky mirrored underneath the island. So it looks like the island is floating in the air. Now, what I haven't heard too many of your side concede is that the sky underneath that mirage is a mirage of the sky. Most people, as I've looked at this, most of these superior mirage interpretations assume that the limit to the water they're looking at is Earth curve, and that is sky above, and then you've got a mirage above that. No, that is absolutely 100% incorrect.
Yep, that's right.
I've never seen. I've never claimed that looking over water and seeing a mirage, a severe mirage. Never heard anybody claim that was Earth curve.
But
I can see that same effect looking over a very hot surface like a runway. You see the same effect. So that's
right.
Normally what you're seeing at is because of a really hot layer of air below a cooler layer of air.
Yeah, but what you have to understand,
that's why you get that effect.
that happens at different distances. So you see it more prevalent some points than others. Like sometimes it's so far off into the distance that all you see is water or sky. You don't see the actual where it transitions at. Like the picture that I just posted, you can see this is a clear mirage. Like the top of the building is mirrored to, the top is the bottom and the bottom is top. So about 3/4 of the way down from the top of that building is actually water. But it looks like sky underneath the building.
With what I've seen, like with mirroring on the roads and airfields and everything, it seems to be about the angle from your point of view to the surface. Because on the road you can have mirage, no mirage, mirage, no mirage, or mirroring, no mirroring.
You get what I'm saying, though. When you look at this picture, I can show you another picture taken from the same place where the water goes all the way to the midpoint of the building. And y'all are saying that's Earth curve, right? The water's edge.
No.
Well, that's what I'm being told it is. The water is higher than the building from the viewer.
Dave. Okay, hold on, Mole Man. Dave is describing rather than using a boat on the water, he's using a building. Okay, so yes, we're told that every time you see the limit to the water, it's Earth curve.
Oh, but there is no limit to this water. This is a mirage.
Wait. No. That is the limit to the water. The mirage is creating the limit to the water.
So you are saying that there is half of the building is being hidden by water then?
No, listen very carefully, okay? That building, and again, I know that you guys don't watch my stuff, but my last videos, my last 2 or 3 videos are about what we are talking about. If you want to understand my position, and I'm sure Dave's, those videos are very clear. So let me describe it right now since we're live. That building that you're looking at is 100% directly in front of you. There is nothing missing. Everything is right there in front of you. That is the nature of an inferior mirage. The target an inferior mirage has within its image, the target is 100% behind the mirage. How the refraction presents the target to you depends on the intensity and the severity of that mirage. So that building, the top of that dark object is the physical building. You go down halfway, that's where the mirage starts. You go all the way down now to the water, that's where the mirage ends. Okay, now go along with me for a moment. Let's pretend that. Let's pretend that.
But hold on, that's a positive claim, so we can follow that. Get back to that later.
It's a positive what?
Yeah, you said that the whole building is there. Are you saying that there is no curvature to the water?
Yes, that's correct.
Absolutely.
Okay. So that is a positive claim. So, but we can continue. We can assume that.
Okay, thanks. So let's pretend that we're watching a video right now. That image is a video, and that object in Dave's picture is a boat. Let's pretend that boat is off frame, and you're just looking straight ahead of you, like you're filming the water, and you're just looking straight ahead. You don't know there's an inferior mirage there because the sky has no vanishing line. It just blends together. So you're going to assume that you're looking at Earth curve because that's the way the horizon apparently looks.
Oh.
The water ends and the sky meets the water. That's the horizon. In your world, that's due to Earth curve. Okay, now you're filming that water.
No. Still no.
Okay, so you don't think that you don't hold on.
No.
If you were filming this
yes,
water,
we know that you think it's a ball. Got it. Now we're just trying to explain.
No.
Okay, hold on.
I've never said because if I say that every time you see a horizon like this, it's Earth curve and there is no refraction and no mirages, that's false. There can be mirages.
Okay, but but my point is, if you don't know there's a mirage there, what are you going to assume?
Nothing, because I would like to have an object there to establish something.
Oh my God.
So you don't believe? Okay, wait a minute. So let me understand you. You are saying that sometimes the apparent limit to the water is due to refraction, and sometimes it's not.
We can tell the difference between when there's a mirage and when there's not a mirage. If there's something there to look at.
That's bullshit. No, you can't.
If there's just water, if there's just water, then I agree. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to tell. But if there's an object, beyond the horizon, and there's no distortion, minimal distortion, then we can tell that there's no mirage.
Wait.
It doesn't look like reality, there's a mirage.
Okay, hold on, B-Ball. First of all, I agree 100% with you, which is why I didn't say anything about that, because I took the object out of the frame. If there is no object there, and there is the condition for an inferior mirage, and you look out over the ocean with nothing in front of you but the horizon, your default is going to assume that's Earth curve.
No, that's not true. I would have to have something there. I would have to have, if I'm just looking at the horizon and nothing else beyond that, I'm not going to say, oh, look, that's Earth curve. Why would anyone do that?
It doesn't matter if there's let me interject, because this is where the crux is. It doesn't matter if there's an object or not. If you're looking, your default should always be mirage. Always. Because
why is that?
Because over distance, there's always that. There's always distortion. There's always refraction. There's always.
Yeah, but I'm not going to use that as evidence, though.
Well, it should be.
I'm not going to use just the horizon and nothing else as some sort of evidence.
I'm not saying you should. I said if you can't see the bottom, like you always claim you can't see the bottoms of your building. Well, that's a ludicrous claim, because I can show you the bottom of a building missing from 20 stories up and the building's only 2 miles away. It's not Earth curve. It's just things are obstructing.
Yeah, because you're looking at a mirage.
I'm almost finished, B-Ball. I know you're excited. There's just obstruction there. Whether it's land, trees, or a mirage, it's just obstruction. Period.
I mean, you're just saying, all you're saying is that, so you're claiming there's always a mirage there, even though we can't really see a mirage.
There's the default is mirage. There's very few days over distance. And I'm talking about, like, this building is 24 miles or 15 miles, especially over water. You're very rarely, I would say almost never, going to get the conditions where you're seeing everything without distortion, which is basically mirage.
Atmospheric but do you understand what causes the mirage you're looking at?
Yeah, atmospheric conditions, yeah.
No, it's a hot layer below a cooler layer.
Yeah,
a hot layer of air, when it's hotter, then you're going to get more of a mirage.
Yeah, this is the non sequitur.
That's one way. It's not a non sequitur.
It is. We're not. Yeah. Okay. Look, what you're saying is irrelevant. We all agree with that. There's no need for you to make a distinction.
I just said atmospheric conditions, and then you list atmospheric conditions.
Right. Exactly.
It's amazing.
But those conditions are not always present.
Temperature variation and other conditions, wind, moisture, humidity, are always present when you're in the atmosphere. Yes, they are. Atmospheric conditions are always present in the atmosphere. I promise you.
Yeah,
it would also be there on a globe.
Yes, there would be. I agree with that, and there would be physical blockage on a globe. I agree with that 100%.
The specific condition you're talking about, where there's a severe mirage, is not always present.
I don't even understand why you're even trying to argue with this, because even your partner there is going, even on a globe it would happen, right?
Yes, exactly. But
what you're doing is
it wouldn't be extreme every day.
But what you're doing is saying the radius is this, and according to the radius, the refraction must be this. The mirage must be this.
No.
That's not right.
But we have winters over here, so there are times when water is hotter than air, and sometimes when it's colder than air, and sometimes when it's exactly the same temperature as the air.
It's irrelevant.
And your point is,
right? But if hot air below colder air,
no. Your claim, not ours.
Yeah, you need to be talking.
Okay, yeah, you don't know what causes it. No.
Atmospheric
no.
conditions is the cause. 100%.
Yes,
Okay,
but
hold on. Hold on
specifically what you're
again.
talking. All right.
Hold on. Again, B-Ball is the one who brought in the hot air layer, blah, blah, blah. Not us.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because you know why I'm saying that's
validated.
exactly what happens though.
Yeah, because
when
you've
I
heard
go,
it from
hold on,
you've heard it from Nick
no. That's
West
because
and Jesse
I observed.
McCloskey, and they're just repeating it.
No,
You haven't
because I
done any of these
observe.
studies yourself.
I literally observe it, right? So whenever
No.
I go to the place where I make my observations, there's a runway that runs along the road along the beach where I go. Whenever I look down that hot runway, there's literally the next time I go, I'm gonna take a
Oh
picture
my
of it.
God! You don't have to take a picture of a hot surface,
There is a mirage, a severe mirage over that long runway. Severe. And then but when I
Not a
go over to the
mirage.
water, but whenever I go over to the water, there is no severe mirage.
It's not a mirage.
So the difference is the hot air coming off that beaming on that runway, and then the light being bent upwards towards the less dense medium, which is the more dense medium, which is the cooler layer of air above it.
You're categorizing everything as a mirage. So I mean, there's people who have like on their bucket list. Like I wish at some point in my life I could see a mirage. That would be so amazing to see an actual mirage, right? And then you take your globe model, insert it, and then insist that you know what? Actually, for my model to exist and this radius to exist, I see mirages every day, but only
We
now
don't
that
see
you realize,
mirages every day.
right?
We
But
don't see
you're
mirages every day.
also categorizing everything as a mirage. That's too broad.
No, that's actually Travis that's doing that. That's not us.
That's not a
Wait, hold
mirage
on.
off of a
Wait,
hot
hold
surface.
on. I didn't. No.
Did you not say that? That is always a mirage, or didn't you say that, Rakia?
No,
Yes.
I did not.
I'm saying there are the default should be mirage, not Earth curve. It should be refraction. It should be light getting distorted, information from reflected light getting distorted and causing these optical illusion, which is the definition of a mirage.
Now
That's
I
how
would
I'm
agree with that. I would agree with what Rakia
I
just
can
said.
post it as the very definition, number one, actually the only definition of what a mirage is, not classifying it, just the definition of mirage, is an optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions of the time.
Right. And I agree with what you're saying. And
Well,
but when it comes
that's why
time
I'm using mirage.
right, when it comes time to classify which mirage they're seeing, then it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Mirage, illusion, an illusion. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions at that point in time because it changes. It's fluid. So is the atmosphere.
Yeah, but over the hot runway, it's always there.
Oh my God, B-ball.
It's not always there over the water.
It is always there. It's just in different.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it
is. It's just
not
in.
that.
Oh.
No, it's
Whatever,
not.
dude.
Okay,
You're missing.
B-ball.
How about over top of white stone? Does it happen over white surfaces or black only?
I don't understand. I don't
It
understand.
happens when there's a hot layer of air below a cooler layer of air.
That's not the only reason it happens, B-ball.
Yes, that is the reason it happens.
No,
That's
different
specific. Yes, it
surfaces
is.
reflect light differently and cause different optical illusions, sir. And if you don't know that by now, you're either
can
ignorant
see
or
that
you're
over
trying
a
to
hot.
deceive. Yes,
No,
you can see it
it
over
over a hot.
grass. Yeah, you can get next to a road that's next to grass, that's next to water, and you're going to get different optical views because of the surfaces.
No, you're gonna get that
and
mirage. You're gonna get that same mirage
Yeah,
you're
you're
talking about.
talking through me because you know you're wrong. If
No, I'm
a
not
surface
wrong.
is shiny and a surface is like wavy and a surface is not shiny, like it's rough, you're going to get different effects of the optical view.
No, you're gonna get the mirage you're talking about.
Oh my
according
God,
to him,
dude! You
if
must
there's
be a
a thin
simpleton.
layer of if there's a thin layer of water on the black asphalt, it changes absolutely. The mirage does not change whatsoever. The reflection doesn't change at all.
I don't know what. Yeah, but I don't understand the situation you're describing right now. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Thin layer over a hot asphalt. Where I'd like to see that.
There is a video of. There's a video.
We'll
of,
post it, man. I said I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'll find. So there's this video. It's kind of funny of these freeway. A bunch of cars are going around a puddle because they think it's a hole in the ground. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
Yeah, it's an optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions
Wait,
and
how
the
do you know? How do
surfaces.
you
Not
know
just
that
one
they're
thing.
going? How do you know they're going around it for that reason?
Because eventually, after like 25 cars, one of the guys gets out and starts trying to like see if he can fall into the hole and realizes it was a puddle. Yeah.
I was just wondering, you saw one fall in, actually.
So you're saying the surface does matter, right?
The surface matters.
Yeah, but B-ball doesn't.
Of course it matters. I mean, and who's he proving wrong?
exactly.
Because every single person in the world knows
I didn't say
this
that.
doesn't happen to my grass. It only happens on black asphalt roads.
I
So
didn't
his
say
argument
that.
is silly.
No,
Well, no,
it happens when there's a hot layer of air below a cooler layer of air.
And the surface matters too, right, B-ball?
Yes, the surface matters.
Thank you.
If you want people to think it's
But
crazy,
guess,
say stuff.
but guess what? That's only present. The effect you're talking about is only present when there's a hot layer of air.
Okay, wait a minute.
Over water,
Okay,
you're not
wait.
over water. You're not always going to get that. So I'm going to post a picture here. Here. I'm going to post a picture right here. Watch this. Watch this. Right? Hold on. Hold on. Yes, right. I'm going to show you right now, and I'm going to show you the difference. Give me a second. Now,
dude, no one's disagreeing that this
picture
temperature
right here,
difference doesn't cause things, but you saying that's the only thing that causes that is ridiculous.
Look here. So here, and in between me and this building right here, there is a hot runway, 2 miles long. And then if I pan more to the right, I don't get that effect that you see there just above the water.
No shit, Sherlock. You don't have as much heat. We're agreeing with you.
Exactly.
So the surface matters.
Oh my God,
right?
B-ball. I don't know.
Exactly. So
Dude, you
there's
must
not
be
always
on.
a mirage there, is there?
Are you sniffing
There's
chemicals?
not always a mirage there, is there? It depends on
Yes,
the
it's
heat,
just a
right?
different.
Oh my
yes,
God,
it's just
B-ball. What the
different
hell is
levels
wrong with you, man?
It's just
What the hell's
different
wrong with
levels
you?
of distortion, B-ball.
Yes,
one over
it's
the
caused by the heat coming off the runway.
shut up every now and then and listen. Yeah, the heat
Coming
coming
up.
off of that surface, that hot black surface, is going to cause more distortion if you would shut up. And then when you pan over to the right and the surface is different and less heat is coming off, there's less distortion. Right,
Exactly.
B-ball? Yeah,
Like
so
here,
but
here's me.
still distortion,
Here's me
asshole.
panning to the left.
Oh my
Here's
God.
me panning to the left. I'm gonna
Dude,
post
you're
another
Fuck me,
one.
man. I don't get
You're
you.
either
I don't
ignorant
get
or
you,
you're
man.
deceiving on purpose.
Yeah, you're incorrigible,
Here,
bro.
I've panned to the right. You see how there's no
Congratulations.
distortion?
No
There's no
distortion.
mirage.
I'll take that bet. No
There's
distortion.
no mirage. See how there's no
No
mirage
mirage.
right there, just above the water?
Screw you. No distortion,
You see
right? No
that?
mirage?
I said
No
no mirage,
mirage.
just right there below, right there at the waterline.
Really? You can see everything, Claire?
Yeah.
No
I don't
distortion?
see. Do you see the same distortion
So you're
in the
getting
bottom
all the
picture?
information from that
But
area,
there's
right,
no
people?
mirroring
Yes,
there.
I am.
There's no
Listen,
mirroring.
you're
it
right.
doesn't have to be mirroring.
Yeah, my God, guys, you guys are
There's no mirroring. There's no mirage.
No
Fuck.
mirroring, no mirage.
You're right.
Listen to this guy.
You're right. Okay, look, B-ball. Go to your top image, the first image that you presented, right? So it looks like there's a lot of heat coming off of that runway. Okay, and so there's a lot of distortion. So would you say that the air at that point is hotter than the air above it?
Yes.
Okay, so the bottom part of the buildings that are really, really distorted is a result of really, really hot air.
Yes.
Okay, and that hot air is below cold air, and that condition of
cooler air. Yes.
yeah, and that cooler air is a more dense medium. So the light should be bending up toward that dense medium because that's the description of what happens when you have an inferior mirage. So why don't we have an inferior mirage here?
I think you probably do. There's
So
probably
now there is mirage.
there is a slight mirage right there.
Slight mirage.
Okay. Well, hold on. That's fair. I respect your guess. I'd like to see you try to demonstrate that with this photo. Like, go away into Photoshop and get a box and show us where you think the inferior mirage is, because the way that you were spending such a long time describing hot air below, cooler air above, that's when you get an inferior mirage, bro.
Yeah,
Well, yeah. Okay, hold on.
I have a better. I'll have a better example probably today if I drive over there today.
Don't get a don't get a different example.
Oh yeah.
You
I'll
use
get
this one.
without the water. I'll get one without the water. I'll just the runway.
Why are you now
But the funny thing is that you guys claim that there's always a mirage.
I
And then
didn't claim that.
the last picture I posted, there is no mirage.
Claim that. I did not claim that. You say the most ridiculous things over and over again. You ask me the same question. Yes, you do. You ask me the same question, and then right now there's just Rakia and I. And you said, you guys always say. I've not said that the entire time. So stop saying that I say it.
Okay. Well, all I'm demonstrating here is that there's no mirage in the bottom picture.
Who the fuck cares?
Light mirage.
Yeah, and then when I point
see a mirage in the bottom picture?
Oh my God! And then no. Let's go back to the point where I pointed out where I broke down your claim, and I presented to you the conditions for a mirage. You said, "Oh, I bet you there is one there," but you weren't saying that before. When you first presented that, it didn't have a mirage.
Wait, I'm confused. Define mirage, B-ball.
You know.
No, I don't know. Don't have a clue
mirroring.
Okay, so you've
the
got to have.
You guys are talking about.
Yeah. Okay, so you have to have
you guys are talking about.
Yeah. Okay, so you have to have an inverted image. Go away and show us where you think this inverted image is in the picture that you posted.
It's not that severe there because obviously there's.
Oh my God! Whatever, dude.
It's not that severe.
So
whatever.
Distortion.
Still a mirage, though.
So distortion is mirage.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're telling me you have a picture over 15 miles over water that doesn't have distortion, sir? Post it.
Listen, man.
Listen, man. You just said mirage was distortion. I'm asking you if you have a picture without distortion.
There's levels of distortion,
without mirage.
Levels.
Because
There's
my
levels.
claim is
bottom,
that all your pictures are mirages, and you're agreeing that all your pictures have distortion, which you agreed was mirage.
This, right? There's levels, right? So down close to the water, you see more distortion when you go. You see more distortion.
Over hot runways, you see more. Yeah.
Yes, but the bottom picture, that is not present, is it?
What are you talking about? You just agreed there was always distortion in your photograph.
The bottom picture.
That's mirage, sir.
The bottom picture, that's not present, is it?
You're agreeing with me, and then
whatever, dude. You're such a wizard. You're such a fucking wizard, man. You just keep changing shit all over the place.
Against yourself.
Just like look at the thing Moyog Man posted. Where's the ether band?
Here's the shit what Moyog posted. We're talking about your bullshit.
Thanks a lot. I like that one.
And then arguing against your own points.
No, you claim there's always a mirage or some distortion, right?
I asked you what your definition of
levels
mirage
of
was.
Distortion,
you said,
but they're in the
you
picture.
don't mind if I talk, right? I know you got to talk through me because I'm going to repeat your ridiculous
because you never stop.
statement.
You never stop talking.
Well, just let me know when you're done. I'll prove you wrong.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So your ridiculous statement, and I guarantee you have to interrupt, is what's your definition of mirage? And you said, well, you guys say mirroring, so I'll go along with that, which is stupid. And then you said distortion. And then I said, are all your pictures distorted? You have to agree with that because you can't provide one that's not. So all your pictures have mirages in it. And then you say yes. And then argue that your pictures don't have mirages. Ridiculous.
Are you done? Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. So the last picture I posted, is there a mirage close to the water?
I'll ask you, is there distortion?
Slightly, yeah.
Okay, so that's a mirage.
No, there's levels. So there's not levels?
Yes, there's levels.
For them, no.
Said yes. Jesus, man, you're ignorant.
It seems like the distortion on the top of the buildings and the bottom of the visible parts is the same. There's no difference.
Okay, listen, guys.
I'll take that bet too.
So B-Ball said something that is very significant, and he talked about the angle in which you're viewing the mirage, right? So the angle can be very slight, and then you could also create a larger, more obtuse mirage by changing your position, right? B-Ball, would you agree with that, B-Ball?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Someone
okay,
something.
so yeah. So you're looking out ahead of you.
said it. But
Okay, you're looking out ahead of you, and you see a mirage on the road, and it's got a certain degree to it, and then you lower your perspective, and that degree apparently gets bigger. It looks like the mirage gets bigger, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're the variable. You've changed your viewing angle. Do you think that if the conditions were such that the conditions could actually create a very strong, obtuse mirage?
I believe so.
Okay,
If
right.
conditions
So
were
there's
right.
right, yeah. But in both conditions, okay, with an acute mirage or an obtuse, where the mirage apparently is closest to you, if you're looking out over the road, that road doesn't just stop; it goes on behind the mirage. So that
Into the mirage.
yeah, so that mirage could actually cover probably 3 to 5 miles of road. That if the mirage were gone, you would see 3 to 5 miles of road. Right? Okay. Now put yourself out on the ocean and you've got a boat out in a mirage. That boat, and this is the science, is treated as a superior mirage because it apparently is floating in the sky. This is the science everywhere. They will show you. Hold on. They will show you diagram upon diagram of why you see this boat apparently above the water, apparently floating in the sky. So they don't even think about the same phenomenon over the road, because if they did, they would show you an orthographic view where the road goes off into the distance, but the mirage is cutting off that distance. That car isn't in the air, flying in the air, and everybody would go, "Oh yeah, I get that." But then when you show them a ship over the water, that's fucking Earth curve, and that's a superior mirage.
Yeah,
Right.
and just
Those
change your
mirages
angle.
are not present. It's not present in
Whatever,
this
dude.
picture.
You can keep saying that, but that's ridiculous. Distortion is always present. And you can change your angle on the road, get lower and higher above the road, and that mirage will get closer and get further away. It comes towards you. Distance matters. Angle matters. It's not like going up and down. It's coming towards you and going away as your angle changes. That's why a car close to you when you're at a low angle is in the mirage. But when you go higher, you can see the car, but a distant car is still in the mirage and you can't see it. You have to go even higher to see that car. You're just changing your angle. It's not getting above a curve. It's getting above the mirage line.
So there you go. That's why your picture number 1 and picture number 2 look different. Yeah. Because you looked at them from a different angle.
Yeah, different angle. Things go into the horizon or mirage layer. The mirage makes the horizon where it is at your angle, at your viewer height, and things go into that.
Let me say this real quick. The last video I just posted is on the Bonneville Salt Flat. That road is flat all the way across. Okay, so I'm in the right image. You can't see it, but in the thumbnail, you can see it. In the thumbnail, off the side of the road on the shoulder, I'm there in the distance. Okay, and the picture that you see me in is taken by my friend Adam, who is on that same shoulder, but a mile away from me. Now, in the left image, you can see Adam on the left, and you can see the truck to the right of him. That's the same shot at the same time from 2 different perspectives. Same conditions, same viewing angle relatively, because we're both set up on the side of the road, and he's probably just a couple of, we're doing eye level, right? We're just putting our camera at eye level, so there's not much difference. And yet, he does not have a severe inferior mirage.
How do you know that the road is flat?
Dude, it's
the Bonneville Salt Flats. And if you drive out across it, you're not going down little dips, you're not going over rises, okay? So if you're going to argue with me about indulations, then you can go take a hike. I'm saying to you, it has no steep grade, no declining grade, no dips, nothing. You're driving across a flat level road, bro.
Why wouldn't you automatically think that it's the source of the light? Why wouldn't you automatically think, because you know they're at opposing views, just automatically think that it's the light source or the angle or like something else? Why would you automatically go to, how do you know the road is flat? Like insinuating that it's a curved surface.
No,
Isn't
he's
this the same?
insinuating that it's a flat surface.
Well, yeah, because he's on the Bonneville Salt Flat.
Yeah, which are measured in relation to WGS 84 to be curved.
And how far away are you, Travis?
Oh my God.
From your guy. I mean,
A
yeah,
mile.
this is
A
the
mile.
same guy. Yeah, a mile. So this is the same guy earlier who said he doesn't insert Earth curve all the time. And now here he is inserting from a mile away, inserting Earth curve is the cause of this.
No, I didn't say that, did I?
Yeah, you're fighting for it vigorously.
Oh
And when
my
I
God,
brought
you're
up,
such a
when
troll, man.
When I brought up the light source,
Oh,
you never
can
commented
someone
on the
mute
light source.
Travis? Because he's...
You know,
Can someone mute Travis?
I'm a bitch, yeah. Check my videos, I'm Travis.
Is anyone going to comment on the light source?
Can someone mute
light
Mole
source is
Man
the
for
sun.
calling me a bitch?
Is anyone
light
going
source
to comment on the light source? The angle of the light source?
It's the sun. It's the sun.
Why
Yeah,
do you think... Yeah, go ahead.
Well, go ahead, Trey. It's your picture. Go ahead. I know you know where I'm going.
Why
You
do
know, I
you
can't
think...
keep up with the good guys and bad guys when you're calling each other different names than your names.
I'm
You know.
Travis. Copernicus, I'm
who's-
Travis. Copernicus,
Okay.
Copernicus. I'm your Copernicus.
I'm
Cool.
Dave Rakia. You can call
Cool.
me either.
Okay, thanks.
Travis and I are the people who go out and actually do these observations and post the pictures. The other guys, I would call the bad guys, haven't posted anything they've done themselves, I don't think. B-Ball did, but he's saying, and the guy's saying that he doesn't insinuate Earth curve, and then the first thing he does from a mile view is insinuate Earth curve, and then say he doesn't.
No, I didn't. I mean, if a question is insinuating something, then sure. Then you are insinuating flat all the time.
Yeah, I will insinuate that he's on a flat surface, and even if he wasn't, a mile away isn't going to cause these difference of Earth curve. So, can we talk about the light source, maybe? Or are you
Sure.
scared of that?
No, the sun is the light source. We can talk about it, but
Am I coming through?
Yeah, you're low though.
I'll talk about the light source.
Yeah, sorry. Honestly, I do need to get a much better mic, so I apologise. But he's not just insinuating Earth curve, he's actually asserted Earth curve, because he said that the Bonneville salt flats are curved because of the GS84 model. Like, there's no other way to interpret that other than he is asserting Earth curve.
Awesome, assert. Yeah, great. So,
No, I'm
we're
talking about the measurements.
Yeah, great.
But if you go by the measurements of it being flat, then it is not flat because it's being measured to curve.
What he's saying is he has the same conditions. He's shooting back and forth to his friend. The conditions aren't different other than maybe the light source angle and maybe wind direction would cause something. You know, the turbulent mixing of the gases are coming in from a different direction. I would insinuate that. So a different viewer is going to see something different because of that. But my main thing is I would go to those two, like that comes to my mind first. Why? And my question was, why does, if the surface is flat or curved, come to you first? That was my only reason for saying, why did you ask that? You still haven't answered, and you still haven't talked about, you know, how you think the light source would change things.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the angle of the incidence of the light to your eye.
So
Because
reflected light.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Well, if there's two different viewers from opposing views, right? Of course, the reflected light would be coming in at a different angle, right?
Sure, and I mean the road looks curved, so just wondering, like how flat is it measured to be? Because obviously it's not flat.
The road looks curved.
The road looks curved.
Yeah. On
What are you talking
on the left
about?
side, on the left side, you can see that there's a lot of bumps in the road.
You're talking about
Okay, that's bump.
the land.
That's fucking bumps, dude. That's what I said. If you're talking about undulations, you can take a hike. That's not curvature. You just said it looks curved,
Sure.
and when I said, okay, don't say sure.
No, I didn't say that it looks curved. Never said
Yes,
that.
you did. Yes, you
just
did.
Yeah, I said that it looks like there's bumps and shit, so it's curved.
No, oh my god.
these
Fucking
people
A,
are
man. Get these
disingenuous.
guys out of
Screw
here.
y'all, man.
Get these fucking out of. Oh
That's
my
like
god.
Zanuck the other day. He's interrupting me on purpose, and I go, "Can anyone stop him from talking?" He goes, "I'm not talking." Like,
So we
just
can't talk.
lie
Okay,
after lie.
let's just assume that the surface is completely flat then. Okay, it's completely flat then. Next. What about it? There's a mirage.
Why?
Okay.
Why do you? No, it's not just next. Okay, you fucking troll. Why
No,
do
he said
you
that it's flat
have?
road.
What? Okay, that's not the point. Why do you have in the left image a severe inferior mirage, and in the right image you don't? When you're looking over the exact same distance in the exact same conditions.
Could be because the undulation on the road.
It could be because of the undulation on the road. Now, what I want to suggest to you right now is that you would look at the image on the right again, because in that image, you actually have mirages, little strips of mirage along the way, because at those points, those undulations are lower than the ones that are higher. The higher portions of the road, by just I would think, a very slight degree, where you can see road, though that's not mirage, that doesn't have a mirage. But in between those strips, when there is a mirage, the road is low enough to create that layer of air that at that angle of incidence, you are going to get a acute mirage.
Yeah,
Okay,
and when the undulations to the other observer are different because they're from the other distance or the other directions. So it would look totally different, obviously.
Okay, they're not okay, but the undulations on the left aren't so severe to create a more intense mirage.
That you just said it. That the undulations are the cause for the mirages because of some parts are visible and some don't because of the angle of incidence.
Okay. So if you look in the thumbnail, the image on the left, the truck that's in the center, to the right of the truck is a dark strip. You see that strip?
Just a sec. Yeah, I think on the thumbnail on the chat.
Right. Okay.
Yep, sure.
So that is road that is higher at that point than the mirage. That's why you can see the road. Okay.
12B, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you have a very severe mirage because you don't have a staccato of mirage road, mirage road, mirage road, mirage road, like you do in the right image. In the right image, you have mirage road, mirage road, mirage, blah, 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 like that.
You have it on the left a bit too, but not that much.
Okay, why are you repeating? Why are you making the point that I'm making? I just said that. Did you have a need to just kind of randomly and without need say what I just said?
We can go back to the recording to listen when you said that there is no such thing on the left image, but it is on the right image. And I said that it's on both. So I didn't say the same thing that you said.
Okay.
But we can go back on the recording if you think that's not what you said.
Man, you're a fucking sociopath.
No, that's what you do
Stop name
all the
calling,
time.
Phantom.
Yeah, he's doing it himself all the time. Like just now doing it. And then complaining that others do it. I mean,
No, you haven't heard me complain, so no. Go ahead and project, because I haven't complained at all.
Certainly you're going to go for name calling, aren't you, Rakia?
No one can hear you.
Okay, Rakia, you are going to go after him, certainly, because he was name calling, right?
Is Rakia a mod?
No, he bitches about it.
I don't know why you guys show up here. Why do you guys show up here? You have no interest in talking about science.
No, you don't. You science? Okay, we can talk about science.
Yeah.
There you go again. That's your sociopath.
Here I go again.
Yeah, with the sociopathic bullshit. So, yeah, what science have you done with this I mean, you assume that the road is flat, and then there's undulations, and then you have a mirage. So, yeah, okay. Then, what do you think you achieve with this?
Prove the Earth is flat, bro.
Well, that's what you're trying to do, but
You can't even address the two separate pictures taken from two separate people that are opposed to each other over a very short distance.
I did.
Okay, what was your conclusion?
I said that there's mirage road on both, and because of the taking from two different directions, the undulations are different to both directions, so that's why there's difference.
Define undulation.
The bumps.
The bumps in the road is causing the mirages?
Yeah, because of the angle, the light comes from the sun to the surface and then into your eye.
Never heard that one before.
Oh, so refraction isn't, or mirages aren't caused because of the sun?
By bumps on the side of the road?
No, the bumps on the road are causing different angles of incidence for the light. You never heard that before? Because that's what Travis just said.
On the road.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
Travis,
I was just clarifying what you were talking about. I thought you were talking about bumps off the road.
No, obviously on the road. Jesus Christ.
No,
I'm
no, no.
driving, so I'm
Don't
not
take
looking
the
at
name
the
of our
picture.
Lord
Yeah.
in vain.
Don't name call.
No name calling. I just said Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
no name call.
He did it
no,
again.
that's a name.
Did it again.
Yeah, he wants to do it more. He
There's no
feels
name
it in his
calling. I
heart.
didn't say that to anyone.
Yeah, it's
So-
my Lord and Savior. Don't call him by his name in vain, please.
Okay, my Lord and Savior
Thank
is
you,
refraction.
sir.
Sir.
Non-psychopath that had to do it twice in a row just to clarify that you are an atheist.
What?
What?
Yeah,
Hey, what's up? We got any atheists in here?
Well, we have people taking the Lord's name in vain, so that's about as close as you can get.
Rakia, I was
What's
doing some research like 3 days
I
ago.
guess we're done. Someone came to say.
Yeah, go ahead and interrupt him. Go ahead. You want to interrupt him? You done?
Yeah, my bad if I'm like, dude, I'll take 30 seconds. I ain't gonna change y'all's topic. But speaking of atheist, I was looking up for I don't remember train of thought why, but I was looking at the North Carolina Constitution, the state constitution, and the first paragraph right here, right there, we the people or whatever believe the rights endowed to us by the holy God, right there. The whole state, the whole government is based off of a God, okay? So y'all better wake up, these y'all atheists, stupid asses.
It's on
They're
every
all-
piece of money. It's weird. I don't know what
not
God
over
they're
here.
talking about, but they do capitalize the G for some
You're not
reason.
what the
hearing from
Americans
any of them
like
right
to
now
do for
because
some
they're
reason.
out there protesting and with their picket signs currently about it's their earth, their choice. So that's why they're not here today.
Yeah, you have women saying it's their body, their choice. So even a baby at 2 years old, they can choose to abort. That's the
Well, not
newest
as of
thing.
not as of an hour ago. That's why they're not in here. On a state level, maybe, but federally, it was just overturned.
Is that the Roe v. Wade thing? Just flipped?
Yep.
Interesting.
I don't get into all that as much as like some, but you know, to say it's you do have choice, right? It is will, free will, choice, whatever you want to call it. It does prove good and evil. Choice does. I will agree with that.
So we're off to not talk about the pictures anymore?
You have to, whether you believe in God or not, even the atheists, they have to say that there is a God, because otherwise then it gives men full control over other men. There's nothing, so they have to put that in there. It doesn't mean that they're Christians or Satanists.
I don't get how the common man, like, just take me and someone that's smarter than me here, Moyak, or just pick one. They're all probably smarter than me. And then there's someone smarter. Yeah, and then there's someone smarter than them. Let's say Elon Musk, whatever, whoever deems that. And then there's someone smarter than Elon Musk. Like, higher intelligent, higher intelligent, higher intelligent. Well, why do you think that ends?
Elon is a fucking retard. Are you
Well, I'm just
serious?
You
giving
think
that
that
as
it
a.
ends too.
Why do you think it ends?
You think that too. So
Yeah. Why do you think it ends with man though?
because that's all the evidence we have.
Not really. I mean,
Intelligence
y'all
is.
bring in aliens. Y'all say aliens, although you've never seen
No,
aliens. You don't know.
I haven't said aliens.
Okay, well, people do, is what I'm saying. I'm talking about the world. I'm not talking about you in particular. I don't know who you think you are, but not everything is about you, man. I'm talking about how the
I
world.
sort of answered.
Yeah, no, I didn't
That's
address
me.
you at all. Never, ever did I say your name, ever. I don't even know your name at
You was
all.
talking with me, but
Yeah,
okay.
no, you came in and talked to me. I never talked to you. I was talking about the world in general. How
Right,
the
you were asking
world.
the whole. You were asking
Yeah,
the whole
how.
server why we think
Yeah,
that is.
great.
And
Yeah,
right.
awesome.
So
I
what
really need
rule?
you to tell me that. I know what I'm doing. I'm
Yeah,
saying how the world perceives.
you're
Yeah.
killing them. You're killing them, bro. Okay, you're killing them. I'm just trying to get back to the logic here. So
Yeah, the logic is
let me get
how the
some.
world. Go ahead.
Let me get some with you. I agree. I totally agree. And look, Mole Man tried to counter you by saying that's all that. Why do we think it stops with God or man? Because that's all the evidence we have, right? We have plenty of other scenarios, Mailman, Mole Man, where you can have a simulation. Inside the simulation, there's limited intelligence with the characters. But we know outside of that simulation, there's a greater intelligence that designed it all. So you have evidence of a scenario like that.
Can you show me intelligence in a simulation?
Was he talking to you? Me?
In which simulation there's
He
artificial
said Mole Man.
intelligence?
Well, it has to be intelligent design because it's created, right? The
So
simulated.
where's this simulation at where there's artificial intelligence? I haven't seen it yet.
It's called The Sims.
The Sims is artificial
It's called
intelligence.
Grand Theft Auto, bro.
Yeah, they are. Are you saying that that's actual intelligence?
It's actual
I'm saying
design.
it's analogous to the scenario.
Intelligent design.
Yeah, there's certain limits
Well,
of
if it's-
intelligence. There's varying range of intelligence. And then outside of that game, there's a completely higher intelligence.
Yeah, that was my whole point. I can't create that game, right? I'm not intelligent enough, but someone was more intelligent than me that can create that game. And then there's someone above that that created that intelligent being that created that intelligent game, right? And then there has to be someone above that. Yeah. You get my point, right?
I think what he,
Yeah, but
I
if
think
you-
what
if
your
we were
point is that
living-
you're trying to get across to him is the point that he's saying there's no you were saying there's no evidence of a creator. The design is the evidence that it needs a creator.
A creator, yeah, whatever created us, that creates things at different levels. There has to be a level above us, a higher being of more intelligent that created us.
Or you could imagine
So-
that this was all
but then-
created by accident by something banging together, maybe, or something like that. Yeah.
Or if we make.
Random point.
Gonna answer when he stops roboting.
I'll ask the question while Q or Rakia comes back. Rakia, you're breaking up really bad, but if something created space, time, and matter, okay, which means if it created it, that means it can't be the same as, which means it's different from. So how would you prove something scientifically that exists outside of the physical and natural world?
You can just
that's a
find
good question.
evidence of the creation. You can just find evidence of the current creation that this is a creation, or not.
I think that's impossible to me.
Okay, now so that being said, so when I asked you what type, I've always asked you this, Mo Man, what type of evidence would you require
For the creation?
Yes, for creator.
Yeah, the creator. Well, I think the main thing is the supernatural that I don't accept. So if there's something supernatural that I've
Don't worry
see,
about the
then
supernatural.
Hold on. Define what you mean by supernatural. Hold on. Define what you mean by supernatural.
I think it's sort of subjective, but something that couldn't be explained naturally. But then again,
How would I know that it's not something natural that we haven't found yet?
Okay, so something that can be explained naturally. Explain to me the laws of physics naturally. Or not the laws of physics, the laws of logic naturally.
What do you mean, laws of logic naturally?
Yeah, explain to me naturally the laws of logic.
Well, I don't know.
A tall task.
Well, right, like
Yeah,
where
I
does
don't know.
the origin of the law of non-contradiction come from?
But it doesn't come from anywhere. It's an axiom. Something we observe. Everything follows that.
Right. Well, how is it natural? How is that?
Because it's just derived from nature.
No, you use it to describe what you observe in nature. You're not deriving it from nature. You use it so you're presuming it before you even use it.
No, you derive it from nature, and that's where we got the laws of nature. Sorry, the laws of logic.
Okay, then explain to me how you derive the laws of logic from nature.
Well, I exist, so there's a law of
how do I know that?
I am I. Because I am I and you are you.
How do you know that? What if we're all the same?
Because that's evident.
Well, that's evidence for the laws of logic?
No, it's evident.
Evident. Okay, so you're using the laws of logic, saying this is the way it is because you're you and I am me. That kind of solidifies the law of identity or non-contradiction. So, but you're using it initially before you're imposing it on the reality.
Sure, because it's an axiom. It's assumed to be true. But you
so in order
to be true. Oh wait a minute, assume. Wait a minute. So I thought in science you couldn't assume anything. So in the physical, you can't assume anything in physics, right? Or in the physical world.
No, you were talking about logic, not physics.
I know exactly. I know.
Yeah,
I know what I'm talking about.
You have to assume things in logic.
Okay, so which means you have to assume and believe or use the laws of logic before you even apply it to the physical world.
Sure, yeah, because they are axioms.
Okay, which means are the laws of logic physical?
No.
Okay, so that means they're above nature. So wouldn't that be defined as supernatural?
No, that's like saying that number 2 is supernatural.
Well, in a way, it is. The number 2 that I write on the board is not. It's a concept. Well, wait a minute. Yeah. The number 2 is a concept that we impose on the physical world.
Yeah, just like logic.
Right. So it's supernatural. It's above nature.
No, no, because it doesn't exist. No, it doesn't exist.
The number 2 doesn't exist. The number 2 doesn't exist.
It doesn't.
Really?
No, it doesn't.
A lot of philosophers would disagree with you.
Can they show me a number 2 in nature?
That's not. It's a philosophical conception.
Yeah,
right.
It doesn't exist.
Which means it's above nature. It has no physicality. Right. So it's above nature. It's supernatural.
No, it's neither because it doesn't exist.
So the number 2 does not exist anywhere.
The number 2 existed the moment someone counted 1, 2 and needed to express that. Like it's what, and that was derived from logic. What's the argument?
Well, wait a minute. Well, the number. When I said, I'm just trying to make a point that there's something supernatural that is above nature, and obviously using the laws of logic, or you could even argue the concepts of mathematics, or something that's conceptual, or something that's not physical, so to speak, is something that's above nature. It's beyond the physical world.
Maybe, but so in order to get there, I would say that you should start by checking out the system that you're talking about. Is it designed or is it by accident? So then you look at a tree, how it grows and how it waters and how it plants.
Well, here's the thing. Hold on a second. Let's go to a different side of it. Information is non-physical. Information is not physical.
I like to argue against that often, but
well, I mean, you can't. Let's say I'll use a standard thing. There's a tiger behind you. How much does that weigh?
What doesn't have to? Well, I'll give you something. Like there could be extra electricity in specific neurons that you will put a quantification on that.
Well, you're talking. Well, see what you're doing there. You're analyzing the means of communication. So that's like like saying I can write the word cat on the wall, right? Or I can write the word tack on the wall. Those letters would weigh exactly the same, but the information they convey are completely different. It's the information that's what I'm analyzing, not the means by which it's being communicated.
But
Neurons is all the means by which
the
information is
system.
being communicated.
It's a mix of the sender receiver, and there's always some chemical reaction that involved the sender and receiver. This is a deep one, man. I don't want to really.
I'm not talking about the sender receiver. I'm talking about the information that's being sent and received.
Absolutely.
The information itself.
But like I could put physical values on all the information, but then you argue, oh, well, the receiver has to understand it, so there's this higher concept, but the receiver had chain reactions to grow the synapses to understand information in the first place. So I see this long string theory, chain reaction bullshit, you know what I'm saying? But what I want to just put my opinion out there real quick on the natural supernatural thing is, to me, those distinctions are a Venn diagram that bleeds into gray area, the middle area in different range. Like, we could say that until we understand black holes or whatever perfectly, they're supernatural. Like the way you were defining it for beyond, like it's all a gray area. It's all the natural and supernatural is a mix of what we're figuring out more about yet. You know what I mean?
You have to understand. How are you? My thing is, how are you jumping to natural, supernatural, whether before you figure out if it's designed or by accident? So how could you get there without starting there?
Well, see here, that's why. Let's go back to that's why I said information. That's why I was going to go to the next level is information. What makes something design is the information in the design. And even in that, even in design, there's a choice, which implies a free agent. Because like when I design anything or someone designs something, you have to say yes to some things and no to other things for it to be designed, or it's haphazard and random. So I can say I want to use this set of brakes on this car instead of another set of brakes. I want to use this type of tire on this car instead of another type of tire. Or I want to make an arm for a human being this way instead of it looking like a flipper. Now, the evolutionists would argue that that's all so-called natural selection. And why do they even put the word selection in there? Selection implies someone making a choice, something making a choice. And the only way intelligence can be even implied in there has to be a free agent involved. And you can't have that if it's purely material. You can't have it.
Right, like the double slit. They're trying to decide if it's making a choice or what's happening. Yeah.
I think the problem with the creation, if it's created or random, I mean, if everything is created, how do you know that it's actually created?
How do you know the information involved in it? I mean, like let's go back to the simple protein. Let's go back to a protein. How many different ways how many different combinations can you get from an amino acids that make up a protein versus an infinite number, but only a select few will work for life.
Sure. I guess
okay,
many
so
have been tested.
There has to be. Do what now?
That maybe many were tested before life arose, like random mutations, and then they died and didn't bring life.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the problem you run into. Back to the other aspect of that, the laws of thermodynamics, the second law especially, and even they even describe entropy in the informational way doesn't lead to more complexity. It leads to more randomness. So it doesn't. The very description of saying, well, it can just happen over time. It starts to fall apart because it has to go up against the laws of the second law of thermodynamics. And even the entropy, even information has to obey that law.
No, but the second law only talks about the available amount of energy to use work in a system. Or the unavailable.
Again, I can go and find you a video where actually people that talk about thermodynamics and entropy describe it with using information and how it has to, even information has to obey it. Let me go find that and post it.
I think you can.
mean, this is not a flat Earth. This is a mainstream argument.
Sure. I'm not a creationist, but just a physicist.
So now, if that being said, if how do you're saying things can go from simple to more complex, which is overcoming entropy to do that. You're saying that it can all happen without an intelligence.
Who said that happened?
That's what you're saying. Anybody that's evolutionist that you got simple life forms becoming more complex life forms. That's what evolution is.
Yeah, but through what? Like, is it impossible?
Your argument would be yes, because of the second law of thermodynamics. Yes, that mechanism is impossible.
But when we breed dogs from wolves to all the dogs that we have now, what happened to the entropy?
Well, first of all, who's doing the work? You're breeding dogs for one. Second of all, there's an intelligence involved, and usually, even in your own argument, when you breed dogs, there actually information is lost. That's why certain breeds of dogs can have certain illnesses and certain things that happen to them that actually can make them either better or worse, depending on what you breed. So information, even in the breeding process, information is lost. It's not gained. Show me where information is gained in the hold on. Show me where the information is gained in breeding.
When you breed, I don't know, maybe 500 breeds from one breed, there's more information after their process.
I said gained more. I said no. You didn't hear what I said. Where is the information gained? Like, where is a new thing that a dog never did? No dog in all of history has never had before. It's got this new ability or a new function.
Red fur, maybe. Red fur.
Well, maybe. I've seen wolves that have dark and maybe red fur in them.
Okay, with bug faces.
Well, they all have snouts. They all have teeth. They all have. Where is a dog growing a wing or a dog growing something else that's completely different than what a dog typically has?
The evolution doesn't say that would happen. So.
Yes, it does. It says it all the time. Yes, it does. You got a thing that was once on the ocean, okay, in the ocean, living in the water, all of a sudden getting lungs and not having gills anymore. That's exactly what evolution says.
Sure. And is there information added, or is it just changed?
That's my point. You tell me. That's information added. It has to be added.
Why?
Lungs don't work the same as gills do. Tell me how lungs work, and tell me how gills work, and tell me how much information is different than in each one of those, and how much change and how much has to be added.
If you say that there's no, but if you're saying that there's information added when gills change to lungs, that would mean that if lungs change to gills, there's reduction in information, right?
Well, right. Okay. You lose. Well, right. So you're losing information and gaining information. That's what I said exactly.
That's only if you started off with gills, then went there, then went backwards.
Well, that's another one. So they gained it, lost it, gained it back. You know, instead of starting to fly, they just instead of fish just learning to fly, they learn to swim.
I'm saying if you start off with wings and then you add gill, you just add.
I gotta go soon. Girlfriend's coming, but we can continue for a moment.
Sorry, guys, go ahead.
Yeah, so what's like I still don't see sort of the problem, and we kind of moved away from the creation thing. Like, how do you know?
Let's think about the simplest organism, the simplest, and you got a dog, let's say, or a human being. How much information has to be added for that to be?
What?
Okay, a simple biological organism. Simple.
Yeah.
Maybe has a nucleus, maybe has mitochondria, maybe has some basic synthesis, whatever you want to call it. How much information has to be added to get to a human being?
I don't know, because I don't know how you quantify information.
Okay, if you was to write, I can write a book. I can write a book on a topic, and might be 500 pages, right? Or you can write an encyclopedia that might have 10,000 pages. Which has more information in it?
I mean, the one has more letters. But I mean, what do you mean with information?
Well, I'm asking you,
letters?
which would have more information in it? The one that wrote 500 pages, or the one that has 10,000 pages?
Well, depends on what do you mean with information. If you have just letters in one, then it's not sort of information. But if you have one word in the other,
they all have words. They all have words in it. They all have ideas and concepts in it. Both do. They're not just pages. It's actual. There's information written on the page.
Sure. Then probably the one with more words. If your definition for information is word count.
Okay, so is there more information? Is there more information in a simple celled organism than there is in a human being?
Probably more in the human being, but then again, there's no words anywhere.
That's gonna be trouble.
Well, there is information. It's in the DNA. It tells proteins how to form and fold. Like there might be proteins that the human body needs that the simple cell organism does not need.
Sure. A mutation.
So that means there's more information. So it gains. So you're saying, again, it's back to what I said originally. You have to gain information. It has to gain it. And in the law of entropy, even choosing when it comes to information, it doesn't go in that direction. It goes in the opposite direction. You lose information. That's why mutations are more prevalent. Mutations are more prevalent in your what you described in evolution than there is beneficial states.
Yeah, but I think the problem is that I've only heard this claim from creationists about the information entropy and evolution being impossible. But I've heard that it is possible.
Show me how it's possible. Show me how it's possible.
My girlfriend can continue in text chat for a while.
You cute?
You can post to it.
You good looking?
As soon as they say that the information going from lower to higher, like, you're going against the second law, then they say that has to happen in evolution.
Exactly. That's the only.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Law. That's conversation over, right? Like that's where it ends.
Exactly. And I've seen videos and I've watched a lot of videos on entropy, and there's many times they describe it as information. Or it goes in that direction. A lot of times they describe it that way. And I don't know. If they want to hang on to their atheism, go for it. But even then, but how can they say anything? Asking this question, if you're an atheist and materialist, how can you say anything's wrong? Anything. Name me one thing that you think is wrong and explain to me as an atheist why it's wrong.
I just think they take away consequence. Like, I don't believe there's any coincidences, and I believe in consequence. You understand what I'm saying? Like, your actions, every action has a consequence, and there's no coincidence. So there has to be, something controlling that. There has to be an intelligent design to that. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense in my mind, but probably doesn't come out well over VC.
No, that comes out well.
Well, another reason I brought up logic is you can't even under naturalism or physicality, you can say it's derived from, but to derive, you have to kind of think about it, look at it, evaluate it in a mental state first, and then impose it on the world, which means you use it before you even have it, so to speak. Yeah. And to me, as a Christian, logic and reason is grounded in God.
Yep.
So I can ground it in God. I can ground it in the supernatural. I can ground information in the supernatural. I can ground information in God.
I call that logos.
The logos, right? I agree.
Yeah, logos. So, God's word.
Yeah.
Logic.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay away from too much biblical concepts, but the reason being is that they usually pull that card on you. We're just talking about the Bible. Well, I'm just talking about concepts right now. So, but anyway,
I think you could start on either path. You could start out with God and then realize how the design works together, or you could study the design and then realize God.
Right.
Pick one.
And you can always go back to the Bible, which is amazing. Like, you might not want to, but you can if you want. And it says in there that in my creation, there's proof. Like, it's all in my creation. Proof
That's
of the
exactly
creator is
what's.
in creation.
And I agree. I mean, that's why that's why they have to deny. They get honest about denying evidence, but so do they. And that's why my first question is, what evidence would you require? Because if you don't, if they can't, well, they all want evidence. Well, I can give you evidence, but as they would say, you reject it. So
It's been hidden in plain sight. They don't even. They've been taught to just broadly wash everything away with the idea and philosophy of evolution and everything. They don't. That's all it is. They just you got to take them away from that, back to just sit down and look at this shit, man. Yeah.
It's honestly all around. I'm driving down a road right now, right? There's asphalt, there's stripes, there's little bumpers, there's a guardrail, there's road signs, there's lamp posts, wire, and then there's trees, grass, animals. You can
Yeah, if they could
easily
go to the if they
separate
could go to the moon if they could go to the moon for 10 minutes and sit on that moon and just reflect and then come back to Earth, they'd be there with you. They'd be like, oh shit, this is
Well, think about this. How much engineering and intelligence does it take to build a 747? But it was just random chance. It was just random chance over this, that, and the other thing, and you have a bird that can glide for hours, or or let's see what else, or the beetle that can blow its, literally have a combustion out of its back end, and it took us engineers to what is it, so-called building rockets, took us all kinds of engineering, but there's a bug that could blow out a explosion out of its back end. Come on now, people.
I think everything comes from nature. All design by humans is influenced by nature. They saw it in nature. You can watch these videos and it amazes me, even like how they took the shark skin and made submarine head, just different things that they took from nature to make their designs work, or even come
when
up
are they
with
going to make
in the
that?
beginning.
Yeah, when are they going to make a butterfly machine? I'm trying to get into one of them.
Well, that's a good one. I mean, think about this. You got a caterpillar that looks nothing like a butterfly, goes into metamorphosis and comes out being able to fly. Let's wait for, let's wait for them to do something like that in our design thing.
That is proof of evolution.
What's that? What's evolution?
That's a really
the butterfly.
There's one better than that, though. Have you ever seen those? There's like these little, I don't know, ugly babies, and then like they go into puberty and they come out and they end up being like beautiful women.
Or the opposite.
Well, now here's the thing.
That's true.
Well, now here's the thing. You didn't hear what I said. I'm waiting for man to do that. You could say you argue against evolution, we're arguing against designer, and you missed what I said. I said let's wait for man to do something like that.
I heard what you said. I was actually talking about this last night with Bandsaw, and he was making fun of me, and then he said the same thing, and then he told me he was just making fun of me because he wanted to. But yeah, we were saying the same thing.
I'm not making fun of you. I'm not making fun of you.
I know. I'm just saying what Bandsaw was, but you're saying I agree with what you're saying, because I think that even if whether or not we can do stuff like that now, I think that we will definitely be able to do stuff like that, and I think that because we will be able to, there will be people who will do all sorts of adaptations.
What do you base that on?
Like it depends on what extent you mean. Like if you mean people growing wings or something.
No, humans making another human. I mean, that's basically what you're saying. With enough time, humans will be able to create a human.
Yeah, that's already kind of done. Yeah.
That's
from humans, but without humans, you got to do it.
Yeah. Create a human, not use.
Let's start off with a tomato seed. Let's work small. Let's start off with a tomato seed.
All you're doing when you do a clone is you're taking what's already created.
Yeah. You're not, and we're not really good at that yet. much less, actually creating that aspect of it.
Yeah, we're not even good at the insemination of women. I mean, you come out with like 10 babies by accident and shit like that.
But cloning's pretty straightforward. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't think that they can make a human from scratch without the DNA. The DNA is kind of the best way to go, right?
Design. That's the whole design in a little strand, telling you step 1, put oven on simmer. Step 2, put pot on stove.
I don't know, man. I'm hearing Kosha, man. I'm hearing your faith in the mainstream narrative wavering a little bit here because if cloning is easy, right, and then also, well, I guess I shouldn't even start with cloning easy. But if we know that we have the abiogenesis thing, you know what I'm saying, and we can we could take chemicals and turn them into amino acids and stuff.
Yeah,
right?
but that's a far cry from just taking matter and turning it into life. We're not really capable of doing that yet.
It's coming soon, though. Have faith, Kosho. That's all I want to say. Have faith. The cloning will be much more. We'll be able to make the basic ingredients for the cloning sooner than later, but it's coming.
We did that using the frog stem cells. We made those cells, what they call them, the xenobots, and they've been able to reproduce themselves. So I mean, that's
they've been able to do amazing stuff with the genetics, but we're still talking about them having a piece of the code. I'm saying they're going to be able to grow from these basic chemicals. They're going to be able to say, look, we made dirt come alive. We made dirt start moving on its own and reproducing on its own. And now we're going to have a complex organism. It's going to be complex sooner than later, bro.
Where do you get the dirt?
Oh, I'm
impressive.
I believe in a creator, just so it's on record.
Oh, where does Kosho get the dirt? Where does he get the DNA in the first place?
From other people. You would just get it from somebody who's already alive. But that's what I'm saying.
So you're not creating that. Yeah,
you're not creating it. Yeah, if somebody could create that from scratch, that'd be really impressive.
Kosho, you need to have faith that it's coming, though.
No, but I don't think that's necessary, and I don't think it's probably coming anytime soon.
Hang on, that would be amazing. Wait, if someone, an intelligent being, could create that from scratch, that would be what, Kosha?
Amazing. That would probably be.
So you think God is amazing? You think whoever or whatever did that is amazing?
Of course. No, I'm saying if somebody like a human today were to come forth and make this like DNA from scratch and make it exactly make it do the same kind of stuff it can do right now, that'd be incredible.
Right, but Kosho,
whoever, hang on, let me finish this up. So whoever did create the DNA from scratch, you would praise that person, right?
Sure, yeah. If DNA was something that was made from scratch, then that kind of
how else would it be made?
It begs the question: if that person was there to make DNA from scratch, then why didn't he just use his own DNA?
So no, we don't have to figure out what he would have done. We have to acknowledge and praise what was done.
What
and
was
be thankful.
done?
Yeah, the very breath and the very consciousness that gives you the right to be delusional or have the beliefs that you do. We need to give praise to that.
And I say even more so, Kosho, because what I keep picking, Kosho, real quick, what I keep picking at is that
I want to respond to him first, Don.
Bruh,
thank you. And then
no big deal.
It's difficult to try to respond to
Kosho. Go ahead. I'll hold. Go ahead, Kosho.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, it's like I'm just going off of I guess your paradigm of somebody creating life, they end the first DNA, creating it manually and stuff like that. And if there was something there doing that, I would assume that thing also had DNA. And I know from experience as a coder that because we have DNA, we're not going to just make it from scratch. It's much easier to just take somebody's DNA and edit it or something like that.
Yeah, but that's
where did they go?
I think that this thing, if it created this DNA from scratch, then I don't think it did that. Maybe just use its own DNA.
But with the hypothetical was if it did, and you already admitted it would be amazing. So let's move it on, right? So what's funny, Kosho, is you're admitting that it would be amazing, but yet the missing link in today's science right now is that middle ground that you seem to be acting like there's a void or like it's going to be some new amazing God like that. What's killing me is why do you not have confidence that it's going to be easy peasy for them? They made the fucking amino acids. They're going to make the fucking DNA next. What's the problem?
Have you seen the complex machines that are inside of these cells, like inside of the amino acids that and proteins that make the DNA, for example, and have the rules and all that stuff? They're not really the easiest things to construct. Okay, so I honestly don't think that we're even attempting to do anything like that. We're doing things similar, but I don't think that's a necessary thing to try to do. It'd be very difficult, and it's not necessary. So,
okay, in your opinion, I guess.
Why would it be necessary if we already have DNA?
Kosho, because eccentrics have money that they do crazy shit with, bruh. And there's one crazy guy out there, some lab, something, some group, some desire of this goal. So you better damn well believe there's a group of humans working on it.
No, I'm sure there is. There probably is at least one group, probably multiple groups that are attempting to recreate that in some way. However, I don't think that there's many people doing that, and I don't think that there's much money in that. So I doubt. I'm just dubious about it. It'd be amazing if it happened, like I said, though. I mean, it'd be cool. I'm not sure if anyone's interested, like anyone with real interest in this sort of field or whatever, if they're really interested in doing that, because nothing will really be accomplished other than discovery. Like they're like, oh, wow, we did it. This is how it happened. It's like, okay, cool, but we already have the mechanisms to utilize it, so you know.
Yeah, but they're looking for God, Kosha. The whole purpose of a lot of this stuff is like to discover if we've been created or not. The whole point of the topic, and you know, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, you're saying fair points, but just okay. There's not a lot of money. There's some. They're working on it, you know, and who cares what they need it for? And me and you are limited people. I mean, I'm sure that there's.
Well, right now you can get your dog cloned if you have enough money, and you know, if you love your dog that much, dog or cat, and probably any other animal. So
you know, maybe they want test tube babies that they in case you don't have the DNA, you want to be able to like just start a fire. You grab wood and friction and accelerant and you make a fire. Like same thing. They want to learn how to make
that though. They have sperm banks and they can edit DNA.
The hypothetical was they want to figure it out for in case, right? You want to learn the recipe regardless of.
I agree. I agree. It would be, like I said, it'd be incredible. It would give us new insight. However, I just don't know if many people are going down that path because the resources we would need this stuff for, like all the mechanisms we have available to us, you know, we have to some extent, more extent than we'd get from just making it from scratch, you know.
Well, also, yeah, but also there's like the flaws, right? There's flaws, and they would want to learn how to build it from the foundation. That way they could like, bypass or cut off any flaws before they happen. I mean, come on, there's a million reasons.
I know, but they can already do that. That's what I'm saying. Like with CRISPR, yeah, with CRISPR and with who's that guy in China who was like he made those babies that were immune to HIV, other shit like that. Like they've shown that they can edit the genes, you know what I mean? It's just a question of the legality and if people are going to allow them to do that.
All right, again, it's just like I don't mean to be like the ignorant one here, but I guess what I'm saying is they have the processes that they have. And you know, they're at a different starting point in the assembly line, right? And it's my opinion that scientists, engineers, builders, whoever, they want to understand as much as they can all the way back to the beginning of the process of the, you know, gathering of the resources and creation of the materials, just in case there's anything along that assembly line that they're like, wait, we find out later this isn't good enough or there's flaws. They're going to want to go back and be able to, build up better.
I agree that it definitely it won't be a worthless gain doing that. I definitely agree. It would have uses. I just don't think that. I don't think that it's a very difficult. It'd be a very, very difficult task. A lot of energy spent on just discovering that or recreating that. Whereas the mechanisms that are useful, we already have available. So most people are not going to be doing that. But I agree there will be some people whose focus might be, still trying to do abiogenesis in the lab or something like that.
Right. I hear your sentiment that it's just very narrow or whatever, but yeah, I know this world's so huge. They're making everything.
But the thing is, stem cells already on their own allow you to, make your own cells. You know what I mean? So it's like we can already start from step one, or we can already bypass step one and start at step two, but keep going from there.
I got you.
Those Xenobots, they already think that they were just fucking around with them, and they created them with tweezers, basically, just putting frog stem cells together in different formation, and they're on their own, doing these different tasks and reproducing and working together as teams, and so it's like a totally new form of life. And if they make these with your DNA instead of frogs or whatever, then when they put this in your body's not going to reject it like it would like a nanobot or something foreign.
Okay.
To me, that's more interesting than the abiogenesis.
The point of it, becoming foreign, basically, is that's kind of what the interesting part you're pointing out is?
No, it's not foreign. It wouldn't be foreign. Your body would accept it.
Oh, I thought you said your body would reject it.
Your body would not reject it.
Oh, if they made it with my pieces, my body would not reject
use your DNA. It wouldn't even blink an eye.
So even if it grows into an extra arm, my body would.
I don't know if that would be even, but maybe who knows? Who knows what the future holds? But the stuff they were thinking about was because they made these little Pac-Man looking cells based on those stem cells, and that's because the AI told it those would be a useful configuration, and so they made them so they could try to collect material in their petri dish, and they did. They successfully on their own work together to collect make piles of this trash that was in the petri dish, and then they used that same the Xenobot that they made to do that with stem cells, and then it collected the stem cells together and reproduced itself. And they were saying that they were, they could use something like that to go in your body and target some disease or something like that and get rid of it, or go in the ocean and get microplastics or something.
Right. That's pretty cool. What do the skeptics say? Even within the own internal organization, is it do they think that it's some just chemical reaction and bounce back and forth environmental stimulus, or do they think it's actually I don't know.
You know exactly what it is.
Sentient, but
tell me more. Your first thing you said, they already know it is that. But the second thing you said, the sentient, that's the crazy part also, is they've actually talked about the rights of just using it, because it dies within 11 days. And so they're saying they have to look into the rights of this living thing. I'm like, what the hell? But I don't know if that was just if that was a serious consideration or whatever. To me, that sounds retarded.
What do you think about there being a creator? And second part, the honesty in the government organizations that put it in the documents? Do you think that that's part of the control mechanism, or you think that this honest, God-fearing men?
I had to ask you a follow-up to your question. What are you talking about with the government putting it in their documents?
I mean, it's in the Pledge of Allegiance. It's in, like I brought up earlier, it's in the North Carolina Constitution.
Well, Freemasons, they have like a requirement that you have to believe in. You have to be deist, right? And like I said this earlier, like some people call God Allah, some people just say the universe or something. So I think I don't think that's harmful. I don't think that they're focusing on one aspect of God when they're doing the Pledge of Allegiance, personally. But that's another point.
Me either. I don't think it has to be a Christian God.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's it.
God. Have you seen God's Favorite Idiot?
Yeah, I'm talking to him.
It's a funny little show. It's funny.
What is that?
It's a funny little Netflix show with McCartney or Melissa McCartney, I think, is in it.
Oh yeah, I saw the trailer for it. I don't really like her. So if you say it's funny, I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's not a it's a decent little show, but it gets magical with God type of stuff. It's pretty funny premise.
Magical with God.
It's funny.
Supernatural phenomenon.
Yeah, you got to go to Upland this weekend, dude, because you get bonuses and shit. So
listen, motherfucker, what currents? How do you know so much about all this goofy shit, stem cell research, all this goofy shit I hear you talking about that you never do and don't know nothing about, and then this thing that you actually do.
I do it at your house last night.
The thing that you actually do, the thing that you actually do, you don't know anything about, and it's like the main thing about the thing that you do.
And what
chain is it on? What currency is it used?
First of all, dude, let me tell you what I don't do. I don't work for Upland. Okay? So that was a false. It was just false what you said.
But you use it, though. You actually use it. You have practical use and interaction with it.
But I've never
interacted with STEM, huh?
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here, dude, because it's not. It's very much in its beta state, okay, and it's also very different. So there's two coins, and they're actually. Do you know what EOS is? EOS chain.
Fine, EOS chain. Yes, is that one of the coins it uses?
Early
that's the main
onset
chain. Yeah.
Don, please.
What'd you say?
I said
Don, please.
Early onset skepticism. It's what Kosha's trying to curb. He must have a doctorate in like corralling all the zoo animals. You know what I mean? Like, Kosha, you are up to something, bro.
What are you talking about?
You are up to something. You are working on something big, bro. Jeremy's right. You got so much, the balance of knowledge that comes out of you.
Let me tell you what I did, dude. Watch the video, okay? It sounded like a 12-year-old girl was talking in it. And she talked about the Xenobots, dude. And I listened to it. Okay? That's what I did.
No, you're James Bond. You're James Bond, bro. We all know. It's all right.
Jesus Christ. I posted
You're the babysitter. He's the babysitter version of James Bond.
That's actually a compliment, dude.
It's all good, bro. It's supposed to be a good.
This is a big deal, so I would take this. What's up, man?
Listen, man. Can we go to another room or something?
We could, but it's not necessary.
Upland thing.
It's not necessary, yeah. Because I can tell you everything in 2 sentences, man.
Okay, it uses two different coins, EOS and what else?
Well, no, EOS is the main chain. It's coin. There's 2 coins. One's UPX, okay? And one's called Spark.
Okay, and then when you start off, they give you a free property and you can make a couple pennies a day on it?
No. What they do is they
give you a free property.
They give you 45 UPX. 4,500 UPX.
And you can buy a property with that.
Yeah, there's properties that are pretty expensive, and then there's properties that literally they're only new people can buy them, and they're cheap.
Okay.
And
where is that? Is that Upland?
And Upland, yeah. And here's the thing about Upland.
Upland.
My kid's taking over Upland, dude. We're gonna be the Upland kingpins, dude.
Well, they're smart, dude, because it's every day it's adding new shit. Okay, so there's not even stores in it yet. Like the stores haven't opened up, nothing like that. And so right now, if you're buying real estate, the price, the value goes up all the time. And this
do I got to
weekend,
do this on a PC? Hold on. Do I got to do this on a PC or can
I don't
do
think
it on
I
my
have
phone?
I have the app, so I usually do it on the PC. But I have the app on my phone. I just don't know.
I can do it right on my phone.
Yeah, you should be able to. I mean, I'll open the app right now. But yeah, and like I said,
what's the EOS wallet? Do I need an EOS wallet?
I've never. So for instance, I'll do it right now. There's I'm gonna get UPX.
I'll figure out what wallet.
So let's say I want to get $5 in UPX. I can do that by PayPal or crypto. So I could put it directly into the game.
How much do you make a day off your free prop? Bro, I ain't putting no money in. I'm taking money out. How much money you make a day in your little free property?
You're not going to be able to be sustainable with just the amount they give you. Like you can buy one property, but then that's it. You just sit on that. And I already lost.
How much money do you make on it?
I lost mine, dude, because it's a beta, so that they started shit over last week. Like
bro, let me know when shit's real for reals.
Dude, check this out, dude. Check this out.
Started shit over.
Yeah, listen. I mean, for me, I don't know what happened. It was for me, but they started. So last week they're calling it like June Spark or something like that, and they're adding the new shit in, and they're giving people bonuses this weekend. So it seems like it's if you do not renew your visitor status. Oh, okay, so that's what happened to me. I didn't renew my visitor status. It says if I don't do it within 4 days, you will lose all of your property and your UPX. So that was.
Do they give you real money, or you always got to sell this coin that they have to get your real money?
Yeah, you got, dude. What do you think this is?
So if you don't log in for 4 days, you lose all your shit.
No. So I'm brand new, dude. So I'm sure what you have to do. There's verifications you have to do. So you gotta verify your profile one way or another. Just because they don't want you to have multiple accounts and stuff like that. So I'm pretty sure once you do that, you're set.
Oh, all right. And how much are you making a day on your free property?
I don't have any property right now, dude. Actually,
when you had your property, how much were you making a day on it? You said you had money ticking in from it.
Yeah, it was kicking in.
You're making up a number in your mind right now.
No, it was next to nothing, dude. So I saw a guy on YouTube, for instance.
I told you it was a penny a day. You said it's more than a penny a day the other day.
Yeah, it was. Listen to this stuff, dude.
So how many pennies a day was it?
At least one.
All right, that's good. That's what I need. 1 penny a day. Here we go.
All right, dude. Guess what, though, dude? You can dream bigger than that, because there was a guy on YouTube who was buying a property in different places. So he had a bunch of cheap properties. He had over 100 properties. Just buying and selling. It's not that hard to do that, and making profit the whole time because the prices are going up all the time. And he says from those 100 properties, the interest he gets is about $2,000 a month. So that's legit.
Yeah, but how much did he have to spend on those 100 properties, bro?
Probably not much at all, dude. Because like I said, let's see here. So if you spend $10, you get 10,000 UPX, and a lot of the properties that I'm finding all over the place, that's about how much each one of them cost. But they're different prices in different places, dude. So Las Vegas just opened up, and it's probably where you want to get property, because I feel like when the shops open up, I suspect that gambling is going to be available, and so I know like Louisiana, New Jersey's not open, but Las Vegas is going to be probably where you're going to be able to make casinos, and that property is going to go up a lot. So yeah,
I can do this on my phone.
Yeah.
What do I do? Just search Upland in the App Store.
Yep. You know how to spell it?
I know how to fucking spell.
Okay, just
UPLAND.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yes, that's it. And
you're surprised?
Yeah, it was pretty shocking because I was surprised. Like honestly, it's like I'm Q or something like that, but I'm not Q, dude. I'm literally just doing the same thing you could have done, dude. You could have just opened.
I thought y'all was feeling that metaverse. How come y'all in this Upland one now?
This is a metaverse, dude. This is literally
I thought y'all were on that Facebook one. I thought there was a Facebook brand one.
Oh no! Well, Facebook doesn't have their own metaverse yet, do they? No.
Oh.
No, he just
Man,
they just called he just
what's
called
the
his company Meta like a retard. That's all.
what's the one where
Snoop Dogg?
the property sold for $1 million in the middle?
Yeah, that's Sandbox.
Sandbox. Okay.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is, if you look at the traffic, Upland has much more traffic than Sandbox or Decentraland. But Decentraland, that's the crazy one because Decentraland, they have a city in that place. It's called Vegas, or it's called Vegas City, and so you can buy part of an NFT, which will be a casino. So you buy an NFT for a casino, you'll own the NFT, and if you own the NFT, anybody who plays there, you just get money rolling in all the time. You get a percentage of everyone's bet.
All right. So yeah, you ain't about it, bro. You ain't about it.
I ain't about it. What the hell? What the fuck?
I'm about to take that shit over, bro. My kid was talking about the Upland one.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about. Upland is the one that doesn't have. It's not as big as Decentraland or Sandbox yet because it's still in development, basically, and they're every day adding stuff. And at this stage, though, this is the time to get cheap real estate. I'm sure. You know what I mean?
Listen, can I get a penny a day? I can't do anything unless it gets a penny a day. You should see my list of passive shit I got ticking in, bro. Mad pennies a day.
Do you have Cash App, man?
Yes, I have Cash App.
Okay. Well, I'll give you a penny a day. Okay. And we'll just call
it's not worth doxing myself for a penny a day from you.
Oh my god! I was gonna make fun of Don real quick, but I'm not gonna do that. Can I tell what your picture was, man?
My picture?
Yeah.
I guess. I don't remember. Did I send you a lot of pictures?
Your picture on Cash App.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just a picture of Chemo, dude.
What was it?
He had a picture of Chemo on his Cash App.
Chemo's fucking awesome.
Yeah. You probably got one too then, huh?
You love Chemo, Kojo.
We used to be, before I was a mod, we were actually really cool, dude. He was one of my good buddies.
That's what I'm saying.
It just the day I became a mod, he completely became a different person. He started treating me the same way he treats Scott. That's why.
Wearing gems?
Yeah. But me and him used to go do rap. We used to go do rap battles on my server. Low key. Had good times. To be honest though, his flow on Why Would They Lie? It was so much better than he ever flowed with me. Like sometimes he just wasn't in the mood. Like if he wasn't in the mood, it always sucked. When he came in on that song, Why Would They Lie, dude? That fucking turned the song around. You know what I mean?
That was dope. Yeah, he had one of my favorite parts.
It's really because he was following Chocolate Sand, dude. Chocolate Sand made the whole song boring.
No,
I mean he did, dude. I'm surprised that I'd be surprised at anybody who would disagree with that, dude.
Oh, they each got their piece, dude. I like it.
Chocolate Sand's part?
I like all the parts.
Yeah, Chocolate killed it. I haven't heard it in that long.
I think Elijah's part was the best, but recently when I listened to it, I got new respect for Chemo's part and then also Witz's part. Because I used to think Witz's part was
was filthy.
Yeah, but I thought he lacked energy because I've heard him with more energy than that. But then that was listening
that guy Damon. That guy Damon was in here. Witsit started like Damon didn't know if he was arguing, but Witsit was like rapping at him. You know what I mean? And fucking Damon was like, "Wait, what the fuck's going on here?" I'm like, "Witsit's burying you with bars right now." That's what's happening.
That's hilarious. Damon's kind of funny, dude. I'm not gonna say anything else. I'll just leave it at that.
I'm about to search the App Store for this Upland thing.
Wow, you haven't even gotten that far yet. Okay.
Yeah, I'm busy. I'm a grown adult doing stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, so one thing you might want to be aware of. This is important because I fucked up, dude. When I first got in the game, before I got, I guess, kicked out or whatever. What?
Trading, right? Yeah.
This is important, dude.
Is it Upland property trading?
Yeah, probably.
It's like a picture of a llama. All right, go ahead. What's important?
Yeah, is there a different one?
I don't know. What's the important thing? Go ahead.
Fuck's sake, dude. God damn it, dude. There's not even a second one. What are they saying? Oh yeah, it's important. When I first got the game, and I was on another account or whatever, it wants you to pick a place to start. And there's not that many cities. There's a few cities, and obviously they have Queens now and Bronx, and so you wouldn't know about that. They don't have upstate New York or bottom of Canada or whatever you call it, but they do have the city parts of New York, and so yeah, I wanted to start there, but and the property there is probably going to blow up too. It was pretty cheap, but I was really more interested in trying to get a land in Las Vegas. And so actually moving across the map, once you pick your place, actually costs money. So it cost me half my starting money actually to get from the Bronx to Las Vegas. And shit happens in real time. So like if you take the bus, it takes like 5 minutes to get from Queens to the airport, and it takes like
I'll put $10. I'll put $10 on this. It probably costs fucking. It's probably on MetaMask or something. It's the EOS chain thing.
Well, I'll tell you right now. You should. So what I'm trying to tell you is, you want to start in Las Vegas, okay? Because there is still available land in Las Vegas. People are going to be going crazy this weekend because they have that bonus. But I'll see if I can find you a spot in Vegas. It's cost twice as much as your starting money. But oh yeah, that's right. There's one more thing. If there's a promo code. If you use a promo code on your first money purchase, or like the first purchase you buy with money, your money be worth twice as much or something like that.
Wait, what do you do?
You need to get a bonus code, which it'll be a promo code. I'll find it for you. And you use this the first time you add money, and it'll make that money worth twice as much when you buy a property.
Yo, EOS mainnet. It's on fucking MetaMask. Bet.
Yeah, dude. And their whole big thing, like
you didn't put any money in? Did you put any money in?
No, not yet.
Did you pull any money out?
I didn't do anything, dude.
You don't even have a thing anymore. Your shit got deleted. You just said.
No, it didn't get on my. Okay, no. My account.
Kosha, you could.
Yeah, what's up, man?
I'll say you could coach on this stuff, and you get 20%. You don't have to put any money. You just coach.
It's not even coaching, dude. It's like Chronic. I didn't even help Chronic, dude. Like he asked me for help, and I literally fell asleep. I was helping him, and he's let me put his name on his paper, dude.
Kosho, if you give me your time, you're getting portion of the money. You can you could call it whatever you want to call it, bro.
Okay, dude. Well, I literally did fall asleep, but I'm looking for properties for Jeremy real quick. So you'll get familiar when you get in there, dude, but there's only a few select properties that are FSA. Those are only for new players can buy them, and they're usually much cheaper. But they're kind of hard to find in Vegas right now.
I spend like $50 on a property. I spent like $500 last week on fucking other crypto shit.
Well, I'm telling you, with this one, you might want to familiarize yourself with it more before you spend it in the wrong place. So it's probably a good idea to buy the first property for however much, and then first of all, you can build on those properties. So you want to probably look at other people's models for like, what the best strategy is. Like you probably want multiple properties, and you probably want to build shit on it. So, but like I said, there's a bunch of bonuses this weekend. So
you got to be 18 to do this.
I don't think they check your ID, dude. I mean, actually, they might.
Do they check your Wi-Fi? Do they make sure you're not on the same ISP?
Yeah, dude. So they have a place called Alcatraz in here, and I've already made 2 accounts, kind of. But I'm not using them both. But either way, there's some way that if you do try to do something like that, they find out, and you just get put in Alcatraz, and you never get out.
I'm saying, do they check?
The moral of the story is I wouldn't even risk it.
IP.
I don't think so, because I mean, obviously, like my friend signed up with me. We were on the same Wi-Fi, so.
I got all these cell phones there, and I got people that can verify, like all my kids and my wife and shit.
Yeah, you got fake IDs, huh?
Not fake IDs. They're fucking real people.
Did you hear Jen the other day, dude? He's got a whole second identity for everyone. His family said. Does he
really?
Yeah, he said, like, he was talking about getting pulled over one time. He's like, "Oh yeah, back up," but that was a different identity or something. Because like he said, like sometimes he'll go out with a different one. So even if he gets in trouble, it's not even him getting in trouble. It's smart, dude.
Cops can't spot a fake ID in Japan.
Dude, in Japan, dude, the cops. He owns the cops basically, dude. He said he was going.
Is it a real if it's a real person, you can get away with that. I've seen people get pulled over and give like other people's names and shit.
Yeah, well,
like,
no,
I don't have my license on me.
If you have an ID and it looks like you or whatever, and I mean, and you have all the other identification, that's it. That's you, man. But anyway, yeah, he said he was on his motorcycle and he's basically doing twice the speed limit on his motorcycle. And there was a cop. He saw a cop, and so he started slowing down a little bit. But then, as he passed the cop just gave him a thumbs up. Like, what? It's fine. Anyways, I'm looking around for properties. You probably want to be near the strip or something, but yeah, I don't know if you got the point before. The point was when you start the game, they want you to start somewhere. And I recommend starting in Las Vegas because that's probably where you want to buy property. If there's any available.
Is it a game though? It sounded like you were saying it was like a coin or some shit.
Oh yeah, it's a metaverse. You know, like Decentraland and what's the other one? Sandbox.
Yeah.
However, this one is very much in its development beta state. So it's like they're adding stuff all the time. They've barely added. They're adding new features all the time, and eventually, the properties that are all for sale and being bought up and everything, you're gonna be able to utilize those properties for all sorts of stuff. Like in Sandbox, you turn your property into a game, into a shop, into whatever,
Oh, I completely misunderstood. I thought you meant you were buying like a portion of the real estate market. And
the way Upland works is it's not like a fake place. It's like they actually have the map of the whole world, and so the cities they open up, the properties are actual real properties on they don't represent real properties. Like they don't correlate. They correspond to real properties, but it has no relationship to the actual property. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. That would be important.
Well, no, there's a DAO called DAO City, and they are picking up cities, and like they made a law in Utah where they can legally do this. Like you can legally buy an NFT in that DAO City in Wyoming, and you literally own the real property in real life. No shit.
Well, I mean, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's like the dude from Ethereum. He he lobbied with them to make a law that they could do that because they want to see if they can make that model. Wait, what's going on here?
Where are you buying the properties?
Where do you buy them?
Like you're talking about buying some in real life, like you own.
Yeah, I'm talking about DAO City. This is something different. DAO City. It's like a metaverse, kind of like the Upland, except for that metaverse is, you, on the computer you'll see actual land there, and you can buy different portions of it. And what's going to happen is you're going to literally own that same land in real life through that metaverse.
Really? So that would essentially require like a spherical model of the Earth and plots of land. Like if you're going to map it to the real world space, I mean, I guess you could flatten it out into stored areas, but weird.
Well, you have to remember it's only Wyoming, so it's like one town in Wyoming.
Oh, okay. It's one time. Okay.
Well, they're trying to they have it with a couple other places though too. I kind of want to look that up now. I'm trying to find this property for Jeremy, but let me go to DAO City.
Don't worry about it because I'm probably not going to sign up for Upland until this weekend or something.
But you have to sign up today, dude.
Huh?
You gotta sign up today. They have all the bonuses and shit.
I'll try. I gotta try to do it right now. Then.
Yeah, you do. I just said that, man.
No, I can't. I don't have time.
You fucking up, dude.
I'm
If
not
you want,
worried
I
about
can set you up.
a little bonus or some shit. Whatever. No, I'm not. You're not setting me up. I'm not worried about a little bonus, bro. I'll throw $50 into it. I'll throw $50 into it. I'm not even worried. I told you I spent like $500 on other shit.
That's what's up, dude. There's nothing like wasting your money, man.
Dude, Coinbase owes me $500.
I hate Coinbase sometimes. I'm like, oh, dude, I still got money in Coinbase, and I'm like, wait a minute, I can't even fucking pull it out. I tried moving it around. I lost like $20. I'm like, how did I even do anything?
No, they legitimately, no bullshit, fucked me over. I sent $500 in, and I was using the debit card, and you get a percentage back when you use the debit card. So I transferred funds over, and for some reason it kicked it out, and so I transferred another $500 over.
Oh.
And then they told me, I called in, they told me that whenever the first transaction created a negative balance, so whenever that second transaction came over, I had paid that. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, that's retarded. I hate that shit, dude.
It is fucking pissing me off.
That's the one thing I hate about fucking online shit, dude. Like, I have an online bank, and it's like when shit gets fucked up, dude, you can't go in and you got to talk to these people on the phone, and they can't fix anything.
Well, I'm fixing to take them to small claims court. I mean, they're gonna have to send a lawyer down here.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to pay a lawyer.
No, they'll take them to small claims court, which is like $60, man. Because it's $500. I'm not just gonna let them fuck me like that, right? I can go pay $60 and make their asses have a lawyer come down to where I live. So, and they'll have to pay that fee back. But I've got all the documents and everything. I can't imagine that the judge would rule in their favor.
Well, dude, I'm looking at the City Dow, and it says last year they bought 40 acres in Wyoming. So they bought 40 acres in Wyoming, and I don't know how many Dows these are. Let me see.
Yeah, that's interesting. That would be a really hard thing to get off the ground, though. Like up and running and getting a lot of people in on it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is
No.
the dude who made Ethereum basically hedged. You know, he
liar.
He hedged his
Yeah,
bet.
thank you for clearing the way.
Of course, man.
Come on, guys. Why are you guys up on the nuts of this fucking thing? Blockchain is an old concept. A fucking spreadsheet is an old concept. A map is an old concept, and a computer is an old concept. What's the problem with a town putting the registry of the property online or on an NFT? It's fucking no big deal. What's the fucking problem? It's not genius.
Man.
It's nothing.
Thought of it like that, dude.
Yes, what I'm saying. So it's not. I mean, buying the property, it would just be like buying property anywhere else, but you're kind of buying property in a place that you really don't know that much about. You don't know the market, so
I gotta tell you the truth, man.
Do what?
It's nothing. Like it's like
I did think about what Don said before.
Make it public and then make a fake land of it. What's the big deal?
Listen, fool. Okay, when I say fool, I mean that in like a friend way, not like you're.
God bless.
Okay, Decentraland and Sandbox, those are fake places. Okay, Snoop Dogg has a place in Sandbox, and the person who moved in next door paid $500,000 for the place next door, right? So those are fake places. Okay, now let me compare that to a Dow City. What Dow City did is it bought 40 acres in real life. Okay, that's what's basically, if you imagine.
Yeah, but it's no big deal.
Hold on. Some coins are backed by capital. The backing of this whole blockchain is the actual territory that's there. They got with the state of Wyoming. It's legal for them to buy property via the blockchain NFTs and then own it in actuality. And so the idea is that that as these lands become developed, as people are developing the properties in the metaverse, they want the value. And the value will grow in the metaverse. They want to use that value and translate it to the actual property in real life. and basically correspond what is happening in the metaverse into the real places in real life.
But could you say that thing again? You said it's illegal to have it here and there.
No, it's legal. They talk with the legislature in Wyoming, and they've made it so that it's legal to where you buy an NFT. Like I'm on the website right now, I could buy an NFT in Wyoming. I would then own the property, the territory in Wyoming.
Oh my God, I understand. Jeez, Coach, it sounded like
and then what? You got to pay taxes.
Hold on, give me 2 minutes with Coach, please.
Hold on, you got to pay taxes on it.
I don't think so. I think that I think that's already covered by the blockchain.
Go ahead, Don.
It sounded like you started off saying it was illegal. There was a position of it.
I have a bad enunciation. Okay?
No, that's all I heard.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you're eating, by the way, Don. So maybe you heard yourself.
I'm done. But it sounded like you were saying it was illegal and switched to being legal, basically.
Well, no, it's not. You can't do this in places where that agreement hasn't been, made. So
and you made that distinction. You pointed that out, and that's what I'm trying to reference. Is you were talking about places where it is not legal.
This is a one-page document, and it's a Parcel Zero license agreement. And so I think this whole page has everything about basically all the information you need.
Okay, so anyway, getting confirmation from you is, I'm not a dentist, Coach, so please. I'm not an orthodontist. Can't be doing all this. All right. Anyway.
I agree.
Either fucking way. I was curious why it would be illegal anywhere if the property owners had it and they basically wanted to give you a digital version of the property realm. Okay, I don't know why that could ever be illegal.
Yeah. Because,
second of all, my point is just making that you have fake lands that own the property, and I'm just pointing out like any town could do this. They just make a digital version of their town and give the people that already own the property the shit in the digital land. And then when you want to buy shit, it could be like, that's the marketplace. I guess I'm just trying to make a point of, it's new age, but it's not genius.
Yeah, it's not that it's genius, because it's not. It's not that it's fucking, I don't know. It's the technology has been there. The thing that hasn't been there, like girlfriends of real estate, right? It's not as easy as going online and having this one-page contract and owning land. Okay. However, with things like NFTs and the blockchain, this is one of the first times. This is one of the first aspects that you're seeing of how the real utility here, because the real utility of an NFT and the blockchain is the middleman is not necessary. The digital lawyers, the lawyers and the the contracts and the what do you call it, deeds and all that stuff.
The red tape, man. The excess.
Yeah, if you go to buy a house, in the real world, you're gonna end up dropping at least like $500-600 just on the lawyer fees.
More than that, yeah.
Yeah.
Depending on where, because the prices went up. But anyways, so I'm reading the thing right now just because I'm trying to see exactly what's going on with it. But like I said, when it comes to Decentraland, for example, in order for the properties that have casinos there, they're actually in places in the world, like in the UK, where they have a gamer's license, a gaming license to have a casino on their property in England, and so they can legally host a casino in Decentraland. So I was going to say, so that's why people can own the NFT, and if people are spending money in Decentraland at the casino, whoever owns the NFT will get it. And the same thing with these properties. Once you have the NFT for this property, that's the actual ownership. Like you literally own it.
Nope.
Yes.
No, it's not good enough, Kosho. We need to have. It needs to be like, not as far as Mad Max land, okay, but it needs to be like Wild West land, bro. Like anything other than taking the people's property, like that's what the chain is for, you know, like to say you own that area. Anything other than touching the person's property, whatever piece I own, I can create and build and let people come in and do whatever they want in it. Other than that, everything should be allowed. Murder, anything. If you can murder the characters on the other street, who cares? Right?
Jesus Christ.
You could pass your money back and forth however you wanted. No one else's laws should matter in Dow land or fake land or super land, Wild West land. We need to get there.
In the game or in real life?
No one wants to come to this shit where there's extra fucking legalities going on still. It's fucking bullshit. Just don't take my property. And I don't care what y'all are doing next door. What's the fucking problem? You gonna bow to some governments allowing you to gamble or not gamble in fake land? What the hell, guys? Stand up, man. You're already allowed to just give your money to fake land, but you can't maybe gamble it. What the hell? You can guaranteed give your money away, but you can't maybe win. What the fuck?
I mean, if you're talking, fake land's a place that has an NFT tied to real properties. Am I understanding that correct, Coach?
Some of them.
So if it has an actual NFT or coin or whatever that has some kind of legal mechanism that's tied to actual property values, I think that would be a pretty decent investment. In terms of the virtual aspect of it, I don't think that's going to pay dividends. I think just owning a small portion of real estate as an investment to pay dividends.
Right, but 50. I'm sure you're aware of places like Second Life and stuff, right?
Second Life? No, I've never heard of that.
Well, do you know other games like World of Warcraft?
Yeah. So it's like that, essentially.
Right. So imagine World of Warcraft mixed with like the Sims video game of when it became people. Hanging out in houses and stuff. But like it's like real people hang out in there all day and own houses and do jobs, and they're on a server and they literally can like, dude, they have a fake fucking world. It's been out for 30 years, dude. They hang out, they harvest wood, they make furniture and sell furniture to people and make pets. Gem Panda said he used to do something like this. Would make panda.
Go ahead.
Well, it's kind of like the same thing, man. I mean, they've already been doing this. So the digital side of it is profitable already with less features. It's already profitable.
I mean, it's profitable for the big corporations, not the individuals.
Hell nah. Dude, people eat off that shit, bro. People hang out in the game, pro gamers, and make shit and eat.
There's teachers that quit their jobs to work in a Second Life world. I mean, even Gem hasn't done anything.
Yes.
Gem hasn't done anything in it. Gem hasn't done anything in it in years. Like, he used to like make stuff and sell it, and he's still getting like royalties off shit that he sells in there. It's not a lot. I think it's like $50, $100 a month or something, but he's still got cake flowing in from it.
Can you give me an example of like something that you would make that would generate revenue?
A sexy table.
You can make shoes, clothes.
So you're basically designing digital objects to sell in this marketplace. Somebody could definitely make bank off that. If they know what they're doing. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what's happening still, but now it's more blockchain involved from what I understand is happening.
What was the name of it?
They telling about Sandbox, Upland. The one with the real place to place is Dow World or Dow City or something.
Dow City?
That's it. But see, I don't know, is that just like, again, that's a digital registry, or is that going to be a hangout place and have like a whole game world in it? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Oh, that's the one. That's the one Kosho was talking about that's tied in Idaho or whatever.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't see like a a version of like the metaverse where you have like these sectioned off properties that are like equatable to land in real life. I mean, there are versions of them, but
Bruh.
I'd love to know the numbers on like
You're
something like. Do what?
Go the numbers on what? The
numbers on say like the whatever the fucking game is where Snoop Dogg has a house and right, like he's got a couple neighbors paid money. Like I'd be real curious to know the numbers of how many people actually use that as a service, or if it's something that rich people just bought because it looked cool or sounded cool or gave them street cred or some shit.
Hey, he said that one was sandbox. Something he said this other one got more usage. Coach got some little insights on it, but I don't know if you can wait. But man, yo, this shit is fucking crazy. Damn, what I was gonna come at you with. It's oh yeah, like you could go like, you know, bar hopping in the fake world. You know what I mean? Like, and we're old, dude. We're old, dude.
Yeah,
Like these kids.
Yeah, I guess you could. I mean, if you BYOB, you know.
I mean, but no, I mean, who the fuck? There'll be a place where you gonna. They already got the little lounges and shit. I'm trying to get more on like, yo, how legit are these NFTs and what does that question mean? And I go right back to what you said. How many people are using it? You know, because that's why a Second Life brand is still going or whatever, just based off of the trust of the community to still use it and still cash out into real other currencies like US dollars or whatever. You know,
yeah, you gotta have a community for sure, and you gotta have people that actually give a fuck and are gonna rip you off. But what was I gonna say? Oh, dude, so like digital bars, right? Like part of the reason you want to go out to a bar is get drunk and find some chick to take home, right? You can't do that. You can't do that if you're online.
Shit.
You know what I'm saying? If I'm going to a bar drinking, I'm trying to pull somebody home, most likely.
They're gonna bring her home in the digital world and do rub them cartoon boobies.
Oh yeah, get you like a machine set up. She's got a machine set up at her place.
I've seen movies like that, dude, and it's like the fat guy behind whose avatar is the hot girl.
Yeah,
that was Gamer with Gerard Butler. It was a dope ass movie. But yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to buy some properties in these games so that I just want to be a landlord. Just give me rent for a month. People are gonna need a place to go after they go club hopping or say, come back to my place.
Which one has the coolest game features, Jeremy? Which one's the most like Grand Theft Auto?
Dude, I don't know. I've never been in any Upland thing. Is about to be the first one I get in. The fact that Kosho put me onto it probably tells me it's doomed to fail, but
if it's not a VR experience, then I don't see it being that compelling, right? If it's just an app on your phone and it has to do with real estate is fundamentally like a three-dimensional thing. So if you're looking at it on a phone that's 2D, it's just not the same to me. Like the digital real estate thing only kind of makes sense in a VR world to me.
Hey, 50, can you like talk in the front of your mouth instead of like in the back and you're like, oh yeah. Like how do you do that like constantly? Like do you swallow rocks or something? I can't even like do it intentionally. So if I was going to talk like this, I'd have to do it intentionally the whole time. Then I just sound like I'm a stoner. You know what I'm saying? Like I just did.
You know, Vin Diesel.
I fucked up my joke. I could if you maybe put your dick in my mouth. How about that one? Maybe that'd fix it.
No, because you and Kosho do the same thing, and then there's another guy. Who's the other guy that goes on screen?
Yeah, no,
it's
like, in the ass.
It's in the ass. It's in the ass.
Yeah. So to fix my issue, you need to put your dick in my ass because I heard that's something you do.
Oh, really?
So maybe you can help fix that issue.
You should try it. You should try it.
Did you hear that?
That's word on the street, Tom Dog.
I mean, you might want to get a second opinion, but I guess it doesn't hurt, right? I always get a second opinion, so.
Does the smart talkie, does that get on your nerves? Is that what it is? I have a feeling that's what it is.
I'm just reading this shit right now. It takes me a while to read. I'm getting older, so hold on.
Yeah, if you got something that's actually tied to property value, I'd be interested in looking into that, because there's something that's similar in the art market. They have NFTs that are created as a portion of like a famous work of art that you could buy into, and they've got the numbers on it, and the numbers are a lot better than most investments.
Yeah, but dude, right now, like that's what people's. That's what people. Whenever people think about NFTs, they always think about the art, and they're like, "Oh, dude, the NFTs, they're not going to be. They're not going to be art." But dude, the NFTs can be anything, you know.
No, I'm talking about something very specific. I'm talking about there's this service where we're talking about famous works of art, like the Mona Lisa or Van Gogh's work or something like that, right? I'm not talking about like the monkey dude.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm talking about a coin or an NFT based on a portion of what that painting is worth. Like say the Mona Lisa, right? You can buy a portion of the Mona Lisa, and over time, the value increases.
Yeah.
And they show their numbers, and what they say their numbers are like about blue stocks are like 20%, and I think they were showing like 35% year over year. I might be off on the figures, but it was higher than blue chip stocks. Fuck, Bitcoin's down to like 18. It crashed at like 18 and then bounced back up to like 24 or something, which is fucking nutty because it was that. When did it?
Mega good deals right now. I dropped like $500 this weekend on some crypto.
Be careful, dude. I lost my ass. I lost probably a K.
I couldn't lose at this point if I wanted to.
Shit, I lost some money on Polymath. I lost some money on Bitcoin. Made some money on Bitcoin, but I'm in the hole about $1,000.
I gotta be in it for the long haul, dude.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, at this point, you have to be. Otherwise, you just lost a lot of money. But I know a bunch of people who lost. There's people who lost fucking. Scott B should listen to me, dude. I got him his fucking 3 Bitcoins back, dude. I helped him get those 3 Bitcoin back, and he probably fucking held on to them, dude. That fucking guy.
I thought for sure Spotify was going to bounce back whenever Joe Rogan, all that drama was going on. Like I thought it hit a bounce point, but it didn't. It bounced for a minute, but then it's still 100, and so it was worth like 300 or something like a year ago. Like there's so much money that's been taken out of that company, it's crazy. Yeah, so November 2021, the stock price was 300. Right now it's 100, which is insane.
You know what I've been buying?
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, you know what I've been buying a lot of is monthly dividend stock. I love that, the idea of that, getting money taken in every month.
Yeah, I don't know much about that. What is that?
What you should have did, dude. What you should have done is, the market just crashed again the other day. Basically, right? That's when you gotta buy shit, dude. You should buy real stocks and buy shit in this upland. That's it.
Like blue chips, like
These
Apple.
are real stocks, bro. These are real stocks I'm buying.
Cryptos?
I'm talking about stock.
Yeah. Stocks. Yeah, stocks are real. That's right. Yeah. The ones that are long haul good. Like, if you put money in Apple and I don't know, you can do regular shit. What
They're
it
buying a lot of
crashes, you
they're
guarantee
buying a lot of
money.
realty companies, REITs.
Real what companies?
Realty.
Oh, realty.
They buy like massive amounts of properties.
Yeah, dude, but no, dude, maybe now's not a good time.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I think the housing market's going to pop.
Yeah, it is. And if you have property now, it's good. But buying property now is not good.
Man, I hope not, dude. I'm fixing to buy a house, and I feel like I'm one way.
Dude, these companies been
advice on the REITs, man. That's what I do for a living. Is taxes for real estate clients that are invested in REITs, real estate investment trusts. Not a bad investment.
That's what I'm saying. These people own like tons of properties, and they got tenants and shit. Like, this is like income. Can you send me a DM of some good ones like that? Because I love the monthly dividend, dude. That shit's awesome.
No, I can't because I'm go against.
All right.
No, but yeah, you're right though. The people who you can rent from and shit like that, like if they already own it at this point, if they're part of the reason that it's going up too, dude. Because like a lot of the dudes, like my girlfriend works for shit. Hold on. God damn it. Hold on.
Of all the actions happening in the text chat at the moment.
I want to hear more about this dividends thing he was talking about.
Man, I do a lot of get a lot of dividends with crypto, bro. That's the only kind of crypto and stocks I buy is money shit that ticks in. Like, yo, right now, Pancake Swap is a really good buy. Baby Swap is another good one. There's a couple good ones out there still.
Those are crypto coins, or
those are cryptos? Yeah, you got to get MetaMask.
Okay, so you're talking about dividends just as it pertains to a crypto coin that you purchase, right? You're not talking about like some automatic system. It sounds like you're talking about some kind of automatic system where basically, like, I don't know, you pay a monthly fee and it pays dividends or some shit.
Yeah,
you can get dividends off. Sorry.
That's with the REITs. It automatically puts money right into my account. But I mean, the crypto does the same thing essentially. Puts money right in your account, and then you just withdraw it whenever you want.
You normally get dividends off shares you've invested into, and depending on the growth of the company, the profit margins of the company, you'll get a payout. Which is normally based on the number of shares that you own.
You don't pay out nothing; they pay you.
Yeah, but the payout to you, exactly.
Oh,
that's what I said.
Yeah, but that's based on the amount of stock or crypto you earn or own, right? And you could lose your ass. That's not always the case.
No, with share dividends, that's different. So share dividends are based on the EDIT of the business, i.e., how much profit have they made after tax and expenses. And normally a portion of that is then assigned to the shareholders, and you'll get a little bit of cash per share. It's not, it's generally like pennies on the share kind of thing.
Yes, but you can still lose money in any investment. Also, this is not financial.
That's the share value going down, not dividends causing that.
So what mechanism are you using to purchase these products? Like, are you talking about using a crypto side to buy specific cryptos? Or are you talking about like a blue chip stock that pays dividends.
If it's crypto, you use crypto. If it's stocks, you use cash.
Yeah.
Is it okay if you use pesos?
Cash App. I'm sorry. What? So you talking about Cash App?
I have stocks. I have monthly dividend stocks in Cash App. Yes. Robinhood, Ameritrade, E-Trade, Robinhood. I say that already. Webull, or whatever it is.
Can you give me some figures of like what you got in and what dividends are being paid?
He doesn't keep a portfolio, dude.
So you don't keep a portfolio to be able to.
My shit's all over the place. I don't keep. Normally about $30, $40, $50 will get you a penny a day.
Can we get a starboard folio?
I would say like 40, 45, 50 bucks. That'll get you about a penny a day kicking in.
That's exactly right, dude. In a year, you have almost $4. You won't have $4, but you'll have pretty close to it.
And that's for putting how much in?
$50 a day.
$50. So if you put in 100, you can double that essentially.
But it's smarter to put in all your money, then you'd have that many more pennies.
No, dude.
I don't want Adam getting that much.
With great risk comes great reward.
It's all about the bucket, dude. You're right. One droplet a day in the bucket. End of the year, you got a half a bucket.
It's all about guaranteed to be losing to inflation. That's the game you want to be.
Exactly right, yeah. You got to increase your portfolio by like, what do they say, like 5 or 15% or something a year?
Hey, no.
Fidelity does a pretty decent job for me.
No, you're gonna break it.
What marking, Jeremy?
No, you have to understand, dude.
So can you give me the name of a crypto coin or a stock that's been paying dividends? You're talking about for a penny for like a year or a long time.
The company that's their stock symbol.
Oh, okay.
Dude, if you get property in Upland, you're gonna get more than a penny a day.
Yeah, I downloaded it. I'm gonna take a look at it.
Yeah, you get the money. The first purchase you'll get for free.
Oh no!
But I got news for you, dude. I know they've told you this on TV and on the commercials and stuff like that, but the truth is, a penny a day doesn't really add up to anything. Not even in your whole life. So if you think about it.
That's why you need to keep doing it and getting two pennies a day, 3 pennies a day, 4 pennies a day, up until you're getting dollars a day.
No, but they got to be immediately rolled back in.
Which renders them valueless.
Obviously, 1 penny a day is not going to do anything, unless you keep building. Unless you keep building on it. So eventually, you're getting $17 a day.
You ever play that game Crash?
You got to get 17 a day compared to the X you invested. You know what I mean? You can't get
17 a day.
You can't get. I'm saying you can't get like the same 1-to-1 ratio. You can't invest 17x. You know what I mean? If X gets you 1 penny a day, you can't invest 1700x to get $17 a day. You need it to start compounding and shit like that.
Okay.
Can't get the same fucking. Who wants to invest $50 to get 3% a year?
Well, you're not going to change your percentage by adding in more money. You do know that.
Yeah, another thing that happens is, well, with my crypto at least, you can put in $50 and be getting, I don't know, a penny a day or something. But then if that does a 10x, if the crypto does a 10x, you're not making 10 cents a day.
Right. But if it fucking just goes dead, then you get nothing. You lose the money you had in it. Yeah.
That happened to me a bunch of times though. With a bunch of coins, like I'd make like $1 a day, and then it did like a 10x or something.
Well, that's the plan. Then is your plan is you winning. Betting on winners or whatever. People who are gonna have their company raise the stock.
I got news for you, dude. I got news for you.
Well, it's not always that they have the best products or business model or whatever, man. It's like sometimes it's just what the stock market thing is doing based on the. Go ahead, man.
Exactly. But dude, you have to understand, Jeremy doesn't play it like that, dude. Jeremy doesn't play it like that at all. He literally doesn't check anything. Like you've heard him today. He'll literally he'll trust me to tell him something, and then he'll buy it regardless and hope for the best. Doesn't add it to a portfolio. Has no idea how much money he has in anything. This is not even a joke, dude. He literally doesn't research anything that if somebody tells him to buy it, he'll just buy it.
Trouble with cryptocurrencies, it's kind of a pyramid scheme.
The what?
Cryptocurrency is a kind of pyramid scheme.
Well, that's not 100% true, but that is true for some of the models. Like the whole thing was a big bubble, and a lot of people took advantage of that by making the what do you call that? The rug pulls. That was like the number one thing that everybody was obviously doing. But while they're doing all that, people can be making profit the whole time. Like people,
yeah.
If
you invest at the right time, I've got a mate. He bought Bitcoin really near the beginning of it, and he bought his house with that money.
Right.
He sold when it was something ridiculous. I think it was around sort of 25K, 20K. He sold his Bitcoins for, and he had like 30 of them.
When Scott got hacked by Mt. Vax or whatever, he had I think he had like 1,000 Bitcoin. No, he had 1,000. I think he had 1,000. He had either 500 or 1,000. Because I forget the exact amount, but yeah, he got them all hacked though.
That's a lot of money to lose. A lot.
Well, no, it was only.
That's why you gotta have your shit all spread out. You gotta have your shit all spread out. You never put all your shit in one wallet.
Well, anyway, it wasn't worth that much back then.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't worth nothing.
Yeah, I remember they was worth like 200 a piece and shit.
No, back then, dude.
I got into it. I got into it when they were like 100, 200 bucks a piece.
No, he had them when they were $2. That's what it was, because he had 500. Yeah, he had 500 for. No, he had 1,000 for $2, I think, something like that, because or maybe $4 for 500, something like that, because I think it was $2,000 altogether he had invested. But yeah, that obviously would turn into something huge if he would have sold it at its prime.
Bro, just $1,000 of Bitcoin when it was 200. I mean, just 1,000 Bitcoins, 100 times your money. So you spend what, 20,000 times it by 100, you got 2 mils.
Right. Yeah.
But
yeah, so there's some good deals right now, like Pancake Swap. They do a major portion of the trades for Binance Smart Chain. They're a really good deal right now. I've been scooping that up big time.
How much you think? What was about 8 years ago that shit was at 200?
Before that.
Back in like 2013, no, it was about 8 years ago.
No.
2014.
8 years ago was like
Dude, that's when I was buying it, and I was buying it in like 2014, and it was like $200.
Yeah, I bought some in 2011 for like $115.
McAfee. That's when McAfee was doing the rug pull thing.
I wonder what the inflation rate or whatever, the purchasing power of $1 million 8 years ago versus today. I wonder what it is.
Definitely lower. I mean, it'd be hyper specific though, depending on what you were buying.
By certain metrics, we could go at least half. By lumber, 4 times. By property, at least 2 times. By a Coca-Cola at the store, 2 times. What's weird is the convenience store prices are raising on everything, but the bulk prices aren't raising as much. There's another term I heard is actually being researched and kicked around. It's called greedflation.
It's an actual, a term the government's using or little.
Is that where people hold on to their money?
No, it's where the businesses are raising prices in excess of inflation rates just for profits. So this is the kind of the marker that, I focus on for economic battle usually is like the people have to speak out. There needs to be, I don't mean needs to be, but this is sometimes why, I think of the games that have the NPC marketplace where you can always buy a potion for 2 gold or whatever. There's always a default, you know what I mean? Like the game is producing resources at a baseline. That way people don't care about it. Motherfuckers just raise price and convenience whores and scratch off lottery ticket idiots always just spend their money or whatever.
Do you think the government should have some hand in that? Like, basically, you have to justify your cost, right? If you have a product, let's say you make Coca-Cola, right? You have to be able to justify, well, you're paying X amount in labor, you're paying X amount in resources, and add all that up, right? And then compare that to inflation, and you have a certain margin. Like, you're not able to essentially price gouge.
Oh, the thing is, you can't price gouge, yes, but you can charge anything you want for your product, right? Like a Louis Vuitton bag costs $100 to make; they sell it for $3,000. Like if people are willing to pay X for your product, you charge X. That's how capitalism.
Right, but that brings in inconsistencies in the price gouging. But I always see a hybrid, man, of being cool where there's already government subsidies, right? Like Sam's Cola or Walmart Coke is like basically the government brand. I mean, you hear things like phrases like government cheese. You know what I mean? Like
they
do it. You know what I mean? They do it, bro.
It's not pronounced government cheese.
It's a real thing, dude.
It is a real thing. I know. What I'm saying is it could be more like instead of it's the government, like communism. It could be like, nah, bro. Like, dude, like our government like actually pays has the best. Like Coca-Cola wishes they could get our government scientist food maker.
Dude,
wait, what would be the problem? Dude. What would be the problem with that? Like nothing.
Okay, my mom used to talk about how embarrassing it was to wait in line for government cheese, right? It's not
government cheese. It's pronounced differently. Yeah. You just call it government cheese because it sounds like it.
No, it's actual food stamps is what we're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, but those food stamps can be transferable directly for,
you can get good resources. Yeah, now you can buy Kraft with your EBT. Why?
Yeah, now you can buy. Now you go to a gas station.
It's fucking ridiculous. I don't agree. I think that's stupid.
Oh yeah.
But, hell yeah.
What you paying taxes, man?
What do I? A lot.
Oh, I don't pay. I pay next to nothing.
Those food stamps are invaluable to people that need it. Single moms and shit. Yeah. There's a lot of people that do need that.
It's the truth, and it's actually not that much to be honest with you. Like they're not like giving out like.
Yeah, but some people take advantage of that though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
What the hell, Kosho? Did you see Kosho?
Like,
did I not
show you? Some people are gonna take it.
Hold up, though. How are you gonna come at me like that? Were you just making a point greater of the people who pay should care or something? Not like you're telling me
I was
you
just
don't
talking
care.
shit, dude. I'm talking shit.
Yeah, because I'll be DMing you receipts, bro.
Dude, listen to me. I've gotten much more money from the taxpayers than I've ever paid in taxes. Okay, and
I may have too. I'm not sure. I don't measure it like that. But I mean, man, I'm just saying, like, dude, I'm a part of this economy.
I'm not mad at
everybody in America, whether you pay or not, we could still dream of a better place. Like, come on.
Sure, you're right, man. You're right.
But yeah, those food stamps are invaluable for people that need it. And yes, some people take advantage. Of course, people were having kids just so they could get more fucking food stamps and more benefits and shit.
Is that true, Jeremy? People
it is.
Just have food stamps.
Yes, they do.
Benefits in total.
Just to get more just to get a fucking bigger check every month.
Well, you get
every kid you have, you get more money in food stamps. But the kids don't need that much food. They give you like more than the kid needs usually. So people are just having kids just to get like, and not only that, you get other benefits too.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's other stuff because food stamps aren't really that special. Huh?
Yeah, no, but you know what some people do? They'll sell their food stamps for
They'll
cash.
sell them, yeah. They'll sell them 50 cents on a dollar or something.
Dude,
they'll
you know
go
the
buy
app?
you $100 worth of groceries and.
Yep.
I was getting ready, dude. If you guys want to invest in my app, dude, so you know how like Google Play cards, like if you have a Google Play card or whatever, it's got money on it, but you can't really exchange it for money. So some people have them for whatever reason. Some people get them in nefarious ways, but there's a website where you can turn them in, and you can get back. I think you get back like less than half. I think like maybe 25%. So it's like if it's like $100 card, you'll get back $25 or something like that. However, I was just gonna make an app where there was in-game purchases. It was like a bullshit app. Like it's not even a real game. But the basis of the app would be people who have those cards, they can get back like more like 80%, 70, 80%. I don't know the exact percentage yet because I don't know how much Google takes from you, but it'd be so much easier just to have a fake app where people just charge their card to buy in-game purchases. The money comes to me immediately, and I can just send them. I just send them a cut, like a Cash App or something. People would use that like crazy, dude, because people are already paying for those cards or selling their cards for 25%.
I don't know. I mean, like, how much would it be worth? You know, just to get, let's say if I have $2 on the card, would it be worth that just to get 25% of that?
No, dude, of course not. But if you had so there's dudes online, for instance, dude. Like if you meet a weed guy online on some online forum, sometimes he's gonna scam you and tell you to give you he needs a Google Play card, and then he'll give it to you. But then he's probably not even in America, and he's probably just scamming you. Anyways, people end up with these cards because they got them for Christmas, or they scammed somebody, or they bought it and they ended up not giving it to the guy that they were going to get scammed from. Regardless, lots of people have these cards and they can't access the money because it's in Google now. Yeah, so the idea.
So you would have people go to your app and use the card to get in-game purchase, like
like whatever. Like, hey, you're playing this game now. You got to buy this lawnmower. Lawnmower costs this much.
Lawnmower.
Yes, whatever. They just I'm gonna buy the in-game purchase, and then they get the money goes straight to me, and then I release the money to them. A portion, like a majority of it. I mean,
it could work theoretically.
Well, I mean, I made the whole thing already, and I looked in the like Android instructions or something like that to see if there's like something against it. And technically, I mean, there's a lot that's actually against it. But if you make it look like it's legit, then you just gotta not get caught.
You said you made the app already?
Yeah, it's not hard, dude. I mean, literally all you have to do is make a blank app. Like that, literally I just made nothing. It's literally just like a shell, right? Like it doesn't look like it's a legit game or anything, which is what I want to make it look like. It's just like that way if somebody downloaded it by accident or something, which I should be able to, it'll pull up the regular game.
It's on Google Play right now?
No, it's not on Google Play. It's not on the Play Store, and that's the other problem is I don't want to put it on the Play Store. I'm trying to put it on a website like where the people normally go to sell their cards, so that people only the people who are actually using it for the right reasons are getting it. Otherwise, if it's on the Google Play Store, people might download it and just report it because it's not doing anything.
Yeah. Hey man, I would say put a little more thought into it. You might have something.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, yeah, I'd have to get like a market. Like I'd have to get people who would do
Let's
that.
go to the market, bro. Bring it to the market. We're bringing the government cheese flavor. Let's go.
You got any friends who have a Google card, Don?
The Google card?
Like a Google account, like a Google Play Store account with, I don't know what their money's called. As a wallet.
Do I have one?
No, do you know anyone who has one, who has an account that, a balance that they can't use?
Oh, no.
I've never bought any of those cards, so I don't. I mean, I have like you know how you buy something like in game and you get like points every time you buy something, and you can use those points like in game. I have those.
Yeah. About to. I'm about to. I don't know what I'm about to do. I have like fucking 5 things I'm supposed to do. Now I'm thinking about making that app still. Fucking retarded, dude. Give me a second.
You gotta focus on one thing, man, and focus. Trying to
What's
do too many
crazy
things
is
at once.
I've been making.
Take your Adderall.
No, I'm actually trying to find a doctor to see if I can get prescribed.
This is not
even.
Look,
even if you, even if your girl can't, focus, what I do, I just get Adderall all the time.
Okay, man.
Jeremy, it was live stream number 420 yesterday, and it went like unmentioned. Okay.
What happened?
That's a damn crime.
It was live stream number 420. Yeah. I tried to bring the party up. It was just crying. There was crying about, can't even remember what was happening yesterday. A lot of fucking crying about definitions and shit.
Yeah, I wasn't here yesterday. People were saying that like it was crazy, or like, I don't know, somebody's being annoying or something.
Yeah, I had a
What was the
conversation with
definition?
Witcher in here.
And you got bodied by what's it?
Oh God, come on, Jeremy. You'll always be biased towards him, but it's okay.
Yeah, dude, Jeremy was gonna do this worldwide experiment, dude. The worldwide experiment, and it was like everybody in the community was actually like, that's just a pretty good test. It was my idea. I made all the fucking visuals for it and everything, but everyone was calling it Jeremy's test, and he was taking the credit for it. Anyways, and he asked Witsit about it one day, and Witsit just told him that I forgot what Witsit said to you, but then after whatever, like it literally in one sentence, you're like, oh yeah, you're right, man. I'm not doing that anymore.
Oh, you're talking about the subsolar point test he was gonna do?
The concentric circles.
Mm-hmm.
He was
I
gung
gave
ho
up
about
on
it.
that one.
Yeah, because we talked to Witsit one time.
He even brought it over there to Brandon's. They were trying to talk you out of it.
He was still into it after that though, because he was convincing them that it was legit.
Yeah. I remember that. You were trying to get those guys, to back you, and they wouldn't. They were just like, no, don't fucking do it. Or you were still gonna do it. But I don't know. I guess Witsit talked you out of it.
Witsit said, you can't know anything about the sky or something like that. That's what he said.
Kosho, would you be willing to make a atmospheric fluid elemental model? You want to do that with your little balls that you be doing and all, your little physics models and stuff? Can we do that one, or do we not have enough program?
I like the one you did where I sent you all those screenshots. Remember that one, Kosho, the one you did? And then you put it into like a 3D model or something like that? 3D rendering, something.
Yeah, he's still.
And it gave you XYZ coordinates.
I've seen him do so much cool Blender stuff, and I've seen him do the thing with the little particle balls and stuff like that. So I don't know how powerful that program is, but we were talking shit about like the different elements of the atmosphere before, how there is different
elements in different zones, maybe somewhat. I think Kosho, that'd be something cool to model, bro. Is he still here? I'm sorry, I'm not looking if people are deafened or not. Maybe.
No, he's deafened. Oh, not anymore.
What's up?
You want to
we
do?
were talking about some of the things. Okay, my bad.
I want to do. You know how you have your little particle model, Coach, with the little balls bouncing around and stuff.
Hey, whoa, I told you that confidence, man.
Nah, well, we seen it on your blender. So anyway, you think that thing's powerful enough to do like atmospheric fluid model where like we put different elements and weights and stuff like that and try to mimic
Blender? I don't think Blender can do fluid dynamic stuff. I'm not sure. Can it? Oh yeah, I don't know.
I'll be back.
Oh yeah, but you're not even talking about Blender though, dude. I was doing that in Algodo or whatever it's called. It's like the 2D modeler, and yeah, but yes, Blender get way more sophisticated.
You should get with You should get with Stingray. If you know Stingray.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He makes pretty good shit in Blender.
You want to hear something funny? This is no joke, okay? But I by the way, Zant's my buddy, so I'm not talking shit, okay? We were talking about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp yesterday, and he was really into it. Like he was into the Johnny Depp thing, and then somebody was in there. I think it was that Ploxo guy, Ploxo something. You know what I'm talking about? Ploxo. He was like anti Johnny Depp a little bit or something like that, and Zant got really offended. And then Zant used to do therapy, like he used to used to do hypnotherapy, but he used to do all sorts of therapy for other people. And he said that he actually was talking to the government, and he was getting a program started to build a shelter and have a community. Like a community therapy thing and a shelter for battered, abused men in relationships. I was like, dude, what the fuck? Is that in Canada?
Yeah, battered and abused men. Oh my goodness.
I was like, dude,
that's hilarious.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Like, I bet you something like that exists in America, but I doubt it.
No, we just tell you shut the fuck up, suck it up, and drive on. Stop being a pussy. There's your therapy.
I could see that for people who aren't men, but it seems like if you're a man, it's like, do you really need that?
Yeah, it's because we're kind of bred to like hide our emotions. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a thing. You kind of have to hide your emotions and cover things up. And
well, I mean, I guess it depends on the extent of it too. If you're going there to have counseling about stuff that happened to you, that's probably one thing. But if you need to go to a weekly support group because you're some chick,
because your girl beat you up or fucking hurt your feelings, that's a problem.
That's why I told him. I said I'm gonna start a group for. I was gonna start a shelter for men who get picked on by kids.
Oh man.
I thought he's a good dude though. I mean, what he was doing was I don't know. There's nothing against him. You know what I mean? It's just funny that existed at all. I think he was being helpful. You know what I mean? So I don't want to say anything against him doing it, but. But he was saying that Johnny Depp thing hopefully kind of sheds light on men abuse or whatever, and he says that people might come out of the shadows and be less reluctant to speak out about it. Like, what the hell? Yeah. I don't think who was getting that impression, dude?
Well, you got to remember, man. Like, if you're in a relationship where you're getting abused by your significant other, you need to fucking move on. You know what I mean?
Every relationship I've been in, I got abused by my significant other.
Yeah, well, you got to fucking, and what you do, you fucking left, right? I mean, that's it. You move on. That relationship's not for you. But you know what's fucked up? You know what I seen that was fucked up? I watch a lot of like those crime shows. Like I've been watching Snap recently, and there was a story on there that was really fucking disturbing. This girl, and she was dating this an aspiring rapper, and she wound up fucking killing him right in front of their daughter.
What?
I guess they got drunk. They got drunk one night, and I guess she got upset. And he's literally on Facebook Live. He's like, look what the fuck this bitch just did to me, and he's got blood all over his head. I guess because she stabbed him or something, or she cut him.
What?
Then she walks in with a gun and she fucking shoots him like 6 times.
Dude, I was watching.
Yeah, like in front of his daughter, and you can hear the guy saying, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna," and she's screaming at the top of her lungs. You know, that was fucking disturbing and really disturbing.
She was just going crazy.
Yeah, and then he's pleading with her like, "Hey, can I talk to my daughter? Can I see my daughter one last time?"
You know
and
what?
then he winds up fucking dying. Yeah, it was crazy. Man.
You know what though, dude? I know people like that though, dude. Like, no joke. People who they can't stop themselves in the moment. You know what I mean? Like, they see red, and then they do things that are like not even like they're not even protecting their own self and their own self-interest. You know?
Yeah. But what was crazy, and she tried to say that he attacked her and it was self-defense, but she forgot that he was recording it live.
Shit.
And then they found the video. They found the video and they showed exactly what the fuck she did to him.
It's fucked up. I saw these dudes watching Facebook Live one time, and I was trying to see what they were watching, so I went up and they were watching this clip, Facebook Live, of these there's like a dude in the front seat of his car, and then I think 2 dudes in the back seat, and then his chick was in the front seat, in the passenger seat, and she was just messing around with his gun, and she picked it up, and I'm assuming she thought it wasn't loaded or something, but she aimed it at his head and then shot, and it actually shot and killed him, and then everybody just ran out of the car and they're like, they got the fuck out of there, but she obviously got in trouble, for that. But who does that, dude? It's like, why would you pick up a gun? It's like, I don't know. In the military, because they teach us in the military. You never point a gun at anything.
You never put your finger on a trigger until you're ready to fire.
Exactly. So the cops don't even follow those rules. But yeah, that's that. Yeah, so I think that's, if somebody doesn't understand that, they shouldn't be holding a gun, let alone aiming it at someone's head. Bebo, I forget. Are you in the Army or are you in the Navy?
No, I'm in the Army.
Why are you in Pearl Harbor?
I'm not in Pearl Harbor. I just live near Pearl Harbor. Since the island is so small, it's like I live right near Pearl Harbor.
Oh, all right.
And I go there all the time. Just sometimes we actually do PT over there in Pearl Harbor, and then they have a gym over there that I go to.
Plus, you get to hang out with all the Navy dudes, like Army guys. Yeah.
Navy, Marines.
Oh, yeah, Marines.
Coast Guards. Every single branch is here.
Yeah, but you probably get sick of being around Army guys all the time. You're like, I'm an Army guy, sure, but we're not like the Navy. You go hang out with the Navy dudes, have some fun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really hang out too much because I'm married, so I'm always at home with the family and the kids. So,
You know what though? The Army is probably a lot better. The Navy, dude. All the couples, like the women in the Navy, and then the spouses. Everyone's like, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean by heartbreaking?
I mean, like, everybody was dirty, dude. Like, I learned very early not to do anything with Navy chicks because they weren't.
Oh, okay.
They weren't like regular chicks, and then it's not even them. It's like the spouses of Navy dudes, because like Navy dudes go on long deployments, you know, and I guess it's just what did they call it? Jody in the Army? Is that what they call the dude back at home or whatever? Did I have that?
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, I've heard that term before. Yeah, Jody going to get your girl when you're gone.
Yeah,
Come
but
in the back door.
yeah, but I think the Navy's worse than the other branches with that because of the long deployments.
Yeah, because you guys are like on the ship for you'll take off for like 6 months.
No, dude, my buddy had back to back. He had 9 months and then 10 months, and he had 1 month in between. That's what he was on.
That's well, most of them, like a lot of the guys that are here, they're actually on shore duty.
Yeah,
they call it. So they'll just be they have the ships in the harbor, but then they'll just be working like either on the ship or like on the dock somewhere. I don't fucking know how to do it.
That's not even shore duty then. But I literally had back to back shore duty. That's not. It's like unheard of because usually when you're first commanded in the Navy's usually definitely sea duty, and then usually do sea duty and shore duty in between. But I literally both my commands were shore duty, and then like I wasn't stationed on a ship, but I was on a ship a couple times temporarily, just like traveling or whatever. But yeah, not I wasn't stationed on a ship at all.
You never made it over to Hawaii during your tours?
No.
No.
I was in Japan though, but not longer than like a couple days. Yeah. But yeah,
we actually did the other day we did a re-enlistment on a canoe in the middle of not in the middle, but in the middle of like in Pearl Harbor, like in the water.
What the hell?
It was crazy. You know, when you re-enlist, you kind of an officer reads like the creed to you, and you re-enlist.
How many years
you been? A bunch of us on what, 13 years?
No shit. So you're retiring then, huh?
Yeah. No, I still have a few years left.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying you're staying in until you retire.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. My girl, she did I think 8 or 9 years, but she was part of the surge in like 2009, so she got out after that. But yeah, she was a drill sergeant for like 6 years in the Army.
Oh wow.
Wait, what year were you? So you were 13 years. So you joined in 2009.
Yep. 2009.
Yeah, because I think that's the year she went to Iraq. But that'd be weird if she was a drill sergeant when you joined.
Yeah, but she would have had to have been a drill sergeant at one of the TRADOC posts.
Wait, what's that?
So she was probably either at Fort Jackson, or she was at Fort Leonard Wood.
Wait, why? That's different than where you were?
Yeah, because I went to Fort Leonard Wood for my basic training. It depends on your MOS. Like if you're like an 11 Bravo, you'll go to Fort Benning, Georgia.
There's only one basic training in the Navy.
Really? Where?
Chicago.
Oh, okay. Oh, fuck that. I would never want to do basic training. You probably freeze your ass off in the winter time.
You gotta shovel snow and shit.
Fuck that. Well, when I went to basic, it was pretty cold. Like it's in Missouri, at Fort Leonard Wood, so it was pretty cold.
Dude, people don't know this, but the Navy, it's not a secret anymore, but it was top secret. But there's a tradition at the end of boot camp. They do something called battle stations. It's like this like mock missions. You gotta stay up all night for like 2 days, and you do these mock missions, or it's whatever. But ever since, I don't know, sometime in the mid, maybe 15 years ago or something, Universal Studios actually built a real life destroyer So the full size destroyer, and it's underground, completely hidden. Like nobody even knows. It's not like you know about it until you get there. And it's a full size destroyer underground, and it's built so that there's like real missions on it. And it's just like you ever seen Beverly Hills Cop? Or you ever been to Universal Studios?
The one in Florida. I went to Disney World, but I didn't go to Universal. No.
Okay. Well, have you seen Beverly Hills Cop 3?
I've seen. I can't remember which one it was.
Anyway, he goes to this fucking amusement park, and it's like Universal Studios basically, where like he's in a subway. There's a ride there's like in a subway, and it's like the real simulated train crash happens.
Yeah.
Flooding in the subway. All that shit happens. Like the ship gets flooded, the shit explodes, all sorts of shit. You got to crawl through dead bodies at one point. But that was like probably the funnest thing I ever did in my life.
Yeah, we did something like that. When I graduated basic, it's called Nick at Night, and it's at nighttime, and you're literally crawling through dirt and mud underneath like barbed wire and shit. And then it was lucky for us. It was fun. It had just got done raining, so I was crawling through fucking puddles and mud. It was nuts. And at the same time, there's like live fire going over your head, so you cannot stand up or you're gonna get fucking shot in the head.
Real live fire?
Well, I think it was high. It was live fire, but I don't. Okay, you're not gonna wouldn't get shot in the head, but
no.
I
But
think,
you know, French Foreign Legion, they literally do that. Like it's the same shit, and people die.
Yeah.
Normally because they actually are live firing.
Yeah. Well, it's live fire, but it's like it's a 50 cal, but it's on a fixed tripod and it's aiming like up in an upward direction.
Yeah.
So it's not gonna hit you.
Like nobody ever dies from that thing. Yeah.
No.
It's gonna sound bad, so I might not even say it, but I don't know how it is in the Army, but in the Navy, I think like you know how like well, you were in boot camp before I was, but actually I think you joined 1 year before me then. But regardless, you know, hazing was already like it was very illegal and stuff like that. Did you go through that too? Where like that was just like, and then they had cards like the drill sergeants. They had like cards that had like the limits to what they could do and stuff like that.
Yeah, I never saw those. I heard stories of those, but when I was at basic, I didn't see those.
Yeah, exactly. It just started getting relaxed.
I think. Yeah. Now, every time I talk to somebody who was a drill sergeant recently, they're like, "Yeah, man, you can't do shit to any of the privates now. Like, you can't. It's so different from when a lot of the older NCOs were in basic training."
I don't mean anything bad by this, but this is just a fact, a statement. I noticed that when people talk about when this started happening and how it changed so much, it's basically, at least in the Navy's thing, because they started letting females on ships like in the 90s. And so like women have got implemented into like, you know, the full Navy, you know, when I was in by that time. And it's not that, I think it's just the fact that like, it's the same thing with like the thing I was talking about with Zant, like the abusive battered men thing. Most dudes aren't going to go and ask for that kind of help, even if they need it. So it's like if you're getting released and you're getting fucking fucked up or something, it's not like dudes are gonna get together and complain about it, you know. Whereas you can see that, you know, once you start doing that kind of, because the hazing in the Navy is pretty extreme. Like when you cross the equator, they do something called polywog.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. And so anyways, yeah, they don't do they can't go as hard as they ever could before, and it's, you know, it's because some people will complain and they'll complain to the right people. You know what I mean? That's all you got to do.
Yeah. I heard about. There's like a video that used to be. You ever heard of AFN, that the Armed Forces Network?
Yeah.
They used to have a commercial where they would show. They would show that ritual that you guys would do.
Yeah. It's
and I'd be like, what the hell is the Navy doing? What are you guys doing?
Yeah, I'm sure even further back in the day, dude, it was even more like, it's just, yeah. Because just once you get once you go do that, dude, and you have your shell or whatever, it's like a rite of passage. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing. Same with any fraternity. You know what I mean? It's like they're hard on the pledges just because they were hard on them, and they know that once you're in, you're in.
Yeah. There's a strict now. They're real strict about hazing now.
Yeah, it's extremely illegal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing with fraternities though in college. It's the same thing. Yeah, I was in a fraternity in college, honors fraternity. It was the stupidest thing ever, dude. Yeah, it was retarded. All I'm going to say about that. Shit, I just realized.
Now, I'm gonna go on. I'm not leaving, but I gotta do some shit, man.
I was about to say, dude, I'm sitting here fucking shooting the shit. I got a lot of shit to do.
So, all right, I'll be listening just in case someone else jumps in and have a conversation.
I shouldn't even do that. I'm supposed to be working on this watch. The whole point of my watch is I set the schedule for my next day, everything I'm gonna do, and I got the time frame and everything. And I'm also setting it up to where I have to do 45 minutes of whatever I need to do before I can do 15 minutes of Discord. So I can't even get on Discord until I've done 45 minutes of something else.
What the? Would you like micromanaging your time? That sounds like a great thing.
I don't like doing that, but I have severe like ADHD, time blindness or something. That's why I haven't even finished it. I can't even focus on finishing it.
That sounds like a really good thing for anybody to do, but shit, man. It's nuts.
Yeah, but I really, honestly, my challenges with anybody in life, like any personal challenges with anybody, it's always time related, like being late or not meeting a deadline or something like that.
Yeah. There's a lot of things you should spend more time on than others. Like sometimes I'll spend too much time, I don't know, fucking sitting in my car looking at videos.
Or on this shit, dude.
Doing other shit. Or on this shit, yeah.
But I'm actually
anytime I'm on here, I'm actually I'm on the move doing shit.
Oh, yeah.
But sometimes, there's times when I'm not doing anything, which I don't have anything to do, but I could be doing something else.
Yeah, I feel you. See, that's the thing is I work mostly on my computer, so like I tell myself it's because I got multiple screens. I can have this on the side and I'd be working on other shit. But the thing is, I'm not working on other shit when I'm sitting here talking, so it's hard. So I'm gonna focus.
All right.
Yo, Jeremy, I'm only gonna ask you this once. Just give me a simple answer. Are you doing the upline thing or no?
Yeah, I can't do it right now. Yo, just bring those bulbs down first, and then take care of the garbage and shit.
Easy day.
Yo, I can't do it right now, dude. I'm at work. I told you, I'll put a few bucks in. I'm not worried about it. A little bonus or whatever the fuck they got going on.
Okay, dude. What's gonna happen is you're gonna end up being left out. Okay.
Left out of what? Dude, I can't do it right now. I'm at work. Can I do it is this something I can do in 5 minutes? Do I need to remember a password and shit like that?
I sure do hope so, man. I sure do hope so. You still get the opportunity to do this.
Do I need to remember write down a seed phrase? That's too much to be doing at work.
You know what's funny? The reason I haven't connected my wallet, I cleaned my room like a couple weeks ago, and I had engraved my seed into a piece of wood, and I can't find the piece. I think I threw that piece of wood away, man. I thought it was such a good idea to engrave it in that piece of wood too.
Where's the party at?
going on? Hope you fine gentlemen are having a swell time. Sending that positive love towards you guys. Hopefully you and yours are doing great. Great. Hope you guys have a wonderful day. Shoot. Take care.
Someone's got to be saying, say.
Nobody talking? Anybody up for a chat? No? Hey, Ali B, how's it going? Good to see you again. I really enjoyed our chat earlier.
Yeah, what's up, you guys, man? I was wondering if anybody's on mic. So that makes it kind of interesting. Someone do some magic. Please.